the magnificent Pacific coast of California. Today, we move inland over the majestic hills into the internationally known Laguna Seca.
The corner behind me here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca is one of the most famous corners on the planet. It's a 4-story drop that everybody always talks about whenever you come here. There are some corners globally that are just recognized by name. Eau Rouge, 130R, Curva Grande, and the Corkscrew. But sometimes it's the corners that are less talked about that are even more impressive. The original configuration took drivers through a very fast downhill left kink at turn 1, which cut through to what is now turn 5. It was an incredibly fast sequence with a huge compression, and speeds climbed over 150 miles an hour before the left-hander after the bridge at turn 6. The original track was 1.9 miles in length, but in order to satisfy MotoGP's minimum track length requirements, they added about 0.4 of a mile, including Andretti hairpin turns 3, 4, and 5, bringing the total length of the track up to about 2.24 miles in 1988. This is turn 6. It doesn't have a name or the global recognition of the Corkscrew just up the hill. But what it does have is this huge compression here, this massive curb on the inside. It requires so much precision to get this just right. If you miss the apex by a foot, you're off by 20 feet at the exit. And if you get a little too tight to the apex, you hit this thing, this big nasty yellow curb, and this will send you for the ride of a lifetime here at Laguna Seca. The entrance to turn 6 is blind and incredibly fast under the bridge. And when you finally get to the corner, you hit the ground so hard in its compression as the banking falls away from you that the cars actually gouge the racetrack. There's lines drilled into the pavement here from cars slamming this lap after lap after lap. It's a true test of a car setup and a driver's bravery.
Over my shoulder, thousands of spectators are getting ready to watch the world's fastest sports cars as they blaze around this road course. 25 of the world's best drivers, 14,000 horsepower waiting to be let loose. The Laguna Seca Can-Am race is about to get underway.
Gridlife Laguna, welcome back to the third and final day of action. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettins and Jonathan Grace for another full day of action. Let's head down to Jonathan Grace to get a preview of our day here from WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
Welcome to the third and final day of the Gridlife Festival here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. It's been an action-packed first 2 days. We saw action on Friday. We saw lap times tumble and track records set yesterday on Saturday in our track battle time attack classes. We also saw the first day of official racing action in our multi-class GLGT category and IBOC GLTC. We had 2 different race winners in our rush category, and of course, for the guys and girls going sideways down the corkscrew, we had drifting action. Fans as well around this beautiful and iconic racing circuit. Founded in 1957, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca remains one of the most iconic racing venues anywhere in the world. Let's go take a look at it.
And here's a look at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. 2.24 miles, 11 turns around this racetrack. It all starts with a fast left-hand kink at turn 1, then plunging down towards the Andretti hairpin. A great passing opportunity, Jacob, but then to turn 3 and 4, 2 flat right-hand corners.
Yeah, and that's going to set you up for 5, and carrying as much momentum through 5 will then allow you to have some sort of nerve as we dive into 6, as Kyle talked about a little bit earlier on. An incredible corner, and we've actually been seeing passes either attempted or fully completed at 6, which is completely unheard of. And then that takes you up to the top of the hill and into that incredible corkscrew where even more action has happened. Spinouts, crashes, everything you could ask for in racing has already happened through the corkscrew this weekend.
Plunging down 4 stories down through Rainy Curve and carry that speed down and momentum to turn 10. A right-hander that sets you up for a great passing opportunity at turn 11. Test your brakes, test your aero, because you got to get woed all the way down to about 35 miles an hour, then accelerate up under the bridge, and that's a lap here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And of course, we've had 2 days of action so far leading up to this point. Let's have a look back at some of the exciting moments from yesterday and the second day of our action from Saturday. And the Gridlife Track Battle Championship ran 3 more heats yesterday, Jacob, getting prepped for the Track Battle Podium Sprint later today. We have 8 different classes out there, including Super Unlimited. But in the Unlimited category is Joshua Briggs that had a big moment.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about with the corkscrew. Is it's eaten a few cars, and drivers getting very, very brave through that section, hoping to make up a little bit of time. And unfortunately, it can go just a wee bit sideways and not the way you're hoping for. As we get a shot of that Miata is a prime example.
Yeah, Ryan Redukel going for a spin and a slide after replacing his motor overnight the night previous. But there's a good look at Cody Vaschultz in his Pikes Peak car, and of course Jeremiah Burton in the big time Catfish Camaro in Super Unlimited. One of the 6 or 7 cars we have in that that class here this weekend. And then in the Gridlife GT and Eibach GLTC races, lots of exciting moments there. Hans Horpedal led for much of the day. Colin King ran him down from a long ways back, and things got pretty spicy with this lap traffic here. The 63 is Stephen Bright. Everybody scattered here, 3 wide with lap traffic. Colin King snuck up underneath and went on to take the win, but a little bit of drama in this category, Jacob. He's running tires that are a fair bit too wide for competition here this weekend, so while he did win 2 races yesterday, those were unofficial. He was disqualified for those. He'll continue to race today. Eibach GLTC, big slip up on the start for one of the M3s, but it was Justin Ross and Matan Rosenberg. These two are just in their own zip code.
Yeah, Justin Ross, I mean, flashing those high beams to try and clear as much traffic as he possibly could to make sure that he was able to continue to lead out every single race, and was able to pull an amazing gap by the time the race was over, and came across the line the same way he raced it, flashers on and looking for that pace.
Yeah, not just once, but twice yesterday with the flashers on it in celebration and elation for the number 272 of Justin Ross. And of course, in the Gridlife Rush Series, up front it was Ryan Leach and James French that battled back and forth. Blair Hosey was part of that 3-car train, and these drivers went back and forth. It was really hardcore up at the front between Leach and French.
Yeah, it was incredibly wild, and then a bit of a stack up when we got the safety car back out, pace car, getting everybody back together, and then it became this insane dive through the middle, and that story will show, TJ Hunt in that race making it all the way up to third. But this is how close the racing was. We had bump drafting in rush racing. It was incredible, and this is very quickly becoming one of the favorite sections of these weekends for most of the fans here.
Yeah, and James French again establishing a nice lead over Ryan Leach in that number 56, but late in the race there was a yellow flag. You see the yellow waving there, and on the restart, this is the moment you were talking about with TJ Hunt slicing and dicing through the field up to third place as Leach dealt with some tire rub.
Yeah, it was absolutely wild, and we'll see how that grid order comes up. There's a lot of conversations, a lot of scrutineering last night, so there may be a bit of a shift in the order that is going to seems like it came out of nowhere, but once we get to that, we'll have some conversations about it. And that led us into drifting. Justin Pollock out there in that Falcon Tire Mustang, being followed by Forrest Wang, and yeah, just some crazy builds, some crazy cars, and a ton of amazing action, keeping everybody on their toes, even when the track was starting to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, of course, Matt Hoffman having some big sense. Had a moment with a couple drivers yesterday on the front straightaway. There were some pretty tight moments with Dayo Shihara, and then you see Zandara Kennedy running away from Larry Chen there. Great slow-mo shots coming down that corkscrew.
Yeah, it's amazing to see all the different builds that come out here. That Mercedes we talked about before, kind of a bygone era, and a quintessential backy there from Matt Kaufman, who it just feels like he's stealing the show at every single moment. He comes out and attacks this track and links sections that basically nobody else is even attempting. So an incredible driver, an incredible show, and an amazing way to wrap up the day.
Yeah, and of course, this was another cool moment. A tire letting loose and tearing up the fender on that Forsberg Z. That was pretty wild to see.
Yeah, pretty expensive way to finish off a lap. Could have shut it down, but said, nah, let's just keep going.
So that was a little bit of a preview of yesterday, and today it's again a full day of action. You see the paddock there is still full. We've got racing and the podium sprint and drift and everything still left. Though the concert is over, JVB laying down a fantastic set last night. There was amazing energy there, Jacob. So all looking forward to our day that will end a little bit towards the afternoon, probably around 5 o'clock Eastern time if you're on the other coast.
Yeah, so we've got an action-packed day, a lot of things rounding up, and if you're sitting at home listening in, watching in, thank you so much for joining us, because this is it. This is it for so many of these series. We're going to get down to our sprints. We're going to get down to our final races. And everything they've been working towards starts to come to fruition right now. We've got great track temps. That marine layer is lifting up. Everybody is very, very, very confident with this track. As we talked about all the diving and the crazy passes we've already seen. And it really does come down to this session coming up here for our time attack competitors, because this is the last of the good air that they're going to be experiencing and last of the good temps.
Well, it's going to be Gridlife track battle. Up first on the racetrack, it's going to be Heat 6, the final qualifying opportunity. Gridlife's Track Battle Championship is a race against the clock. 8 different categories represented, from cars like Honda Fits all the way to open-wheeled crazy cars that bear no resemblance to road-going vehicles. And the top 5 from each class is going to have a shot at the podium sprint later this afternoon to go for trophies. This is their last qualifying attempt. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettens, Jonathan Grace on the pit lane. Jacob, this is your last chance, as you alluded to in the intro. You have one more opportunity to move up, but if you have already run a track record, you've already been in the top 5 all weekend long, you've got nothing to worry about. It's just one more chance to improve.
Yeah, it's going to be those final few slots everybody's battling for, and the weather conditions could not be any better. 62 Fahrenheit air temp, a little bit of wind, 3 miles per hour, nothing too crazy. As you can see with that radar, it's not just a photo, that is a radar. There is no precipitation on its way, which is fantastic.
Yeah, we have not had anything on that radar all weekend long. I promise you it works. We saw that in Chicagoland a couple weeks ago, but cloudy skies here this morning. The marine layer was here when we got up to the booth, Jacob, but it is cleared out now. And though there's still some cloud cover keeping the sun out of our eyes up here, the track is going to be cool and dry, and those are prime conditions for breaking track records. We've seen records break in 5 of our 7 normal categories here this weekend. The only ones that haven't fallen yet are Unlimited and Street GT. So every other class has seen at least one of their drivetrain records broken, sometimes multiple. And again, you don't need to break the record to move to podium sprint, but you certainly do need it if you're a driver like Sam Dooling, who's chasing Mike Jansen in the championship, and there's plenty more championship stories to talk about later in this heat.
Yeah, and both of them are going to be in this session here in the Club SC, so lots of stories to talk about. We're going to have a big mix of this. If you're new to what's going on here, this section is not based off your class, it's just based on your lap times. So you're going to get a good mix, Club TR, Street, Unlimited, Track Mod, basically a good mix of everything that we've got on deck here. Just not the fastest lap times, but for some of these drivers, driver coming out of Chuckle's Garage, they're just out there to have some fun, put some lap times down and see what they're able to do.
Yeah, the cars that we'll be focusing on primarily as far as the lap times here are going to be the Falcon Club SC cars, notably Mike Jansen and Sam Dooling. Now, Sam took a pretty big clunk going down the corkscrew the other day, hurt his back, so he should be on track. He is on track now, but had some ice on it yesterday. That's just one of the things that this track can do to you. If you take a hop and a skip and you land, you're basically falling 4 stories. And if you do that wrong, you can basically max out on your bump stop, slam your chassis against the ground, and all that is transferred into the driver. So a pretty painful day for Sam yesterday, and Mike Jansen pipped him by 1/10 of a second on the record book.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be pretty heads up. So we've got a few drivers out there that maybe are only getting 1 or 2 laps in so far, a few drivers that are chasing that track record. So it's going to get interesting. There's a fair bit of drivers in this group. I'm counting 25 out on track right now. Now, it's a decent-sized racetrack, but it is not infinitely big, so traffic may still come into play here as our drivers getting out there, getting everything warmed up, and we'll see some flyers coming in pretty soon.
And here is a look at the point standings for Falcon Club SC, and this was coming into this event, 99 points for Mike Jansen and 86 for Sam Dooling. So Sam really needed to come out of this with a win and a record to have a shot going into pit race next month, but for Sam, he's 1/10 of a second behind for the record. Podium sprint's a real toss-up, and really honestly, Sam has not performed quite to his liking in podium sprint as of late, but Mike Jansen at 156 hasn't either. Someone picked the pocket there at Autobahn a few weeks ago, so Mike's in a good spot, but I think it's going to be a toss-up when we get to that sprint later today.
Well, it's a completely different story at that point, because you're now having to deal with the pressure of it. You've had 6 sessions to really put down a good lap, get everything dialed in, but when it comes to the sprint, you don't got much. I mean, really, it kind of comes down to just having that one perfect lap, and that's really what this series is entirely about, is having that one perfect lap. So everything builds up to it, but will the drivers crack under the pressure of having to do that and having to commit to something like that? So the sprint gets very, very exciting, and it really does separate drivers into a completely different class.
So track record for Falcon Club SC set yesterday with a 149.658. Keep an eye on the cars of Dooling in the 370, the 156 of Mike Jansen. This is Mike Burrows from Stanceworks. This has been an interesting weekend for them. Had a transmission replaced overnight, Friday into Saturday, and they've had a pretty reliable weekend knocking on any surface I have here in the booth. It's been a good weekend for them since they've done that.
Yeah, it's looked very, very tidy, and hopefully it just continues on that way. So we've had basically everybody giving them a hand to get everything back out. Anytime that there's a Ferrari down, people just want to help out. That's it. They want to be in that photo, showing that they're able to help out.
And there's Sam Dooling, one of the drivers we're talking about, leading Mike Jansen. You see on the racetrack right behind him in that black number 156 Honda Civic. and running up the hill towards turn 6. Again, Dooling's first lap out of 152. I don't actually hate that as a first lap around. So.
No, that is not bad, and that might be a key indicator of what kind of pace these drivers are able to get out this morning. So will we get some track records? Maybe. Track's looking really good. Everything's nice and rubbered in. The confidence is there. The temperature is right. It's just, you know, did you have your Wheaties this morning? Did you have your big cup of coffee? Are you ready to perform when it comes down to it?
And Sam knows that these are prime conditions, and those Falcon RT 660 Plus tires are going to be ready for him to attack. Love that rainy curve downhill run. He's got a little bit of traffic here to navigate with that Porsche Cayman ahead of him. Let's see if they're going to be out of the way. That was actually well executed there by the Porsche, and Dooling heads into turn 11 now. Nice drone shot from high above. Nice apex. Going to use all the racetrack on corner exit. There's no track limits here this weekend. You can use all the pavement. And across the stripe, looking for a 49.6 or better. And under the bridge here, we'll see if he gets green on the ticker. He does. It's a 150.486. Jansen goes 52.1.
Okay.
We're not done yet. You see the little tap on the brakes there. That's to reset the brake pads against the rotors from brake pad knockback, Jacob. And that can happen from all the flex and things in the ball joints in the front suspension, in the hubs, and also vibrations from the curbing can shake the brake pads away from the rotors. So the next time you go to the brakes, they have to move further, and you get a really soft pedal. So if you just tap the brakes a little bit going down the stretch, it'll basically reset the pads against the rotors, so when you hit the brakes, you get a nice strong pedal right out of the gate.
I like that little, especially in a class that's this tight. I mean, it really does come down to racecraft because the vehicles are so evenly matched, and you find some differences in them. Obviously, the fit being a little bit bigger, big old wedge, so they're going to have a lot more drag coming down the straight. So anything you can do, especially to make it up in the corners with a vehicle that you're just carrying momentum all the way through. So these little tips and tricks are going to be the difference between making it into our battles a little bit later on, or setting a track record, or even just feeling like you've accomplished something this weekend.
There's Ben Sirik in the number 83. That's a Nissan 370Z. Caught up with him late last night. He was enjoying the festival and the concert from JVB. So he was having a good weekend. Didn't think that there was too much more in the racetrack at this stage of the weekend. And see Johnny Grunwald in the RX-7 jump up to second place overall in this session. And Sirik, 144, 193 for him. And that is actually his PB by 0.4 of a second. So gives us an idea that there still is time to be had.
Yeah, I really do think there is. And I think a lot of the times the drivers get a little bit humble about it, and they don't want to get in their own heads and start thinking like, oh, the track's going to be perfect tomorrow, I want to get into it. So if you feel like you're satisfied with that effort, sometimes it gives you just a little bit of that confidence to be able to go out and push a bit harder, because you're like, you know what, I'm happy with my time, but maybe there's a bit more, and we'll just see what happens.
Mike Jansen, a 150.415. Dooling didn't go faster that time, maybe on a cool down lap. They will use the entire session. These cars, again, on the Falcon RT 660 Plus, and with engines that don't really care how long you run them for at 6,000 RPM, they can go all the way to the checkered flag here this morning.
Looks like Sirik still battling with that bumper. We saw that pop off yesterday. I don't know, maybe this is an aero tactic a little bit. There's some fun ways that you can kind of play with the rules. Like, oh no, the bumper came off, but now you've got a little bit of aero going on and hopefully widen the airflow around the car.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, one of the things that cars struggle with is catching air in the rear bumper like a parachute. So it's very common to see holes drilled in the bumper, or rear bumper is completely removed to help airflow. And in this case, the 370Z, I've definitely seen a lot of these cars without their rear bumpers, and it's just a matter of how the air is channeled under and around the wheel wells and underneath the car, if it's a bad parachute car or not.
Yeah. I mean, with the Z's, it is a big scoop. It's just a big cup that they're dragging around. So I mean, taking that rear bumper off, if it's within the rules, maybe it's going to help. And we see Grunwald there with another PB, dropping times again, so 143.343. So he's, for a driver that hasn't been out on track a lot, he's making some good time.
Sam Dooling allowing Mike Jansen to go by.
Wow, okay.
And he must be on another cool down lap here, maybe getting some space to himself, but, or did he go off again? Oh boy.
Wow, that's a big hop.
Yep.
So, yeah, he'll be heading into the pits for a self-report to let everybody know that did a little bit of off-roading.
Arm up there on the window, and just he'll know that was, again, he did that yesterday, and he's just pushing so hard to find every last bit of speed that he can. And that's what it takes sometimes, to push those braking zones. You're not on the brakes very long in a Honda Fit around here, so the braking zones are very, very short.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to cross the line to remember where it lays, and he had a pretty rude reminder coming over the corkscrew there. So hopefully everything is all good, no damage to the car, but he will be heading into the pits to report that and hopefully get back out.
There's Scott Birdsall again in the Chuckles Garage Legends car. One of our Super Unlimited machines. Once again, the Super Unlimited class is for cars that are not based on a production road-going vehicle. And that means factory race cars are allowed, and certainly interesting builds like this are allowed too.
Interesting to see the front camber on that car. I don't know if you caught that, but yeah, it's cambered out a little bit. Coming from the drifting world, you see that quite a lot because it allows the tire to be flat at full lock. Now this does not have a lot of steering angle in it, and not that you need a lot of it, but yeah, I mean, looking for all that contact, maybe through a section like this, you can get that contact patch as the car starts to roll over on that outside tire. So pretty interesting, and I mean, we'll see if maybe some new alignment picks up a bit of time for Scott Birdsall.
Yeah, and he's been really excited about this car. I saw him commenting on some Instagram posts we made on this car yesterday, and somebody got, you know, why is the open wheel car out there? He goes, because it's awesome.
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, just have fun with it, and you know, maybe it's not the most competitive vehicle. It's sitting down here in our D group, but he might be having the most fun. So, you know, you can be competitive for sure. You can have fun. Doing all of that is obviously the goal, but for Birdsall and not having an incredibly fast vehicle, sure is getting a lot of camera time.
He sure is. And Ben Seard, by the way, up in the 43s now, 43.7. That's a really impressive drive for him. Again, for a driver that didn't think he had a lot. And here is that Jansen? Yes.
Oh, wow.
He had an off on the downhill there.
Yeah, so both drivers in that class really pushing hard, knowing that there might be a little bit of time left on this track and in their session. So we can see what it means to them here in our final session before we get into that all incredible battle that's coming a little bit later on today.
And they might have just tried a little too hard. I mean, every time we've gone to a racetrack this year with Falcon Club SC, they're resetting records by a full second or more.
Wow.
A lot of that is because of that new Falcon RT 660 Plus tire that has a much softer and grippier compound. But, you know, beyond that, there's just not that much more time. We have drivers that are just finding every ounce, and if you just push a little bit too much, expecting to get a full second everywhere, you're going to eventually go over the limit. So Jansen and Dooling, they're both pushing hard, but they're already both qualified in Podium Sprint. Should be automatic Podium Sprint this weekend for all the Club SC cars because we don't have more than 5. So they don't have to worry about, you know, missing that session. They just have to get ready to go head-to-head for that last session of the day. Here's Jansen with his self-report.
Yes, this shouldn't take too long for him and to be able to get back out. And I mean, maybe some of it is trying to pick up that little bit of extra points, just going for that track record again. So try and find every bit of lane, try some different things because you want to do it now. You want to figure out this track and make sure that you've explored every single square inch of it before we get into those head-to-heads. And at that point, you have to decide what is that perfect line. Because now we're getting some eyes on Raul Brink, currently sitting in second. Best time so far, 1:57.46. So can he make a bit of an improvement on that?
Yeah, he had a 150.390 yesterday, so he's about half second shy of that in his Honda S2000. And I'm not sure what it is about the West Coast, but most of the S2000s that are here this weekend are with their F20 or F22 motors, the engines that they would have come with. I'm not sure if the K-Series swaps are as popular out here or if they're more popular in street applications rather than racing applications, but they seem to have maybe more of them out here, and maybe that allows them to replace those engines a little easier.
Could be if you've got a good resource for them. Maybe there's a couple of really good shops here that can keep them alive or figure something out. So might have to do a bit of digging as now we see a bit more drafting going on here between two fits.
Yeah, that's Courtney Ward, and she's going to jump out of the way. Sam Dooling is going to go on by, and Courtney had a little off here at turn 6 yesterday, or actually it was that Friday. She had a little bit of a bump into the wall, but just tore the front lip off and chucked it in the trash. She got right back on track.
I wonder if there's a bit of a slingshot maneuver going on there. I don't know if you caught that.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like to me. So, yeah, Courtney doing a bit of a favor there for Sam Dooling, and we'll see how that plays out.
I'm not sure if he's on a flyer. He certainly looks like he is. I just wasn't sure if this is the beginning of a fast lap or the end of his warm-up lap. Either way, he is hauling right now.
Yeah, he's coming through that. Obviously, that corkscrew looking significantly more tidy than his last lap, but using all the track. Look at that, getting the back end stepped out there for a second. If this isn't a flatter, I don't know what he's working on, but this is already pretty fun.
Yeah, using the curbing on the entry to 10 is very brave because sometimes those concrete painted curbs aren't as grippy as the pavement. We'll see if Dooling again, if you see a yellow flash, that is not a lap improvement. A green wipe is what he would need to leap ahead of Jansen. He needs a 49.658 or better checkered flag here on the session, and for Dooling, it is not a pickup. And he will come across the line, still scored second on the weekend. Jansen was right behind him. No pickup for the 156 either.
Yeah, so this is going to be it. This is going to be kind of locked in for For their times you alluded to, they're already locked in, so it's just a bit of bragging rights and a bit of discovery to see maybe there's a faster line that we haven't tried. And for Sam Dooling, he was definitely trying something a little different on 10.
Yeah, and look at that, just 700s between them in this session. So if that's any indication of what we're going to have in Podium Sprint later, I'm very, very excited. There's a look at Johnny Grunwald in the RX-7, and he was running in the track mod category and just making his way around on his cool down lap. But you see his best lap of 1:42.042.
Yeah, not too bad. And he I believe, missed a couple of sessions on Friday, so it's all good. I mean, for a lot of these drivers, just getting out and having fun.
Yeah, I did have to giggle at a comment on YouTube. One of the users said, "Lil Pudgy Cars Zoomin'." And if that isn't the perfect description of Falcon Club SC, I don't know what is.
Might have to change the name of it to LPGZ.
I love that.
Lil Pudgy, or LPC. Wait.
LPCZ, yeah.
LPCZ, yeah, that's pretty good. I like that.
That's fantastic. So
Pudgy Cars.
That was great.
Good on you.
Yep. Johnny Grunwald coming on into the paddock, and again, the weather was only about 62 degrees when we started this session, and the clouds are over the racetrack as well. There is a little bit of sun coming through, which should help kind of dry off any of the moisture. It's been humid here in the mornings, and I think that was probably why we didn't see the track be crazy fast yesterday, but already up a couple of degrees, 64 now from the beginning of Group D. So it's going to continue to climb. If it keeps climbing at this rate, imagine by Group A will be almost 70.
Yeah, I could see that, and that seemed to be a better operating window, especially with Group A. We did see them pick up a bunch of time, so Group D maybe not getting the absolute perfect conditions, but yeah, it'll be interesting as Group A comes in. Even Group B, we're getting that bit of that sunlight up here now in the booth, which I mean, it's kind of welcome. It was a little chilly this morning, but it's going to develop this track quite a lot, and even getting some eyes as the clouds start to part. It looks like our front straight getting lit up pretty good as now Group C makes its way out onto track. Yeah,
things are looking good here. On the very front of this will be Uni Jai in the Porsche 718 Cayman. It's the blue and yellow car. She's third in Street GT with a 1:38.338. She's a couple seconds off the front too, but that is a podium spot if she can repeat that lap in Podium Sprint later today. There's Alexis Fergoso in the Gathers RSX. He's second place in Falcon Club TR, so that'll be him versus Mario Moroni in the Podium Sprint later. So I'm really excited to see all these drivers. They've been lapping kind of in different groups all weekend long, but when we get to Podium Sprint, everybody in the top 5 of a particular class goes out together for a 3-lap duel.
Yeah, that's going to be so exciting, and we'll be basically glued to the timing charts all the way through that. And the nice thing too, especially with kind of the production team, is they get to really focus in on them. We can watch every corner and really understand how some of these drivers are attacking this track, because there is the quote-unquote proper racing line, but I've been noticing through C, D, B, and A, everybody has a slightly different interpretation. Down in the D group, they're able to just float through those corners. They can kind of just coast through in some sections, where when we get up into A, there's a lot of hard braking, even in some spots where maybe you wouldn't expect it. And that to me has been fascinating, learning the racecraft of every single group.
And just also, the cars that you're sharing on track, there's a number of GR Supras in this group, but I mean, you're sharing track if you're in an S2000 or, an RSX in the case of Fergoso, you're on track with Model 3s and GR Supras and Corvettes, and there's a lot of speed disparity of cars making speeds in different ways, but the lap times are pretty similar. So navigating traffic, getting space to room and race, I butchered that so hard.
Yeah,
I only had one coffee this morning. Space and room to race, you need to have that here in order to go fast.
Yeah, I mean, really for the Corvettes, they're picking up so much pace through the faster sections and through our front straight, whereas something maybe like the S2000s or even the Supras are doing quite well through the corkscrew and able to get that car handled around it, whereas, the Corvettes, I mean, the Camaro, the Mustang, a little bit heavier and have to scrub a lot of speed before going into that 4-story dive.
Let's look at Fergoso in the RSX. Again, I'm a big fan of drivers that aim to have their livery sort of match historic or otherwise significant race cars through the years. I mean, Eric Cattill's Honda Civic that we see in Eibach GLTC back in the Midwest, he's got a kind of a JTCC throwback livery, and same story here with Fergoso's RSX.
I'm a big sucker for the very bright, the very bold. This one might be a little controversial. People throw characters and stuff on the side. I do like that. I think that's really neat and kind of shows the personality of the driver. Nothing against historical or heritage liveries, but for me, let's make now a time where somebody at some point will then have a heritage livery of what we're doing right now. So, I like to make history wherever we can, but recognize it whenever possible. So getting some eyes on a few supers coming around the track.
Oh, big wiggle. That was a big slide there on the braking into turn 5.
That's Luch Vi coming around to that GR Supra. So getting a little bit crazy there, and we'll see. I think we're getting. I thought I saw a pass by. It was just the wing popping through the shadows there.
And up the hill, we saw Luch V at Audubon Country Club a couple of weeks ago as well. I think it was the first round for this 131 GR Supra.
Wow, the front splitter getting pretty close to rubbing a new hole in the front end of that. But
oh, actually, is that a 39 or 38 flat for? If it is a 38 flat for Unijai, that is a 3/10 improvement for the blue Porsche Cayman. So that's a really solid lap for her. I don't know that it's going to bring her up quite to Charles Canal at a 136 flat, but if she can find a little more time, and then you have the variability that podium sprint spin for V at a turn 11.
Yeah. Turn 11 has been tough. A lot of the rear-wheel drive cars, when they're coming through there, if they're getting on power just a little bit too early, still sitting at angle, we're finding them step out pretty heavy, although that was a strange spot to step that out. Usually it's happening over the rumble strips.
Yeah, that was a little odd. Just get the thing a little bit wrong, stand the weight up on the nose a bit too much. Also keep an eye on Will Dries in the 466. Now, the car that he's battling in street class is going to be in Group B. That would be Joshua Hulka, but ooh, big wiggle there for Joe Drain in the BMW M2. That was a wiggle and a wobble.
Yeah, a few drivers trying to figure out where the traction is now on track. Group D, maybe haven't rubbered it in or warmed the track up too much, so it's kind of up to Group C to really get that racing line baked in, and especially now that the sun's really starting to come out, track temps will go up, and maybe it'll find that operating window that everybody has been battling and searching for all weekend.
Yeah, you're pushing the limit right now because you feel that the grip is out there on your warm-up lap, and maybe your tires aren't quite up to temperature yet, but you're pushing a little bit harder because you know the track is going to be quick. And if you step over that limit, that's what we're seeing with a couple of these drivers, just exploring the extra little bit. There's Josh Powers in the number 19 Chevrolet Corvette.
The hard part too is that there are corners that are fully lit up and really warm, notably coming into 9 and 10, but then it seems like 5 still a little bit in shadow, 6 maybe half and half, so you might find a lot of grip in one spot and expect it to be there, but the sun hasn't poked through, and that section of the track just a little sliddier than you were hoping for.
Yep, and Josh and Jessica Powers are on track. Jessica, the wife of Josh Powers, and sitting 4th right now. Josh Powers in 2nd. And it's been I don't even want to call it a friendly competition. It's been pretty cutthroat between that household as of late.
Yeah. Jessica working on that towel with all the excuses for Joshua why he's been beaten by his wife, and see how this goes.
Well, here they go. There's Jessica in the gray car going on by, and her license plate on the rear bumper says Josh sucks. So
this is great. This is great.
And then look at the comparison there as Jessica closes in within 0.5 of a second to Josh.
Yeah, now she's getting the flyer on this, so we'll see if she's able to close up that gap. I think so. Josh letting a lot of cars by pretty early on that, so hopefully everything is all right. We've seen both of them miss segments of sections or of time out on track, so maybe a couple of mechanicals going on.
It's the 680, I believe, of Randy Miller, Street GT M3, and that's notable because he's currently 5th, so qualified into the podium sprint as it stands, but just trying to find a little bit more time. If he could get up to a 38.7, he would be a little bit further up in the sorting for the podium sprint. Now, the seating only affects the order in which you go out, so it's not going to affect anything as far as your ability to win the event, but you'd rather go out first, probably.
Yeah. I mean, 2nd or 3rd may not be that bad, and you can potentially, chase what's going on or keep the driver in front of you a little bit inside. We get a bit of a track battle going on here.
Track battle's in the name, for sure. And there's one of the GR Supras in tow. There's a bunch of these cars in this session.
I wasn't sure if that was V out again. A couple of the Supras looking pretty familiar, or pretty similar. So
it's Chaden Lee, I want to say, the 507.
Okay.
Across the stripe there, you'll see the 507. We've got a full course yellow there, and it was Lee. See Cole Powelson in the striker. So not sure what the point or what the purpose of the yellow. I know what the point of the yellow is.
Oh, there it is, right there, just coming down the hill.
Oh yeah,
that car in the barrier.
And that is Lee Luch V.
Oh man. Yeah, so V struggling a little bit earlier on, and it looks like you can see it there in the top right of the corner of the screen. Yeah, it looks like got a little bit of wild coming out of 9. So that is no good. Hopefully everything is all right, but we're getting some cars flagged off track.
Yep. So looks like Luch is trying to back up and get that car moving again. There's a cutout right there, so this shouldn't really impact us a whole lot if V can drive away from that.
Seeing the flashes on, hopefully damage is pretty minimal, but able to get that car moving again, which is fantastic, especially shows that the mechanical damage may not be too bad. And there is the shot there, so yeah.
And there is a little damage to that car. You see the tire bundles have been pushed in slightly, but otherwise it looks fixable.
Looks mostly splitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that might prevent it from rolling. So
that's a good point. You can always reverse it out of there. I've seen that before. Drive it backwards.
So this should be a pretty quick yellow because the car is right next to a cutout, so that should help us extract it. There's a good look at Jessica Powers in the Track Mod C5 Corvette.
And there is that license plate we talked about. Now the question is, what does he have on his license plate?
That is a great question.
Yeah.
He was wearing a shirt yesterday that says, "My girl's faster than yours."
I mean, very supportive. I like to see it.
They're like simultaneously supportive and also tearing each other down. It's a spectacular dichotomy between those two.
Well, I mean, that just shows how good of friends they are, because I think with your best of friends, you're very supportive, but you're the first person to kind of go at them. So, yeah, currently sitting third, 141.9. So not too bad. Not too bad at all.
And where are we looking for the podium spread? There's a lot of track mod cars, and I think all the qualifiers are in Group A. But they're having a good battle a little bit further down the order. A lot of take for, you see a little bit of damage on the splitter, as you pointed out, and the left front fender, but I think all the suspension looks straight. So as far as going off at a place like Laguna Seca, I'd take that.
That's about the best case scenario, especially with the speed they would have been carrying into that section. So best case scenario for a bad scenario, really.
Yep. And that car is going to drive off the racetrack, so we should be able to get going pretty shortly once they put all the safety vehicles back where they need them staged.
Seeing the cloud shifting around quite a lot, so some spots that were lit up are now getting dark, and vice versa. So this is going to get really, really interesting, and hopefully the track temp evens out completely. But that's a big ask right now.
Yeah, we'll see how the things pan out here for Group C. They should have a couple more minutes, so maybe another lap or two. And again, typically, if they have a car that goes off towards the tail end of a session, they'll just throw the checker a little early. But if we get the full course yellow, that's usually an intent to give the field one more lap. But it's been sort of the case this year, Jacob, that we haven't seen drivers really go quicker on that one additional lap that they get. Sometimes you need to get in a rhythm before you can really go fast. It's not always true, but again, for the podium sprint, for track mod at least, and street mod, they don't really have a chance to get in because all the cars that are already qualified in are ahead of them in the next couple of groups. So if you don't feel like you can improve, it might just, this is your last time on the racetrack, so you might as well go back out.
Yeah, and often the, one more lap is usually when the incidents occur as well, right?
Right.
Yeah, everybody's got a story of, I'll just go one more time, one more run, one more lap, whatever, and then, yeah, unfortunately, that's often when the damage occurs. But, speaking of damage.
Right next to Jackie Ding. We got an update on him yesterday that they do intend to fix that car. It is fixable and a lot less bad than they originally thought. But as Jackie told me last night, the Eibach A86 Corolla that he had in Eibach GLTC suffered some damage at Midwest Festival. He goes, that was supposed to be the winter project, but now I've got two. So
everybody loves another project, though, right?
Well, I guess if your business is building race cars, I suppose it's not the end of the world.
No, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. So now you can see how this track is starting to light up now with that marine layer lifting up, and a little bit of conversation, a little bit of poking, probably a couple pictures, and back online to order some new parts. The nice thing is pitted up against or next to somebody who knows how to repair those parts, replace those parts, and maybe Jackie already starting to quote out a new front end for that Supra.
Yeah, of course, looks like the safety team is going to be addressing the barrier over there at the entrance to turn 10 on driver's left. So it might be a couple of minutes until they reset the tire bundles and get us back on track. And there's some blue sky poking through, as you alluded to. Clouds are shifting around. And we've gotten very lucky this weekend with the weather that we've had, because in the past we've been on an hour, 2 hour, almost 3 hour delay from that marine layer in the morning here just off of the Pacific Coast. And this weekend, other than I think the first day that we were here on Thursday morning, we had a little bit, but since then it's been gorgeous.
It was 2 years ago where it felt like it was about a mile thick over top of the track, and you couldn't actually, if you stood out on the front straight, you couldn't see more than about 10 or 15 feet in front of you. It was pretty wild. So yeah, I mean, a beautiful, beautiful weekend, and so lucky with the amount of fans coming in. You can already see everybody parked up. How many people just showed up for the morning session, which, I mean, one of the best sessions you're going to get at the weekend. People forget how incredible Sunday morning is at Gridlife events. It's very easy to be like, partied pretty hard, I'm going to sleep in a little, but really this is the time where a lot of records get broken and things get really set up for later on in the day.
Race car alarms are my favorite. And also note that this is not our last stream of the year. Last year, this was our season finale for the broadcast coverage, but we will have another broadcast in about a month's time at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. That will be our season finale for our competition series for Gridlife GT, IBOC GLTC, and the Track Battle Championship. Just for the Club TR battle alone, you should tune in, because there are 5 drivers that can win just by beating the other drivers.
That's crazy.
So it's really, really close. So make sure you tune into that and head over to grid.life to learn more. If you're in the Pittsburgh area, then you should absolutely get tickets and come out and join us. If you can't, if you're here, if you're local, you can tune in on the broadcast and join us there as well.
I mean, you could also just fly over to Pittsburgh. Go for it.
You sure can.
Yeah.
It's worth it, I would say. And if you've never been to Pittsburgh International Race Complex, used to be known as Beaver Run.
Okay.
They've changed some things, added some length to the track in recent years, and put a bunch of money into it, and it is a gorgeous facility. It's a great place for a season championship, and we're really excited to be back there again for a second year in a row as our finale. So looking forward to that, but again, it's a narrow racetrack with a lot of switchbacks and things. It's a tight racetrack, so a little bit different than WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and doesn't have the long history that this place does, but it is a great place to wrap up our season. And of course, keep your eye out for our next season plans as we get closer and closer to the winter. We do a lot of big announcements at the Performance Racing Industry Convention in Indianapolis in December, but I'd be looking out for schedules not too far in the distance.
I have heard some things, and I am already excited. So the talk in the pits about next year are pretty strong, and it'll be interesting. It'll be very, very interesting, and very, very excited for that one already. So take a look over a couple of drift cars, a couple of, full-on race cars, and talking about historic liveries. Check out that Elf livery, that FCP Euro. I mean, that's a cool one for sure.
Yeah, there's a ton of great cars in drift. We've got 2 more streamed drift sessions coming up your way. We're hoping to get Jonathan in a drift car at some point.
Oh.
So, hey, if you're in the drift paddock and you want to take our pit reporter for a ride, find him, because I'd love to get him in a car. And if we can't, we're going to stick him in the Hyundai Ioniq with Gray and Michael and go around for a chase ride. But I want to get Jonathan in a car so he can relay the experience of going for a ride. He's never been in a drift car before. What's he going to learn?
Well, he's going to learn, one, how smooth they really are, but also how violent they are. Give him the choice, the Ultimaniac, to get in the back seat. To be in the back seat of a drift car is a very different experience, because that pendulum effect is just that much stronger. And talking with Chris Forsberg about that car last night, he's telling me that it is actually faster than his pro car. That little bit of extra weight they're able to get in, and the fact that it is does not have to adhere to the rule books in FD. It's basically tubular on the front end and the rear end, means that they can do some crazy stuff. That car running a 305 width tire, so it likes to party pretty hard.
So cars are rolling here, but still behind the control of the safety car. So we're going to get them back out on track. And is this still Group B that we're seeing, or Group C rather?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, Josh's. Yeah. So they're going to get another lap or 2 as the crews over on the turn 10 entry finish up, resetting the barriers for us. We mentioned yesterday how the tire bundles around this track have been specifically placed to catch cars at those kind of perpendicular impacts. They absorb a lot of energy, and while they do a lot of damage to body work, they definitely make a softer impact than a concrete wall.
Yeah, there's not many other ways to slow a car down that effectively, and I mean, there are some other barrier technologies out there, but usually absurdly expensive. I mean, for all the right reasons, but I would much rather replace a fender than control arms and subframes and, having to take it to the frame rack and get it stretched out. So
Yeah, and again, over the years, racetracks like Laguna Seca, they've got, decades and decades of experience, and you'll note that the tires don't run all the way around the racetrack, and that's on purpose, because there are some places that you don't want tires, because with a parallel impact, they can sort of catch cars and toss them back across the road. So you'll notice here going into turn 5, that's just concrete along the ways there, and then you get to the ends of the straightaway, and that's where we're going to start to see tires. And then on the opposite side of the track out point, you'll see them up a good ways on the straight. So there's actually a lot more thought and engineering put into where barrier placements are put than you would realize at first glance. And Laguna Seca is one of those places that has put that thought in.
Yeah, sometimes the concrete is actually safer, as you chatted about with the tires. They'll often grab a car, spin it around, and sometimes can actually throw it back onto the race surface. So you'll see that those tires are usually pretty far off the racing surface, and they'll pull the car pretty dead as a perpendicular hit. But if it's a side-by-side, it kind of sucks to go into the concrete, but often it will just kind of grind that car to a halt.
Yep. And into turn 6 now. This is the corner I talked about in my track preview, Jacob. A fast left-hander that you used to enter at probably 150 to 160 miles an hour in any car with significant horsepower. And these days, it's a little bit slower entry because of the turn 5 area. So, you know, we've added a couple sections from 1988 onward, but it's certainly a fun turn with a little bit of camber.
We've seen it kind of make and break a few weekends as well. A few drivers able to get through it and really, really harness the momentum change coming through that. If your suspension is set up well and you can take the compression that comes through 6, it can launch you going all the way up the hill, and you have such a beautiful amount of momentum in a section where the car is under a ton of load. But it's also caught a few drivers out, coming in a little bit early, catching that sausage curb and throwing them for a bit of a wild ride. So it's a make or break part of the track that does not get enough conversation, but you're doing the work to let everybody know the good word of turn 6.
Well, again, I think so many racetracks, so this is more convention in Europe, but most tracks over there have names for every corner.
Yeah.
But here in the United States, it's typical that you just have sort of the corners that were added later or don't have a lot of significance to the lap. They just get a number, and then when something significant happens or there's a driver that said something crazy or did something crazy, then they get a name, and there's always history tied to it. Of course, rainy curve here as well, the Andretti hairpin, Rahal straight up from turn 6 to the corkscrew. So, but again, sometimes you just get turn 4, turn 5, turn 6.
Yeah, maybe that's a petition we can start. Let's name every turn on every race course. Right?
Well, my fun thing is when you go to tracks that don't have widely accepted turn names, like our home track at Gingerman Raceway. There are corner numbers there, but someone has named them. There are names that you can find, but no one really calls them that. So they don't have the draw necessarily of something like the corkscrew. So it's always fun. Like DJ Clark, one of my compatriots when I worked over in the SRO paddock, told me that the first turn at Circuit of the Americas is called Big Red. I never heard it called that, but I guess if he starts using it, I started using it, and if everyone starts using it, then it becomes Big Red.
Yeah, there's some fun names out there. I remember I'm trying to remember what track it was at. It was called Pucker Up, and I'm like, yeah, that's 100% true. And it's a big dive right-hander, and I'm like, yeah, I get why it's called Pucker Up. So, yeah, just let's name every corner of every track. Why not, right?
Certainly, Watkins Glen's got the inner and outer loop and the boot and the laces, and there's the 90. That's another famous corner there. Of course, it's got the generically named S's that are shared with Road Atlanta, but. Again, looks like some equipment coming off the racetrack, so maybe we'll get a green flag next time by as they work around behind the time attack safety car. This is still Group C on course. 2 more groups, then will be followed up with more of our racing action here today. It'll be Eibach GLTC and Gridlife GT Race 3 after the conclusion of this. Then we go drifting, then we go rush racing. We'll break for lunch. And then GLTC Race 4, more drift, more rush, and Podium Sprint. Yeah, Podium Sprint I'm very, very excited for. Rush has been kind of stealing the show from a lot of other races this weekend, but the whole time has been just absolutely action-packed. Yeah, we've had a lot this weekend. This has been a busy day. It's a slightly shorter operating window than we typically have, so we've had to get a little creative. That's why we've got the multi-class racing that you see, GT and Eibach GLTC. Now, there was a lot of conversation around the combination of those 2 categories into one race. There is no long-term intention of those groups sharing the racetrack. That was sort of a necessity here this weekend. But while it's been fun to watch and sort of unique, we don't plan on continuing that for next year, at least if we're not putting it in a time crunch again. So for those that are panicking about it, not worth it. But it has been fun and an interesting challenge this weekend. Yeah, I mean, I'm always down to play the contrarian. I like it. I like that it adds just a bit more of a dynamic to it. It can be frustrating for a few drivers for sure, but that's also racing, and it's not like this is something that's never happened before. We run 2 groups together. I mean, so many series are just built on that whole idea, and I don't know. I'm okay with it. There's some more discussion happening on corner names and numbers in the chat, and Dewey DeWitt says, I think they should rename turn 10 to Dang It, pronounced like DJ Alessandrini, one of our buddies in the Gridlife community. Dang it. Oh, Dewey. Oh, Dewey. That's awesome. Yeah. Missing Dewey this weekend.
Yeah, and that's tough. A driver that I've gotten to hang out with quite a few times over the years, and just a fun guy, big personality.
And he's already won the championship, so no need to drive out to California.
Come on, Dewey.
Back underway, green flag here for Group C. I wouldn't expect too much time here, so make it count as the green flag's out. See what they got.
Well, I will say is the track now pretty lit up. There's only a couple of corners I'm seeing 5 and 6 that might be in shadow. Everything else is pretty warmed up, so maybe that one lap you'll be able to get it. We've seen a couple of PBs should be flashing here pretty soon.
Yeah, curious what the weather, as far as the track temp, has come up to at this stage, because we started the day at 62 degrees Fahrenheit. It was 64 after Group D, and I'm curious now, if we get another look at the weather in a moment, if we're up into the 70s, 65. So
that must be in shadow still.
Yeah, again, and that is the nearest weather station that is estimating this latitude and longitude. So it's an estimate based on nearby weather reports, but again, I would expect to see that near 70 by the time we get to Group A.
Yeah, I don't think that's a far stretch by any means. So hopefully things tack up a little bit for these drivers, and we'll probably get that one big flyer underway here before we move things on and see what everybody wants to do at that time.
Oh man! Wow! Down the hill there for one of our is that a Club TR car?
I believe so.
Gray stickers.
I don't know if it was 740 for Alex Fregoso.
No, the Fregoso's the RSX.
Oh right, yes, thank you.
It's the Toyota 86. That's wait, hold on a second.
Yeah, I know. I got to look at these numbers there.
It should be an FRS, I would think. See that one on my list.
Time to update the spreadsheet. A lot of cars out here, a lot of things to learn, a lot of new drivers. I mean, all the drivers are pretty much new for me, but you had your homework this weekend to try and learn absolutely everybody.
You know, I think it's Flagurzi in the.
That's what it was.
Yeah, in the 786. So he was in Group D, but I think he had gotten pushed up into Group C right at the last minute, so that's why he was out. That was why I was confused. I was looking for the FRS, and it was not in C. So, and Fregoso did a 140.062. Fregoso, is that the best that he's done? No, he did a 39.9, so not far off. Will Dries at a 38.7. Where had Dries been before? 138.5.
Larry Chen with a PB, though, 139.675, so it's a little bit of a pickup there off the 140 he had previously, so a few drivers making up time.
Yeah, even in that one-lap sprint, so proving me wrong a little bit. And again, we hadn't seen, it's been sort of a 50-50 split whether a driver goes faster or not with that one-lap dash.
Why not, right? Let's go for it.
Well, again, for all these drivers, with the exception of, I think, some of the Club TR competitors, their weekend will end here. And I guess also it's true for the street class cars, because I don't think our street class has a ton of drivers in the next group. But for everyone in the track mod and street, I don't want to even say street GT, track mod and unlimited and street mod cars, their weekend will end in this session. Because there's enough of those cars in the next two groups that Podium Sprint will already be full.
Yeah, and hey, we hope you stick around and catch the rest of the races, or just hang out next to the trailer with all your friends and enjoy the last few hours that Gridlife has to offer here at Laguna Seca.
It's going to go by quick, so if you would like to make sure that you don't miss the next broadcast, if you're watching on YouTube, give it a subscribe. They got a nice big red button for you. And I think our stats show that about 60% of people who watch the broadcast are not subscribed. You want to make sure that you are not missing free live streamed racing action.
Yeah, make sure to turn on that notification bell for all notifications so you get that little pop-up every time that we decide to go live.
Yeah, Gray, who's our designer here at Gridlife, had a really cool graphic he built that sort of shows our live stream off when it's shared on social media.
Okay.
And it says, yeah, I mean, it's a free live stream. You're missing out. Click this link. And I thought that was really cool. It's free motorsports action. I'm a big fan of racing. I watch a lot of racing, but man, the amount of streaming services and things that you have to own or rent or buy or be subscribed to. YouTube, free. Hello, have fun. Yeah. Enjoy the day.
And you can jump in the chat and comment with people and discussions. We like to keep that pulled up and, you know, meet like-minded people, ask some questions, and give your input on corner names.
And the more of you that watch, the easier it gets to make it free. I'll say that too,
exactly.
Please. And do us a favor. Our car's on course now, and this will be Group B. And we're going to head up into the very pointy end of our street class. This is going to be Joshua Halka in the 777. He's the top seed in Podium Sprint there. We'll have a good representation from our street mod and track mod competitors here, as well as some representation from Unlimited and Super Unlimited. The cars work their way around here, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. This is where you start to see drivers have to really make warm-up laps to get their tires up to temp. And the fastest time in Group B is a 1:33.629. Just shows you that everyone in Group A is a 33.6 or better. So in this group, a handful of cars we'll keep our eyes on. You see that Mazda MX-5 Miata out there as well. That is Chris Watson, the 237, a past competitor here. We'll also have the pointy end of our Street GT Championship, Mark Kilgore. There's a look at Watson in that MX-5, but keep an eye on Kilgore and Charles Canal, two BMW M4s at the front of Street Class. Chris Watson dragging the brake on the run up to the corkscrew. That's the other thing. We talked about warming up tires, but also if you got really aggressive track brake pads, sometimes, Jacob, it's nice to have a little bit of temperature built up into those before your first flying lap.
Yeah, you want to get everything just dialed in, sorted, make sure you're tight in the belts, everything else. And because, yeah, when you come around 11, when you come around that last turn that you know immediately, okay, this is it, and we're going in. There's getting some tires warmed up for sure. So more or less letting us know the track temps are very, very close, but vehicle's still requiring a little bit more work, a little bit more heat into the treads before they really want to get out there on the flyer. But man, that's got to be a strange feeling. Coming around 11, staring down that massive straight and just going, okay, this is it, let's go for it.
Yeah, there's some scary spots on this racetrack where even on the front straightaway through this turn 1 kink under the flag stand that you can't actually see the end of the straight. You come sailing over that, in that case for Watson's car, about 140 miles an hour, and you don't even know where the braking zone is until you crest that hill and start looking for your marker. It all happens in a hurry. And Group B underway, first time lap.
Yeah, there's a lot of blind spots on this track, and gotta have that confidence. A lot of drivers opting to run a ton of sim, and sim has come down so much in price, and your availability to do it on a multitude of platforms is fantastic, and I think it's just made racing that much better. You can put in thousands of laps before you ever show up and try a bunch of different things with the car and see how things line up, and I really do think it's fast-tracked a lot of development and setup when it comes to these vehicles before they even put tire to tarmac at the beginning of the weekend.
There's Alex Bernstein in the 219 BMW. That thing's awful pretty, and he's been put on a show for us in that track mod category. Quick note there on Group B, and the way the podium sprint works, again, top 5 move on. We don't have any cars getting eliminated, or there's no cut line, I should say, in this group. For track mod and street mod, if you're in this group, you're going to be eliminated unless you massively improve. And then for Street GT and Street, it's the first and second and first cars in their class, so they're not necessarily going to get bumped. So we're not going to have any cut line drama here, but certainly an opportunity for drivers to make up big time and potentially have a shot at the podium sprint.
Yeah, it's it's just how the timing lays out, but also we've seen heroes emerge. It's happened on multiple times where someone who may be a little bit further down and just has everything come together, and that one magical lap that drivers just lose sleep over and spend nights and nights in the garage just to try and hopefully have that one magical lap that they're just all fighting for.
Chris Watson's within 0.4 of a second of his PB on his first lap of the session, so that will tell me that he'll likely improve. Ravi Mirage of the LS3 BRZ. We heard about this car, BMW DCT transmission, so he's just paddle shifting this gearbox. With an LS3 and a BRZ chassis, that's probably a pretty ripe combination.
Yeah, it's got to be a ton of fun and just hopefully a very easy vehicle to drive with kind of everything you could want on it, good wing setup on it, and he is absolutely hunting down that Supra, waiting for that flyby.
Oh, man. I think he was probably hoping for a point by there, didn't get it. He's going to chase the Supra down the hill. And when you look at Toyota's lineup, these cars are separated by a pretty significant margin in pricing. But again, this you drop an LS3 in that BRZ, all of a sudden it's a super killer. Yeah,
really, really is, and great balance in that vehicle. And their wheelbase are not that far off from each other, all things considered. As we talked about yesterday, the Supra feels like it should be a much bigger car than it actually is.
And Gary Wong, PB for him in the 288 car, 133.793 is a 1/10 pickup for him. Here comes Mirage under the start gantry there and picks up to 134.3, about 0.4 off of his best of the weekend. And for, let's see, Bernstein at a 134.136 in the 219. That car, the 133.995. So just shy of his PB.
Yeah, man, we're the times are picking up pretty quick. So hopefully they continue to fall and this becomes a bit more of a dramatic session than we were originally anticipating.
Well, here's Murray Maroney headed down the hill here in the 727. Canal and Street GT just matched his PB of the weekend, but let's see what Maroney's got in this Honda Civic. Again, for him, 137.971 was his best of the weekend. Let's see what he's got. He's sort of the only Club TR car in this group. He's coming here to hopefully just do a layup on the rest of the Club TR field before pit race. Across the stripe for Maroney. We'll get Club TR on the screen here. That was the previous track record. That time through was a 39.4 though, so maybe this lap will be quicker.
Yeah, maybe. I did see that Halka just put in a great heater of a lap, 136.525, so not quite beating his best time so far. No, still a few tenths off, but picking up time pretty quick.
There's Sean Bassett in the unlimited Datsun Z. We've seen that car a number of times. He was at Pikes Peak this year, had some transmission issues all week and didn't really end up getting them fully resolved. But here he is. He's been doing lots of laps this weekend.
Yeah, getting a lot of time. An absolutely beautiful car. I had a moment to kind of check out some of the aero and how it's all integrated into the body. It is incredibly well thought out. So I didn't get a chance to really chat him up a bit to understand all of it, but got a few photos for the Instagram a little bit later on.
It is one of the prettier cars out there, I have to say. It looks like an unlimited class car. Yeah,
it really does. You can still tell what what's going on underneath of it, but very, very much feels unlimited.
So we saw Mark Kilgore also behind, but Bassett plunges down the corkscrew there. Kilgore seems to be off of a flying lap. Maybe you're just setting up for another quick one here to defend from Charles Canal, who just matched his PB, as I mentioned, in a low 136. And keeping an eye on Maroney again as well. He's the only driver other than Josh Halka that I think is poised for a record time. The Street GT cars are still about 3 seconds off this weekend. It's been hard to chase down Volkel's time in that C8 Corvette from last year. That was just a lightning fast lap.
Yeah, that's one of those magic laps that we talked about where everything just comes together, but it's could happen. It's always a possibility that somebody just finds that line and everything comes together for them. But
Murray Maroney coming back around. I didn't see if he was still on a flyer or not, but if we do see him, you'll see the green wipe at the bottom of the screen. It'll be a 37, or have to be a 37 to improve. Love this kind of forest green on the BMW paint codes.
M4 is just another beautiful chassis coming out of BMW. They've really been nailing it lately.
That car dropping down the hill here. Tracking out a little wide. Looks like he's might be on a cool down. Maybe apexing pretty late.
Yeah, he's taking a slightly different line than maybe what we would have expected. But
is that the 182 of Canal also? So yeah, so that, sorry, the 168 of Hao Zhou, and 7th in Street Mod as it stands.
It's not the perfect weekend, but still having a good time and just off of that sprint. So. Not sure where that cutoff is, be able to pick up that kind of time if that seems realistic, but at some point it just becomes your personal best for the weekend.
Yeah, and that's all you're shooting for here in these street mod and track mod entries in this particular group. This is going to be the end of your weekend, so one last chance to improve, and you'll still get points as long as you're in the top 20 of your class, although there are enough street mod cars that you could theoretically not earn any points. So, and there's a look at the track mod and street mod classes together. And we still have a number of those cars coming up in Group A, so all these cars will be eliminated. And that's a long list of cars. Yeah. How deep is your class that you can basically eliminate, 10 to 15 of each?
Just got eyes there on Chris Watson going around in the Miata.
Here's Maroney again. We were waiting to see if he was on another flyer. He went fast very early in the weekend, and sort of since then, hasn't been much of a story on this Honda Civic. I'm not exactly sure what he's been trying to do to keep up with it and make improvements, but Maroney comes out of the last corner. We'll see what Club TR's got for us here again. Last driver on the field here in the Falcon Club TR group across the stripe, and a 39.4 still, no pickup that time through.
Yeah, so it's kind of plateauing at this point in time, but for a lot of these drivers that we said, their last hurrah here at Laguna Seca for the year. And hopefully they, start marking their calendars, booking their flights and hotels, and get everything sorted for next season. So it's, I mean, he's still got one more race for a lot of them, but a few of these drivers local, so, you know, we're trying to convince as many West Coasters to make the trip over. East Coast is it's pretty great. There's another ocean over there. If you didn't know, you can take a look at it. It's quite nice.
Sure is. Little dust cloud here. And here comes Chan in the 668 BMW. I love the purple color on this car. Sky Chan under the bridge here. Will he improve? He will not, but he's at a 33 now. And his best time was a 34.2, so pretty big pickup this morning for him, and I think he'll be happy with that.
Yeah, little shorter wheelbase on the 2 Series over kind of the bigger M4, so maybe not a massive advantage here, but could cut the line a little bit more going through the corkscrew, but yeah, just another spot.
Here's Joshua Halka. So take a quick look at Mark Kilgore's times, because he's been, is that not quite, 35.9. He was in the 35.2s yesterday. Here's Joshua Halka, Street Class Championship leader. This car makes a boatload of power, and that's the car that Will Dries has been chasing all weekend long. And best time for Halka so far this weekend has been a 36.2, so he's right on that now. Big rotation heading down into the corkscrew. This car's looked very good through this portion. Just rotates on the nose. And new track record, Falcon Club TR, 137.586 for Mario Moroni by 0.4 of a second. Wow. And proves it. We were waiting for it all weekend long after the opening session on Friday, but here he is. Again, resets that record. No one was going to challenge him for it anyways, but he's doubled down.
Wow, yeah, we were hoping and waiting and expecting, and then finally pulled it off. And we'll see what Halka's got on his flyer coming around. Is it going to be a record? I'm not entirely sure, but looked like he was pushing that pace. So
36.525 stays put there.
Yeah, I'm not sure where he can pick up those last couple of tenths in that car, because he seems to be really pushing. Might be through some of these slower sections, like the Andretti hairpin, just not going with as much pace as he could be.
So for the drivers in Club TR and Street Class in particular, is there maybe some caution that they should take going into Podium Sprint? Their qualifying times in some cases are seconds ahead of their next competitor. They should be much faster. But remember that we reset and we wipe the times going into Podium Sprints. That means, you know, it wouldn't be that dramatic if, you know, we kept the lap times and it was just a chance to improve it, because you're not typically going to go faster in the afternoon. So we wipe the times. We start over when we get to Podium Sprint. Now, if you're seconds ahead of your next competitor, how hard are you going to push? Because if you go 4 tires off or you break something, you're done and you don't win the event, even though you might have had the fastest time.
Yeah, that's tough. I think, I mean, a lot of these drivers are going to find the edge. They're going to figure out exactly what they're able to do, given the conditions that are as similar as possible. So that would have happened yesterday. And then kind of go, okay, this is how far I can take this corner. Here's the absolute last spot that I can break, the last spot I can turn in, and you just got to come back a little bit. And with 3 laps, like, you really don't have the time to answer back. So one of the disadvantages of being one of the first ones through is you're going to set that lap, and everybody else may have an indication as to what it's going to be, and they can kind of battle back through it. So tough to say. Are the drivers allowed to run any radios back to the pits to be able to keep track?
Yeah, you can run a radio, and some drivers have done that in the past. And Josh Halka, 36.4, that is a pickup for him, and still not quite his PB.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can run a radio, and actually the way that we used to do Podium Sprint was 1 car at a time, and there was times that you could sit in the pit lane and drivers would watch the stream and kind of know what they were going for. But that's taken away now because we run it as a group format. So you're sort of all out there on the track together. You have 3 laps to play with. Some drivers have tried to sort of gamify it with maybe I'll only do 1 hot lap, or maybe I'll do just the 2nd and 3rd lap, or maybe I'll do lap 1 and 3 with a cool down in between. But at the end of the day, I think if you have a car that can run 3 good laps, you start with a banker, you get a good, decent lap in that you know will be competitive, and then you start to turn up the wick. But you have to stay under your limit of adhesion, because the expectation is perfection. If you make a mistake, you go off, you cause a hazard for other cars, you're deleted from the competition.
Yeah, I could see the 1-3 strategy might work out the best, at least just from the initial thought. And these drivers have spent significantly more time thinking about it than I have. But yeah, go out, get that banker, maybe have the cool down so you're able to get things into that operating window, and then go for that last push and hope that you don't mess it up. But yeah, leaving it to literally the last lap, that is a mental exercise. As we get back here to Halka, who's taking another dive through the corkscrew, but coming off throttle, it seems, through the latter half of this track. So maybe not. Tough to say. He's got just 1 car out in front that the Miati's got to contend with, but
I think they'll probably both come back to pit lane here, but to check it out, and they will do just that. So Joshua Halka doesn't quite pick up, but he still is a fair bit ahead of Willem Dries in the 466 Hyundai Elantra N. As we get ready to roll here. Cars are down on pit lane, and the next group is Group A, and this is where we're going to have some eliminations take place. Now, it's not going to be represented by all of our classes because we've seen the Pointy Street and Street GT and Club TR and Club SC. So we will see the front of Track Mod, Street Mod, and Unlimited, as well as Super Unlimited here. So what that means is for the Street Mod cars, we're going to take a look at the cut line. It's going to be, at the moment, Jamie Santos was going to be the cut line. It's Mike Reyes, actually. So correction, because we haven't had anyone go faster than a 33.6. Everyone in Street Mod is going to make it.
Wow.
But let's talk about Track Mod, because that will not be the case. Chris Boersma has a 132.9. He needs to beat a 131.8 to get in.
Get my pencil ready here. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be a little hectic through this session, so we appreciate. We're going to do our absolute best to keep on it, but considering we did see a track record broken on that last session, I expect some big things out of Group A here, and we'll try and keep track of where everybody is at. But until the session is completely over, we can't announce anything too official, so play along at home, have your timing up, and we'll buckle up for what is sure to be a very, very spicy Group A coming out on track right now. So cars getting everything warmed up, and it won't be long before these flyers start hitting.
No, and I think, you know, as far as the track records for Unlimited, we're going to likely see Mike Dussault be back out on track here, maybe go for a 121. There he is. Ryan Redukel is out there as well in that MX-5 Miata. Bailey Woods and Callan Spence will be going head-to-head for the Track Mod track record, and Callan Spence has reset that a couple of times this weekend, currently sitting at a 126.381 in that 2GR Lotus Elise, the green and yellow car that's on track. I haven't quite seen where it's lined up just yet. Maybe it already went by the camera shot.
Yeah, I didn't catch it either, but yeah, really coming out and just kind of becoming a hero of the track really quick here, and making his presence known. It's been incredible to watch.
Looks like a Formula One qualifying with all the weaving that we've got with tires getting up to temp here.
No, this is really, really good to see, and it lets you know just how serious they're taking it. So I wouldn't be shocked to see a couple of drivers start to spread out. Once we get that flag going, once they come through 11 and get on that straightaway, that is when the action is going to begin. And they're running fairly close. I'm kind of shocked. I would expect them to fall back maybe a little bit, give each other a bit more room. But I think that competitive edge in every driver is like, okay, I got to make sure that I get my spot in, and we'll see as we can already get the sounds of a few engines popping off and revving up, coming into 11 and down that straight.
Man, big engines, love the sounds. Bailey Woods under the flag stand. The Nissan GDI Leaf Store under the bridge as well, headed down to the first corner and the Andretti hairpin, and he's got a 129.434 that he's searching for on improvement in the Unlimited class as well. So we'll keep an eye out. Super Unlimited, Unlimited, Track Mod, then Street Mod, the four classes that are of relevance in this session. And there is a look at Mike Dussault in the number 70, Ryan Redukel. There's Bailey Woods. I don't see Callan Spence on the road. Doesn't need to be out here this morning.
No, maybe just hanging tight for the time, and we'll get him out a little bit later on. But let's see, as we are about halfway through this first flyer for most of these drivers. Coming up through 6, Bailey doing a good job, looking very tidy coming up the hill. And any of those cars, the big splitters up front, expect to see a few sparks coming down through this section. We'll get that possibly here. Ooh, bit of a correction coming over top. Saw that wheel, that inside wheel get a little strange. Not entirely sure what happened on that part of the track.
Yes, Bailey Woods coming down the hill here towards turn 10. And again, on his flying lap right now, first of the session. Here he comes into turn 11. Throttling up, Ryan Redukel ahead of him. We'll watch these will be Unlimited Track Mod cars, so Dussault, not quite a PB, but a solid first effort. Redukel at a 130.3, and we should see Woods go to the top of Track Mod. For now, he does, 129.47, and that's within 0.6 of his PB for the weekend. So good first laps. I would have thought maybe, ooh, that's actually Storer's best, isn't it?
Yeah.
By 2 seconds in the GTR.
That's a big pickup. So Storer doing a great job in previous sessions, but having a couple of moments, and now tidying everything up and really getting locked in on that lap.
And Ryan Redukel, we got the cameras on him again. Big story this weekend, replacing a motor overnight. Let's see Luca Barberis at a 131.3 very early in the session. His best so far this weekend is a 130.3. That was a lightning fast lap time for his GR Supra.
Cal Fortner picking up a bit of time. I'm pretty sure that doesn't look like a
32.055 for Cal. And so that's about a half a tenth of a second.
Yeah, so they're picking up time really, really quick here.
Dropping down through the corkscrew, a little wiggle for Redukel. He's got Bailey Woods charging up behind him. He's actually going to let Woods go on by there through Rainy Curve.
Let's see. I mean, had a bit of an overpower and kind of a snap oversteer coming through the corkscrew a little bit earlier on, but keep eyes here on Bailey one more time. See if they're able to pick up as much speed as possible coming through the section. Had a great pass there a little bit earlier on in the session. Ooh, seen a car pulling off on the front straight just before one. So will we get a yellow flag out for that now? The upside for Bailey past that section might be able to get this flyer done.
It's too sold, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
And I really hope this is a simple fix for him, because there's been a couple times where he's been really, really fast in qualifying, but wasn't able to compete in podium sprint because of a mechanical issue.
Well, and that becomes that war of attrition. You put down 6 sessions, you're really, really pushing for Dussault, holding a crazy, crazy time so far, 125.403. Yeah, just that car can take some wear, and unfortunately it seems like it's starting to show up in the worst possible moment. Now, there is a bit of time before the sprint, so as you alluded to, hopefully it's a very, very quick fix. We can see Mike get back out there and battle for that top spot.
And there's the full course yellow.
No, so Bailey gonna have to bail out of this lap, which looked really, really good through the session, and that's the hard part with it. You got to try and get those laps banked in as early as possible. Callan Spence did a great job of that in a previous session this weekend. Came out, hit that flyer, and absolutely crushed before packing it back in. I didn't see Callan back out as of yet.
So headed up the hill is a handful of other cars that we've been keeping our eyes on. A couple of Corvettes on track, but there's still a little bit of time, I think, for us to go back out for maybe one more go at it here. But Luca Barberis was only 0.3 off a potential track record and improvement. But again, he's really ahead of most of his competition.
Yeah, and kind of competing for a bit different of a race for him, going for that track record, but got a lot of things pretty locked in when it comes to the actual placement before we get into the sprint. As we talked about, things can change pretty quick in the sprint. Drivers take different pressure very, very differently. Some of them really come alive to that section, as now we're getting a safety truck out there to give Mike a bit of a tug. So.
Yeah, it shouldn't really be a long time, because they can just pull right in the end of the pit lane there. So I would expect to get a green flag next time by. The safety car is at turn 5.
Okay. World-class facility, world-class track staff here, and they know exactly what they need to do, and there's
did he get power?
No, I think he just didn't want to be dragged through the dirt.
Okay.
Yeah. That splitter runs pretty low, so coming off of the track and then back onto it, there's a good chance to be tearing off some very, very expensive bits.
So the car that is really in trouble position here is Chris Boersma, that K-tuned Civic. Now, he has a 32.9, as we mentioned earlier. What's that?
Might have gotten power on that.
Yeah, I thought he had rolled out under his own power for a moment and had gotten it refired once they put the hook on him here, so he might just be able to drive back around.
Okay. So in a case like this, he would have to. Would they flip him back into the pits, given everything, or?
Yeah, I'm sure they would just turn him around rather than have him drive around.
Yeah. All right, happy to see him fire back up. Hopefully nothing too crazy. I mean, very tough to diagnose what's going on from here, given all that.
Yeah. So Boersma, like we talked about, a 32.9 was his PB for the weekend. The car that he's battling is Cody Bulkley for podium sprint contention. He'd have to get a 131.8. So that is a full second faster than he's gone so far this weekend. Bulkley has actually reset that now, that cut line to a 131.6. So it's a 131.6 that Chris Boersma will have to get to participate in podium sprint.
That is going to be tough. So he is Absolutely praying right now that we get this green flag going pretty quick. And the hard part, too, with that pace car out there, people are going to be stacking up. So I think he only had Cal Fortner in front of him. So that should be all right for him to be able to stretch his legs. Cal, very, very quick around here. Another driver that kind of needs to pick up a bit of time as well. Cal not really getting a representative lap on the board so far. Currently sitting on a 1:32.055. Graphics flash at the perfect time. That doesn't happen often, but yeah. So Cal's got to get out there and really put that time down as well. So now we get Jeremiah getting ahead of pit lane.
Yeah. So they've released cars from pit lane, which tells me that they're going to let them loose. Now, I didn't see, did we actually deploy the safety car at all? I thought we had one up at 5.
I do think so. I thought I saw the Miata out there stacking everybody back up.
I haven't seen it come down the hill yet toward, well, there it is.
Right there.
It was actually the car leading everyone out of the pit lane. So now they're going to get them probably one flying lap. Get your gap, Jacob. Don't sit right behind the driver ahead of you and expect to get a nice clean lap right out of the gate. I would like to build a gap here. You don't have to stay glued to the back bumper of the car ahead of you like you do in a safety car in our wheel-to-wheel series. You're allowed to slowly and carefully generate a gap. You can't just sit still and sit still on the racetrack. But, you know, you see, I think, is that Luca Barberis there? Or that's Isaac Torres, I believe, in that GR Supra. Just getting his own little gap. That's totally fine.
What I'm wondering, I swear Boersma was stacked up behind Cal and not Bailey, so I'm hoping they didn't pull off track. We'll have to see here. Maybe I mean, we've seen a lot of racing, we've seen a lot of cars, and like I said, I'm still learning everybody, but we'll have to see what happens now. It's a good spot for Bailey being behind Cal. Cal's going to have an open air. I expect a big flyer out of him on this one.
I'm a little interested in this, though, because Cal Fortner's best time is slower than Bailey Woods. So if I'm Bailey, I would like to leave more gap than this.
Yeah. There's still half a track left. Maybe get through the corkscrew, then start to back things up and go from there.
Yeah, and the other thing is I don't think they're going to get more than one lap here just to stay on schedule. So it's just going to probably be a green with an immediate checker.
Wow, okay.
So the next time around at least. So it's not like you can take a lap to build your gap once you're underway. And you can't pass under yellow either. So you can sort of self-reorder it. If Cal Fortner were to pull over and point you by, they've been a little bit looser with that, sort of reorder for safety. But
yeah,
it's not quite like you'd experience in GLTC where you're not allowed to pass under any circumstances. But again, I'm not sure that Bailey Woods is in the best spot. He doesn't really need to improve, though. He's already going to podium sprint. Cal Fortner's going to podium sprint. It's really the 33 of Boersma that I think is in a bit of a tight spot here.
Yeah, and haven't been able to get eyes back on Boersma to see where he's sitting currently on track, but there goes Cal.
And then look at the gap that Bailey built. So that'll be plenty of gap. That was well done, well executed by all those drivers there. They should be fine. And down into Andretti hairpin, Fortner leads the way. You see Bailey kind of shoot for that first apex, treating it like a true double apex in that big BMW, and throttling up now on a flying lap.
Yeah, so Boersma, I really do think big story right now to have to battle back in to get that spot, and it's going to get really interesting. We've seen a few more drivers coming through that Andretti hairpin. A few drivers really need this lap, and a few more just getting the practice in. So we'll keep an eye on timing once they finish things up, and shot back to Bailey. Done a great job, as you talked about, getting that open air behind Cal. And I mean, I will say Cal's kind of been notorious for having great flies with a lot of sparks coming up over the hill.
Yeah, he's got big rub blocks under that splitter to keep it from stalling out. Bailey Woods using all the road up to that outer white line, climbing up towards the corkscrew there in street mod and track mod. Two drivers that we'll see compete later to try to earn a trophy and go home with some hardware.
Good job through there. Nice and tidy for Bailey. And yeah, interested to see how fast Cal's going to be able to get around this. But Bailey, I mean, getting that gap closed up pretty quick, so that might be an indication that Cal's not on the fastest lap that he's had all weekend. But you never know, coming through our last section, how they're going to hold things through 11. Cal hard on the brakes, gets back on the power, little touch of squirreliness, but then Bailey right back behind that Mercedes.
And under the gantry, there's the checkered flag. Cal Fortner picks up 131.602. That is a huge pickup for him. Bailey Woods runs a 128.4. That is a pickup for him as well. Nicely done to both those gentlemen out front in street mod and track mod.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out now for Boersma to see where they stack up, given that the one lap shootout to kind of get back into the race, really.
That puts Fortner as the second seed unless Anderson can knock him back down. So you see the cars on the ticker as they are. That is Opio Oladipo is going to go ahead of Torres, but other than that, that is going to be your lineup for Street Mod come Podium Sprint later today. Well done by Fortner on that lap.
Yeah. It's under pressure, he drives so well. He's able to kind of lock in and get his head straight and just put down the exact lap that he needs to, and a great job there from Cal Fortner.
And then for Bailey Woods as well to pick up on his PB. Now, at a 28.4, he still needs another 2 full seconds to take down Callan Spence in Podium Sprint. That's a lot to ask, but again, with the variability of Podium Sprint, we've seen a huge shakeup and upsets and all sorts of things. So it's going to be a dogfight later today. Excited to see it all throw down. And in Super Unlimited as well, Jeremiah Burton, he's gone faster than that. So has Powelson, I think. Powelson, that was earlier in the session. No, that was actually Powelson's PB. Okay. So we should see those drivers out there a little bit later today. Let's look at our results here for our track battle groups, because it all started with the battle in Falcon Club SC between Mike Jansen and Sam Dooling. Those two drivers have really put on a show for us this weekend, but it'll be Jansen over Dooling heading into Podium Sprint later today in Falcon Club TR. It's been Mario Moroni all weekend long over Alexis Fragoso. Those two are going to throw down later. Jared Ramirez getting closer for second place. And looking up into street class, Joshua Halka and Willem Dries. That's the conversation. That's the story. Rafael Guerrero is up there in the mix. Luke Lederman, Jeremy Eaton will make a showing. And then in Street GT, Mark Kilgore and Charles Canal and Uni Jai, big pickup for her, and she could maybe take advantage of that variability. And then in Street Mod, we just saw a big shift and shuffle with Cal Fortner jumping up into second place, second seed right behind Luca Barberis, all trying to take down a GR Supra. In Track Mod, though, it was Bailey Woods that led the session, but he'll be chasing Callan Spence. Cody Bulkley's there. Alex Bernstein should be in there as well, but Chris Boersma is just going to miss out by virtue of Callan Spence being in. And then we're going to look at Unlimited. It's going to be Leaf Storer, the quickest of the session. Mike Dussault's qualified in. Hope whatever is broken, he can get sorted. Ryan Radukel and Joshua Briggs will be a conversation piece later today. And Super Unlimited, of course, we'll see all these cars in that show. We'll have a look at our highlights here from this morning's session. We had a little bit of everything. Nice cool weather to start. The track temperature heated up here, but we kicked things off in Group D, and it was that Club SC battle that we've been excited to see.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, you can never forget about Group D, Group C, any of that, because crazy things like this can happen. You see a Fit decide to go all Subaru, go a little bit off-roading, and it was an incredible session. And I mean, I'm very, very excited to see how these things stack up now for the sprint.
Moved up to Group C, and then we saw some Club TR fighting there. A little wiggle there from Lelouch V. That ended up poor later in the session with a full course yellow for that car getting off course. You see it right here. Got into the left front corner, into the tire bundles, but after a bit of a track reset, the car's got one more lap to improve, and some drivers were able to take advantage of that. Some weren't, but again, most of these drivers eliminated in their respective categories before Podium Sprint later this afternoon. There's the LS3 BRZ of Ravi Mirage. Been a fun car to watch here this weekend. Mario Moroni reset the Falcon Club TR record again. Yeah. Top seed for that class in Podium Sprint.
Yeah, Moroni has just been absolutely throwing down and then resetting everything. And now we get into our next group here, where the action was pretty crazy, and we did get a bit of a delay in that session just to try and restack cars up as a vehicle needing a tow off. But yeah, there's our shot there. So hopefully that is nothing too crazy. We see him back out, and then Bailey throwing down one more time with a crazy track time, and see how that lays out, if they can get that repeated for our sprint race later today.
Yeah, Podium Sprint, the next track battle session. It's going to be the Gridlife Touring Cup and Gridlife GT race coming up next.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Welcome back to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. It is now time for the third race of the weekend for our Gridlife GT and IBOC Gridlife Touring Cup Championships. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettins. It's Jonathan Grace down on the pit lane. And Jacob, real quick here, we've been thrilled to be here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, one of the most spectacular road courses in the world, and are excited to get our third of our 4 races underway in this multi-class format.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, now that we're into the wheel, it gets very, very interesting. And with the multi-class, we've already seen how traffic can play havoc for both of them. I mean, GT getting that lap around and catching up the back of TC, and it's a great time.
Yep, and we're excited to see this track map again. This 4-story drop through the corkscrew, then rainy curve, and coming all the way back around to turn 10 and 11. Prime passing opportunity here, but we're going to roll through our starting lineup because the cars are making their way up around turn number 6. Remember that we'll have a split start for these groups, and as we get the cars on track there's the IBOC GLTC field. Let's have a look here at our starting lineup for this race. And on the front row of GT, it's Hans Horpedal and Max Lasovsky in the number 76. In row number 2, it's going to be followed by Charles Spence in the number 9 and Anthony Scafuto in his number 87 Chevrolet Camaro, followed by Rob Tushofsky. And Colin King will not be starting this race. That's what we've heard just last minute here. And then in the GLTC group, it's Justin Ross and Baton Rosenberg on that front row.
Yeah, and then getting into row 2 for TC, Joe McGuigan and Tony Rodriguez in 3rd and 4th respectively. Moving to 5th and 6th, Anthony Zwain and Peter Zhang. Taking in row 3, it moves us to row 4 for 7th and 8th, and Oscar Jackson, Abdul Osmani, doing a great job for both those drivers, hoping to move up a little bit. But row 5, Jason Lapid and Michael Helio takes us to row 6.
Yeah, Jonathan Lugod and Christopher Rosales are in row number 6, 11th and 12th, and it's Anthony Dominici and Asmaf Muhammad, 13th and 14th. Then that is followed by Daniel Geraldo and Eric Javier in the 16th spot here, and then it's 17th Sergio Orestes and Devin Markert in 18th. As the GT field comes out of the final corner, it's time to go racing at Gridlife Laguna in Gridlife GT and IBOC GLTC race number 1. Here we go. Time to get it underway. Race 3 of 4, and we're green at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Yeah, we've already seen this stack up and this start get pretty hairy, so can everybody keep it nice and clean? So Hans Horpedal's got to really hang on to that lead to that first part, and it doesn't look like we're seeing any major dive bombs. We've got 3 wide coming through turn 2, though. Now they start to spread out and separate as the 2 leaders really pulling a stretch, and then TC right behind them.
And that's a great launch by Baton Rosenberg on the outside of the Falcon Corvette. 3 wide in the middle is Peter Zhang on the run down to the Andretti hairpin. Rosenberg clears Ross for the lead, but Ross tucks in tight there, and that second apex is going to try to wrestle that lead back.
Yeah, nice and tidy so far, but I mean, I think I saw almost 4 cars wide coming through the latter half of turn 2, and now the cars starting to sort themselves out, find that pacing, and will they keep it tidy through the first lap and then start to get into a bit more of an order and start, this is where we start getting the dives.
Yep, and see Jordan Wisely there in the number 7 Veloster having a look at Spence in the Lotus Exige. Into turn 6, the Lotus bottoms out there on the curbing. That'll give Wisely a huge run to the outside. Look at that Veloster go to the outside. It looks like you could put the Lotus in the trunk of that thing.
Yeah, the size difference is incredible, and that small bottom out created a massive opportunity for the Veloster.
3 wide on the run to 6. Peter Zhang's in the middle of it. They get it sorted. That was Lapid in the 3, actually Hilo and Lapid in the 350Zs, and Zhang crosses him over on the run to the corkscrew. That was dicey.
Yeah, not a spot that you want to be 3 wide, not even 2 wide going into that section. Now we'll see if TC is able to handle into our corkscrew, and looking pretty good so far.
Oh, big clobber down the corkscrew there with the 94 of Jonathan Lugod. Big slip and slide there. And look at the lead here. Rosenberg has it, but here comes Justin Ross. And right behind him, I think, is that Rodriguez or McGuigan? I think it's Rodriguez in the 120, right on the tailpipes of Ross's 272. Bunch of M3s. Look at them all hunting down Matan Rosenberg there.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of change in leadership coming out of 11 down this straight, just trying to get the traction down, trying to get the power to the tarmac to be able to do it. And it was a great job there from Rosenberg, who was able to hold on to it. A very, very slippery Corvette coming through that faster section. He's got to get as much of a lead as he can, because we already know that Justin Ross able to pick up a bit of time through the tighter sections.
And Lasovsky is sitting in second place right behind Hans Horpedal. He was right on the tailpipes of the 77 on the first lap, but has dropped back just a touch on the opening moments of this. And into 6, clobbering the compression there, and throttles up towards the corkscrew.
Yeah, right now Horpedal doing a great job of maintaining that lead and extending it out as far as possible, and it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle, both, I mean, just in general, with this track having so much of an elevation change for Lavosky, who's keeping things pretty tidy, but it's going to need to pick up a lot of pace to be able to take over Horpedal, who's just absolutely on one. We got a bit more of a stack up, a few more wide going up our hill. Drivers are really electing to use that section to try and get a pass in.
This looks like Michael Hilo alongside the 19 of Abdul Osmani down into the corkscrew, a little side-by-side. That's tough math, but they sort it. A little bit of a skid behind. You heard Jason Lapid's car sideways.
Doing a good job hanging in there, taking the inside line. Can he hold on to it? This is a head-to-head battle. Go for the sweep back through 10.
Oh, look at that move. Hilo's going to be on the outside now. Tough to make that work. Maybe he can over-under Abdul. You see Lapid popping back into the group as well as they come up onto the front straightaway. Hans Horpedal well ahead now. Lasovsky putting a good distance on him as Rosenberg crosses the line. Half a second clear of Ross. Rodriguez, Wayne, McGuigan, the rest of your top 5. And here's a look at your top speeds from lap 1 of this race. Look at Scafuto in the Camaro, 127 miles an hour. And that's a 6-mile-an-hour difference to Shashovsky in that air-cooled Porsche, courtesy of Fire Laps, our official data provider for Gridlife GT.
Yeah, it just shows the massive difference there when it comes to the chassis and power choice. But for right now, it is all Horpedal out front and continuing to extend that lead over his competitor Lavosky. And we'll see if Scafuto able to get back in and maybe bring the fight up to second. Anything can happen, especially as these lead cars we start to catch up with the backpack of the TC side of things. That'll be really, really interesting, and that bit of traffic for Horpedal may fall right into the hands of Lavosky, who's just kind of hoping that becomes a bit of a situation.
Hans Horpedal's carrying one of those Fire Links, and it sounds like Jonathan Grace caught up with him to talk about how Fire Laps has helped him find speed and win his first ever Gridlife GT races this weekend.
Hans Horpedal, driver of the number 77 Corvette in GLGT. We're going through and asking some of the GT guys how they make use of the Fire Lap system that's on board, pulling data and analyzing it. What does it do for you?
It saves me a lot of time. You know, sometimes we have a short window between races to come in, sit down, download data, you know, get to dig through it, all the graphs and charts. With Fire Laps, you come in, by the time I get out of my suit, it's already uploaded. It's going to tell you the areas to work on, and you can set levels of aggressiveness. So kind of depending on how I feel in the car, the AI with Fire Laps can give me little suggestions or big suggestions to go after a lot of lap time. So that's how it saves me a lot of time, especially with those short windows and you're trying to check the car over and feel the car and check brakes and get it in the air like it is now. That's the biggest thing for me that it's doing so far.
Where are some of the bigger areas you've been able to find speed by pouring through the data, specifically at Laguna?
Some of the low speed sections, like the dig out of corner 11, that saved me a little bit of time there. Coming through 2, I kept leaving the car in 3rd gear, decided to try 2nd gear, it was a better climb out of there. So, and that's what it can do. It gives you these little spots on the map that says, here's something to look at, here's something to look at. And so far for me, it's been really accurate.
I'm glad you're getting some use out of it. You're making good use out of it in the first couple of races. Best of luck in the following 2.
Thank you.
Looks like this battle between Ross and Rosenberg heating up.
Yeah, and actually, Justin Ross has gotten around Rosenberg for the lead, and Rosenberg has dropped to 2nd place and now has pressure coming in the form of Tony Rodriguez in the number 120, and Zwain's right behind him, McGuigan's there, and then Oscar Jackson in that yellow FRS. That car is real cool. So good to see a bit of a mix-up here in the top 5, but Ross has been undefeated so far this weekend. You see him really pushing the limits there at the exit of turn 10.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he pulled a similar tactic in a race previous where he held back just just a little bit, and then after getting comfortable from a few laps, able to make that dive in and get a very, very clean pass. So see how everybody's able to get the power down coming through 11. Now this is a spot where we might see the Corvette gain a little bit of ground. It's a bit slippery through this section, but just not able to really get into the backside of Ross, and maybe a late dive. That'd be a real late dive going into 2.
Yeah, trying to keep the pressure on him. And again, if you're Eric Catil back at home, you came into this event 2 points ahead of him. And again, there's a lot of championship formats to consider, or I guess permutations that we have to think about with Baton just finishing second this weekend. I think the expectation was that he was going to win at least something. But looking back at his season, there was a couple races that he was going to drop at Lime Rock. But if I do some math here, he's going to gain a couple points on Catil, but it's not going to be insurmountable by any stretch if he just gets P2s this weekend. If he gets first places, the math gets really, really hard for Eric. So Matan has to win something, I think, to really go into pit race with any sort of insurmountable advantage for Catil, who's not here this weekend.
Yeah, and Rosenberg's starting to do that. He was all up in the mirrors of Ross. Now they've pulled a bit more of a gap coming up the hill, but it really seemed like it for Rosenberg, who was just basically into the rear bumper of Ross. And as they come through the corkscrew, this could be a big, big difference maker. And getting very aggressive from Rosenberg coming through that section. Ross very, very tidy though. And that gap continues to push out a little bit. And it's kind of squirrely from the Corvette, was the BMW is just so planted through every corner.
Yeah, and these two have been really evenly matched, but it's just been slight advantage to Ross, and maybe that's that West Coast advantage, having been here a little bit more. So also talk about how Rosenberg's car, you know, the advantage it's had over the season is sort of ebbed and flowed. At CMP, it didn't seem like it was really the heavier weight that he's gone with this year was really suiting this car, but in the middle of the summer, it just, you know, lit the afterburners, but on the tail end of the summer, it hasn't been quite as good, really late on the brakes into turn 1.
Yeah, able to save that. That got a little hairy for him there. You can see the back end starting to step out as the front brakes dig in, and thankfully didn't over-rotate coming through that section of 2, but we'll see if he's able to keep that pace going behind Ross.
And see Oscar Jackson in that yellow FRS. That's a car that we've seen here 3 years in a row now. It was supercharged at one point. I think it's a K-Series car now, but just absolutely spectacular looking machine. Here's another look at that Lotus Exige. That's Spence. And again, we don't see a lot of Loti in Gridlife GT competition, but have a look here. It is not up in the top 5 as far as the cornering speeds at turn 6, at least not yet, but Lasovsky in that Corvette, 81 miles an hour there, mid-speed. In that high compression corner where you're really leaning on aero.
Yeah, and GT's got a pretty big spread going on right now. Spence, although sitting in third, just kind of left out of the pace and racing their own race for the time being, and things might get a little bit closer as we get down to almost to the 5-minute mark, as a few back markers are going to start appearing for the GT drivers.
There's Azimuth Muhammad and Anthony Dominici in the 173. And trying to chase him down. The number 997 RX-7 behind him. That's a really interesting machine. That's a 2-rotor RX-7 that is sort of detuned a little bit to run with this rule set. Shoots big flames out the tailpipes. It's a really cool car.
And the old 13B, a beautiful engine coming from Mazda, and would love to see some more Wankles out there, but I'm going to take what we can get at this point. So checking out a few more drivers coming around 11, and a lot of passing going on through this section as certain drivers want to be a little bit more aggressive on the brakes, but we're keeping it pretty tidy for the time being. That RX-7 starting to pull a bit of a draft behind a BMW.
Up onto the front stretch, here comes the RX-7 to the outside of Dominici. I thought he might try to break the long way around, but this double apex left-hander at the Andretti hairpin is tough math to do on that outside line. You like to be right up against those inside curbs at both those apexes. Jump up to 5th place. Lasovsky was 2nd. He's just slowly dropped throughout this event. Didn't catch exactly what happened to him. But also note that he doesn't have end plates on that rear wing. I wonder why that is.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. But yeah, the pace just not there for Lasovsky. Falling back pretty quick, and that GT class has got a pretty big spread at this point in time.
Big wiggle coming down the hill, and he got sideways at the crest as well. He's got Tashovsky in the Porsche chasing him. And he actually just got around Tashovsky because the 380 on the ticker is ahead of him. So
yeah,
they have not crossed the timing and scoring loop to show that position swap just yet.
Tajovsky, Levosky, a tough tongue twister for us, but they're still battling out just a little bit, although for right now, Levosky able to get that done and holding on to that position. And we see the driver coming into play once again with a few back markers.
Yep, and there's Stephen Bright going a lap down there as Hans Horpedal this time doesn't have to have Colin King slicing and dicing up the inside. You see Rosenberg there within a second of Justin Ross, but only 3 minutes left on the timing and scoring. We're getting down to the end of this race. Have a look at this. The Porsche, actually the best on the brakes last time around. 1.17 G, better than the Camaro, better than the 2 Corvettes up in the top 5.
Yeah, I can see that probably just losing the pace in a few other sectors, some of the longer stretches of this track. The Porsche doing a great job through the tight sections, but just not able to hang on to it through the high-speed sections.
And look at the cornering force there. Losowski 1.8 G at that compression at turn 6. That's pretty impressive. Hearing an update from Jonathan on pit lane about the Veloster. See Jordan Wisely down a couple laps on the timing and scoring. Broke the clutch. So he's basically just jamming it into gear and has to be push started, but he's making it work, all things considered. Great update from Jonathan on the pit lane.
Yeah, thank you for that. And he's been doing a great job all weekend. A pleasure to have him on the team. And yeah, this has been a wild one. I mean,
oh boy, traffic, Jacob.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Ross Rosenberg now just takes a completely new side to this as he's already fighting. There it is, the flashers. And I think he's going to need a t-shirt or a sticker or something by the time this weekend is done, trying to get the Porsche out of his way so he can continue to stretch out. And Rosenberg, this is what he was hoping for. Get Ross into some traffic, wait for an opportunity, and try and make a dive as he's going for that pass over the Porsche.
And they're going to be coming to the white flag. This is going to be the last time around WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in race 3. Now that Justin Ross is going to have to pass an air-cooled Porsche in GT. You see the 380 pulling over to the side, but it's going to out-drag him on the straightaway. This is the challenge of multi-class racing. Here comes Rosenberg up to the inside. He's going to have a look to the inside of Ross. Ross tries to cover. He cannot.
Oh,
side by side, they're going to split the Porsche into turn 2. Unbelievable move. Ross loses the lead.
I'm sure Ross is absolutely furious. He gets in the back end of Rosenberg. Oh my gosh, they are getting aggressive coming through the Andretti hairpin, and Ross is probably absolutely losing it behind the wheel right now. But this is racing, this is multi-class, and you got to account for all of it and make the pass where you think is the most appropriate. But Rosenberg doing an incredible job of going tight on 2 to make the pass.
Rosenberg is here without his championship rivals. Wins are going to matter a lot here. Pass more lap traffic takes the lead away from Justin Ross, who's won the first 2 races of the weekend, and he's still got half a lap left. There's another GT car up the road that they might catch. So into turn 6 now. Rosenberg has a half-second advantage.
This is going to get very, very interesting. So will Ross...
Ross is off.
Oh, he let it get to him. A bit of a mental lapse there going wide through that section, and the frustration now sinks in for Ross. He's got to keep this tidy. There's not much left in this race, but it's going to be a pretty tough ask to get back into the lead over Rosenberg.
Remember that we will invert some of the field here, so you don't want to throw away a second. You still got good points. You're still in position to win the weekend if you're Justin Ross. Don't throw it away in the last couple of corners. Checkered flag. Hans Horpedal wins in Gridlife GT. Spence in the Lotus comes home in second, but Justin Ross led at the white flag and splitting traffic three wide, just like we saw in the GT race yesterday. Matan Rosenberg is going to steal one away, and he'll come across the line first in the Falcon Corvette. Ross comes home in second, and looks like Tony Rodriguez in third. It looks like Oscar Jackson was able to sneak up into 4th place.
Yeah. Well, we were focused in on the lead. Jackson doing a great job of making a few passes and getting up there into 4th, and then Hilo taken in 5th on that round.
Wow, that is going to be an interesting chat post-race. But again, for the Tajovsky Porsche, didn't do anything wrong.
No.
Again, your responsibility as that car getting past is just to be predictable. Maybe to center road if you could say anything, but he can't hit the disappear button. He's going to have to coexist on the racetrack, and they just pick different ways around. Rosenberg getting pretty cheeky on the inside there to steal the spot, but what a battle there.
Yeah, what a battle for sure. And Ross had that 50-50 split between left or right and opting to go outside, and unfortunately just wasn't the right move. So Rosenberg able to get pretty hard on the brakes to make that dive in and go 3 wide through the Andretti hairpin. That is racing, folks, and that's the kind of finish that everybody more or less hopes for, especially when you're sitting there in second through a good chunk of that race.
Let's have a look at the results here for Gridlife GT and IBOC GLTC race number 3. Hans Horpedal gets it done over Charles Spence. Spence was reeling back in, though. Look at that differential.
Yeah.
And with the invert in race 4, maybe Scafuto or Spence could beat out Horpedal.
Yeah, that Exige really came into its own, and then Anthony Scafuto taking third, Maxwell Levosky fourth, Rob Tarkovsky in fifth, and then Stephen Bright sixth, Jordan Wisely in seventh.
Yeah, then in the IBOC GLTC field, this is where the drama was. Matan Rosenberg, Justin Ross, Tony Rodriguez, Oscar Jax. Is that gap accurate? 22 seconds? I don't think it's. No, there was something. That might be to the overall leader. That's something I'll have to look at. Tony Rodriguez, Oscar Jackson, Michael Hilo in top 5. Then Joe McGuigan, Abdul Osmani, Jason Lapid, Jonathan Lugot, and Peter Zhang with a top 10.
Yeah, getting into our the latter half of that 20, Asmith Mohammed, Anthony D'Amici, Christopher Rosales, Jarek Javier, Daniel Garaldo, Stephen Elias, Sergio Orestes, and Josh Fleur, Adam Billings, and Anthony Zwane filling out your top 20.
And looking down the rest of the field there, Ryan Fitzgerald, the last car on the racetrack in that 617. That wraps up your GLTC field here in race number 3. Let's have a look back at the highlights from this race. Pretty spicy all around. A couple mechanicals to deal with in Gridlife GT, but it started with Hans Horpedal and Lasovsky in the red Corvette. They were the two drivers that started and drove away. But again, Horpedal just putting distance on himself. There's, you see, Scafuto in the Camaro, and then Jordan Wisely nursing a broken clutch, just jamming the car into gear. That poor thing. Just trying to get to the end of the race.
Yeah, and really that story, all Hans Horpedal got out front, stayed out front, and just looked very comfortable in the lead and didn't really have to check his mirrors through a vast majority of that race. But seeing that Exige of Charles Spence come back up was great. And here it is, TC. What an incredible start. And the way it started is almost kind of the way it finished.
Yeah, again, with Justin Ross taking the lead away from Matan Rosenberg later in the race, because Matan had originally had it on the start, but he had the lead for a little while after he got by Matan, and this is where he started feeling desperate, just picked the wrong line here around the Porsche, and that's all it took.
I mean, this little bit of contact, it seemed like. Look at the exit, getting that BMW bumper right into the back of the Corvette. Maybe hoping for a bit of a mistake, but Rosenberg very steady all the way through, and Ross even going up into the uphill section having a bit of a mistake and getting off track just a bit. And yeah, the frustration sinks in for Ross.
Unfortunate end for Justin Ross there, but he had won 2 races up to this point, so his points will still be looking good for the weekend. But let's head down and chat with Hans Horpedal, the GLGT race winner. He's standing by with Jonathan Grace.
Your overall winner in GLGT, Hans Horpedal, we caught up this morning. He led every lap from pole position. It looked comfortable from the outside, but how comfortable was it inside the 77?
We knew with King outside of the field, we weren't probably going to have to battle just based on pace. So I got the lead, tried to manage the pace in the car from there. We're really thin on brake pad at this point in the weekend. I don't have any spares, so I just needed to secure the win and go just as fast as needed to do that. So that's what we did.
How much is left in the tank for the final race?
Enough. I think we'll have enough.
That's your overall winner, Hans Horpedal in the 77, guys.
Thanks, Jonathan, and yeah, congratulations to Horpedal in that silver 77 Corvette, but he'll have to deal with a field invert for race number 4.
Right. So if you like the passing you saw now, just wait when we get that invert going. There'll be a ton of passing going on at that point.
Yeah, of course, now the sun is out. There's a couple clouds keeping the sun from beating directly down here on WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, but Matan Rosenberg and Justin Ross, they've been battling all weekend long. We hadn't really seen them get side by side beyond the first lap until this race, and it was pretty exciting to watch, but Matan will roll across the scales here in just a moment, and his hopes are to beat Eric Catil in the championship, and 330 points are what he has right now, and Eric Catil is going to be sitting at about 322.
Okay.
So it's an 8-point difference in Matan's favor at this stage, but that is not insurmountable because at pit race you can't throw out any of your races. They have to count. But let's head down to your new points leader in IBOC GLTC after race 3 win, Matan Rosenberg with Jonathan Grace.
Your IBOC GLTC winner, Matan Rosenberg. This is a pretty darn good way to start race 3. How comfortable was it for you? I want to start talking about that final pass on the final lap. You did it through traffic. What were you thinking in the car?
So, like I said in my pre-race interview, I was like, man, I hope Ross gets the the bad end of the lap traffic, and he did. He got a sacrificed exit out of 11 there, and I got kind of a clear run. And he also kind of was struggling to figure out which way he'd go around the traffic, and he chose right, and there was kind of enough room on the left, so I was like, well, I guess we're going to split it. And it worked out, and obviously I knew Ross was going to come back close to me, try to make it through the corner together. And I actually lost him in my mirrors for a second, so I was trying to figure out where he was, if he was on the outside of me. And then I felt a little love tap from the back, and I was like, okay, he's behind me still, we're good. And I knew I just had to finish the rest of the lap smooth. The first half of the lap, my car was quick, so I had to make sure I got, through 3 and 4 really well. And then typically 5 and 6 is where he gets me. And so I tried to do as best a job as I could through 5. And as best a job as I could through 6 without, going a little bit too fast. And he obviously had the same idea, but he might have sent it a little bit too hard. And so he was out in the sand, so it took some pressure off me for corkscrew in the rest of the lap. But it was a battle. It was a battle to the end. I got an early lead in the race, but I knew it wasn't going to stay like that. So he set me up pretty well after the corkscrew. He was telling me one thing when we were in practice on how to defend the corkscrew, and of course he set me up for his move on the outside. So it's kind of funny, but it worked out well, and it was a fun race. It was hot, and it worked out well.
Well, great way to start your Sunday. Congratulations, a last lap pass for the win, guys.
Thanks, Jonathan. And a job well done there by Matan Rosenberg in Eibach GLTC race number 3. We got plenty more coming up right after this.
All right, here we are for Gridlife Drift out at beautiful Laguna Seca. Getting that amazing drone view coming down, and that Mercedes absolutely slinging it going into turn 3. So it's been incredible drifting, incredible to see all the different drivers coming out here from pro to pro spec to just having fun and feeling like a pro. And we've seen some crazy action so far. We've seen some backies, some great tandem, and of course, Larry Chen out there with the camera car and doing a great job of snapping some pics. If you haven't had a chance yet, please head over to the Instagram, check out some of the photos and videos that have already come out of this weekend. They have been incredible, both on Gridlife and over on Larry's stuff. And please make sure to check out all these socials from the individual drivers, because they're going to have some pretty cool behind-the-scenes stuff as we follow around this Mercedes one more time. Has been absolutely hucking this car at every single turn. Been an incredible time this weekend, and it's been great sharing drifting with so many new people that maybe haven't seen a car go sideways through the corkscrew before. We've been blessed. This is our 3rd year coming out here and doing this, and I've been trying to cast my votes, get them to be able to do one session backwards. Seeing a car go up the corkscrew is something that is very, very special, not something you get to see very often. I think it's only happened one or two times in the history. So I think if we could be here for the 3rd, I'd be completely okay with that. So thank you once again. And there is TJ Hunt coming through the corkscrew. Larry Chen in tow with those 2 cannons mounted very high, looking for that 3rd-person perspective, just like a lot of drifting video games. If you are interested in drifting, so many different ways you can get in. One of the easiest ones off the bat is download a set of Corsa, get yourself a wheel and pedals, get out there, go driving online. Great low-cost way. If you want to do it in person, though, I mean, for a couple grand, you can get yourself into an older BMW E46, maybe even E36, get a 350Z, 370Z, G35. Any of those chassis are good. A lot of Mustangs, as now we see an incredibly well-built Mustang, that of Justin Pollock in that Falcon. Man, just a beautiful car, an incredible driver, and you got to keep an eye out for him, because he will bust out a 360 at a moment's notice in that vehicle, being very well known for doing that. And he's absolutely shredding this course and burning off every single little bit of tire that he is allowed to. It's been an incredible session already, getting some amazing shots over this beautiful facility.
Yeah, and of course on Sunday, see if anyone's got tires left. I think a lot of them have used up a lot of their tire allotment, but there's still plenty of cars out there, which is great to see, getting some more shreds in here. It'll be a 365-day wait to do it all over again.
Yeah, already looking forward to that, as we're getting a bit of a wave by from Justin, one of Justin's older Mustangs. A lot of technology and the development upgrades between those 2 chassis, and to kind of a legacy vehicle, seeing that Falcon livery and the scallops out there on this track. A lot of crazy memories from back in FD with that vehicle, and not a ton of Mustangs running in drifting. They are quite good once you crack the code of them, but it can be a little bit of a struggle to get them there. But once you do, they are insane.
Is that still true of the newer Mustangs, like the S550s that have that independent rear suspension? And how much is that a factor when you're looking at some of the older chassis with the stick axles?
Yeah, getting that, getting the stick axle, straight axle, whatever you want to call it. There was a couple of cars that obviously ran it for a good chunk of time. Vaughn getting early on. Even, Justin Pollock did that. Trenton Beecham did it. You can get a ton of grip out of those. The downside with them is with where we're at now with the amount of toe you've kind of got to run, can't really bend the axle that much. There are some ways of shimming it to get a little bit more bite in, but really now that we're in that independent rear suspension, it's really good. And now that the S550s have been out and we'll start to see them come down a little bit in value, we'll probably see a little bit more of them. And there's Forrest Wang in the S15, absolutely slanging that car around.
That camera shot looks like Breaking Bad with that big yellow cloud there off in the distance.
Yeah.
Plunging off the crest there, Forrest Wang heading down the hill.
Yeah, it's a beautiful car, a driver I would love to see come back to competitive drifting. But you know what? He's having a blast. He's going out doing these events and just getting back to enjoying drifting. Much like many motorsports, you can get burnt out of it after a little while. It's not cheap. It's cheaper when it comes to a lot of motorsports, but it is by no means free. And I think drivers just need to take a little bit of a break, a little bit of a step back, and just re-love the sport again.
Well, Sonia Slides that was chasing those drift cars down the hill. Jonathan Grace caught up with her a little bit earlier today to chat about what she's got going on with that 350Z.
Sonia Klaus, driver of the 818, one of the crazier Nissans you'll see out here. First of all, I want to ask you how your weekend's been here at Gridlife Laguna, one of the many cars represented under the Falcon 10.
My weekend's been amazing. Of course, Laguna Seca is one of the historic tracks, so I'm just grateful to be able to drive it today and with the Falcon crew and with all the amazing drivers out here in Gridlife, of course.
This thing's pretty eye-catching. Talk us through your build. What are some of the things that you've done to it to make it unique?
So a lot of the focus has always been suspension. It actually still has the original motor engine on it, so it's like over 200,000 miles. So I just keep waiting for it to go, and it just won't. I just got lucky on the HR build, I guess. But there is a heavy focus on suspension, drivetrain, and the aero that's on the car. So we have a nice front splitter, a wing, and then of course, like all, I have my two-way coilovers. There's a lot on the car, but a lot of custom things, a lot of things that with the rest of our partners. We do have Falcon tires, of course. We're running the RT660 pluses, and yeah, there's just like a whole lot right now.
God, how Gridlife is that? You have all these custom elements and still the original motor with over 200,000 miles on it. That's pretty rad.
Yeah, I know. It was one of those things where, as a driver, in one of the series I was running before, I was trying to stay in the lowest series that I could, so I wasn't really making a lot of engine modifications. Of course, we have headers and long tube headers and exhaust, but that was about the extent of what we did. I wanted to really heavily focus on, okay, if I have this amount of power, I want to be able to put it down. And so I just really focused on that suspension drivetrain. So,
well, best of luck and have a great time the rest of the weekend in Streetmont. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Maybe we'll convince her to turn it into a drift car. I don't know. You'll see. It's not far off to go from one to the other. It's really not that big of a deal. So we'll see. Maybe need a new chassis. Turn this one into a drift car. I'm trying to convert as many people as I can this weekend.
Cars are rolling down pit lane, a couple cars rolling down pit lane, but some are still out. Love that we don't have a ton of wind, so the smoke is sort of hanging in a track-shaped plume around this place, which is really cool. There's a look at Colin Zielinski, all the way from the Midwest, bringing his car out again. He's been here a couple of years in a row now. I think was here in 2023 as well.
I believe so. I met him for the first time at CMP at a Gridlife event, actually, and it's been kind of cool to watch his career develop, and had a few moments to catch up with him, got him on the podcast, so that'll be coming out a little bit later on. If you are interested in drifting, if I can do a quick shameless plug here, if you are interested in drifting and want to get a podcast, get a cool intro to it, check out The Outer Zone, it's the official podcast of Formula Drift. If you're not already sick of my voice, you can hear me talk to drivers, staff members, people around the industry, and we talk about drifting. And I mean, honestly, it's about half of that podcast. As any good podcast, you stay on topic for a little bit, and then you tend to go off and branch off into so many different subjects. But yeah, just had him on recorded, and that episode will probably be coming out on Wednesday. Quick turnaround.
All right. I've noticed we haven't seen a lot of drifting at turn 6. They're all setting up for that corkscrew down through Rainy Curve in turn 10, but that whole sequence is just so flowy and gorgeous, and it was trouble here for this 370.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to happen.
That's going to happen.
Yeah, these cars are, not that they are disposable by any means, but they are more or less built to break. They pretty often get into contact. Drifting is a contact sport. You're not supposed to do it, but just like anything that is wheel to wheel, you're going to, rubbing is racing, and drifting is no different. As now we get back to that Mercedes. Wonder if he's going to try something come out of the pit entrance. The track staff weren't super happy about that earlier on, but it's a great spot.
Accidentally in sim racing all the time.
Yeah, it's all this is an accident. And you're like, you know what, I might as well just throttle out of it. So
it's just tricky because that pit lane's really narrow, and you can't see it because you're going downhill and turning on a very flat surface. So it's really tricky to even spot where you're supposed to be.
Yeah, it's an incredibly difficult spot. But drone becoming a massive tool in drifting as well, especially with the judging side. We use both a FPV style chase drone as well as an overhead to really get an idea of where the drivers are on track. And there is Zendara Kennedy out there, and she actually offered up if we'd like to get our co-host in a car. She's got a seat open, so maybe for the last session of the day we can get him out there.
That would be amazing. We got to figure that out for Jonathan. Jonathan, if you hear that, go down there. Zendara Kennedy.
She's willing to take you on, and she's an incredible driver, as we talked about, a stunt driver and stunt performer as well, so knows how to throw down, that is for sure. Getting into the waning minutes of our drift session here, and there's a few drivers I know had a couple of breaks. These vehicles do break pretty often. A lot of drivetrain load. You got to remember we do a thing called clutch kicking, where we are in full throttle and we literally just slam the clutch in and out, and that can break pretty much everything.
The clutch is an on-off switch.
Yeah, it really is, and it's a couple of different ways you can use the clutch in drifting. One is to break traction. Another one is actually to kind of pick up some traction. So by being on full gas and just slipping the clutch a little bit, you're able to get the wheels to decrease wheel speed while still keeping full throttle. So in a boosted car where you don't want to drop any of that pressure, you're able to do that while actually picking up a bit of traction. So they do some very strange things when it comes to footwork and drifting. If you get a chance, go check out some of the footwork. RTR videos have some pretty crazy stuff what they're able to do.
Yeah, I think watching pedal cams in road racing is a lot of fun, but watching it in drift is fascinating because one of the things I didn't even consider when I was learning about drifting is when you pull that handbrake to get yourself set up, it locks your rear wheels. If you have a rear-wheel drive car, you're going to stall the engine. So you have to also get the clutch in to disconnect the engine from the transmission just so that you don't end up stalling your car when you're initiating a drift, because then you won't have any drive or wheel speed or any of that thing.
Well, I mean, you do that, it's stall is the best case scenario. What usually happens is diffs, transmissions, axles, drive shafts, engines, and sometimes will actually just explode or you blow the whole clutch up. So yeah, you got to do that. The clutch work is insane. The amount of left foot braking that we do, the amount of heel and toe that they do. So all kind of taken from different motorsports and adapted to drifting.
Love the discussion we had yesterday about the aerodynamics and how you're channeling air with all the different bits and bobs. That hood's about to come off.
Yeah, that's pretty common too, I won't lie. These vehicles, they look good from afar. You get up close, you realize just how much speed tape and zip ties are holding them all together, and often in early season testing, you'll see them with all the body panels off, and it's quite neat to see them in that trim before they pop everything back on and get them looking a little bit show ready. But you get very good at fiberglass. Ooh, a bit of understeer coming through there.
Understeer, oversteer, everything. All the steer.
Yeah, understeer is very, very scary when it comes to a drift car. You're expecting to have oversteer, but it does happen, especially as we pick up even more and more grip out of these cars in the rear, tend to plow through the front. And drivers, when they're warming up the tires, do something kind of interesting where they will deliberately understeer to get the heat into the front tires. So little strange to see the first time you do it, but they'll come into the burnout box. They will absolutely crank the wheel while on throttle and just plow the front wheels to gain a bit more temp and scrub off all the little marbles they pick up.
Yeah, it's also like getting the rear tires hot on a front-wheel drive car. You got to throw the thing around and slide and get some slip angle and things of the sort. But let's have a look at the highlights here from Gridlife Drift, first session of the day. We've got another one coming up this afternoon, right after Gridlife GT and IBOC GLTC race number 4. Out of the gate, Larry Chen chasing Hughes. This was a big moment. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. And you can see the rake he's got in that car to get all the way to the rear end. And back in that Mercedes, everybody has been absolutely loving. Great chassis, great build-out. Love to see it in a diesel if we can. I'm a big sucker for a diesel drift car. We don't get many of those out here, and there's maybe Chris Forsberg out in that car. He brought out 2, brought this one as well as the Altamaniac, and there's a Z. You can always see how much steering angle that car has got, able to kind of save it in a really nasty spot. And there's our drone getting a little fancy with the Zaleski, having a good time, having an absolute blast out there in that vehicle. And another driver to keep an eye on if you want to follow one through their career. That is definitely one you'll be in pro before you know it. Almost had the opportunity to do it this year.
Well, drift here this morning is complete. We'll have another Gridlife drift session up next. Up next is going to be Gridlife Rush Series, race number 3.
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data, but do you know how to use it? FireLapse is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with FireLink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, FireLapse helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
It's the season finale for the Gridlife Rush Series at their 6th and final points round of the season here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Kyle Heyer joined here by Jacob Gettens and Jonathan Grace on the pit lane for our 3rd of 4 races here this weekend. And Jacob, our battle drone this weekend is the 2.238 mile WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Let's have a look at our track map. And there's a look at it. 11 corners around here. It all starts with a left kink down to turn 2. The Andretti hairpin is your first real passing opportunity. Then 2 flat right-handers before you head to turn 5. That sets you up for that narrow, fast turn 6.
And we've seen a fair bit of passing in these rush cars going through 6. A crazy, crazy spot to be able to do it. And even more dive bombs coming through the corkscrew of 7 and 8. And these cars then basically flat out all the way through the rainy curve, having to get on the brakes just a touch in 10, but pretty heavy on 11. And that gives you your last shot down to the checkered flag.
Race 2 yesterday afternoon was absolutely spectacular. Here's a look at some of the highlights from Gridlife Rush Series Race 2. And it was out front, Ryan Leach and James French and Blair Hosey that were just going back and forth all race long. It got pretty spicy here as French stole the lead away from the 56 on the outside of turn number 3 and got a pretty sizable lead, about 1.8 seconds. But then we had a full course yellow that sort of reset things a little bit after this battle happened.
Yeah, it got pretty crazy at that point in time because it gave a bunch of drivers the ability to be able to make a bit of a dive bomb. You can see how close this racing is with some bump drafting going on down that front straight and the dive bombs that we talked about coming through the corkscrew. And in the distance, we can hear those cars firing up, and we'll see if we can get eyes on that caution and how things stacked up. It was an absolutely epic rundown once we had it, and there it is, getting those cars jockeyed around. And really the big story ended up being TJ Hunt able to pull into 3rd and hold on to that spot through the rest of the race.
Blair Hosey was one of the drivers that was up inside the top 5, and we caught up with him before this race to hear some of his stories about what's up next.
Blair Hosey, driver of the number 8 in Rush. He just hopped off track and took the helmet off after the warm-up. It's the coolest it's going to be all day. What'd you learn in the cooler conditions, and what's applicable to the racing action later?
Yeah, I mean, with the fog, thought it was going to be kind of dewy and damp, but car had a bunch of grip, which is either a really good sign or a really bad sign for when it gets hot. So gonna go look at some data, maybe make some setup changes. And yeah, we had the pace all yesterday. We're right there at the front. But yeah, race 2 got a little crazy, so I have a little bit of work to do today to try to finish the weekend out on the box. So,
you know, I'm always curious because you mentioned grip, and grip is a huge thing around a place like this. We've had drifting cars going by. How compatible is your tire rubber to the drift rubber that's being laid down?
Oh, well, drift rubber's way harder than road racing rubber, right? So definitely on the warm-up lap, you're feeling out the lines, feeling where it's slick, where it's not. They leave a lot of marbles in places you wouldn't expect it, right? But I think it's fun. Like, some people would be upset about it, but I think it's cool. It adds a different dynamic. The track's not always the same. It kind of rewards the guys that can figure out a track, you know, quicker than others. So,
well, best of luck for the rest of the day. Still a couple races left to go in the rush cars.
Thanks, Jonathan. Blair Hosey is going to be down the order just a little bit for the start of this. A couple post-race penalties, but here's a look at the starting lineup. It's Michael Schneider and TJ Hunt on the front row. Bryce Mersberger and Jalen Batley seem to be magnetic, stuck together. They'll be in row number 2. Then Nico Bratz and James French will share row number 3. French, another one of those drivers suffering a penalty. Andy Vogel starts in 7th place in the number 34. Ryerson Whistle in 8th place in the 67. And then Ryan Leach and Blair Hosey, 9th and 10th.
Yeah, they're going to have to battle things up. Getting into row 6, Cole Gamma and Nate Hamilton. A little bit of promotion up there, sitting in 12th, 13th, and 14th, respectively. Alex Chang and Brett Diacomo. With row 7, getting into row 8, Sam Kim and Vilius Saldana. Yeah, this is going to be crazy as everyone has to fight through the field. Samuel Reed and Brady Vincent in row 9. Getting into row 10, Matt Wilson, Gage Hughes, 19th and 20th, respectively.
Yeah, in 21st place, it's going to be Ryan Kircher and Benjamin Chan in 21st and 22nd. And the rest of the field rolling on your screen as we're about to get rolling here. 40 cars, 38 going to be taking the grid for the start of this race as the field rolls down towards the final corner. Again, TJ Hunt on that front row. Not only his first podium yesterday, this will be his first front row start in that Team Rapscallion car.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. This is not something he's used to doing. I mean, coming out of the drifting side of things, not used to leading a pack, but they will be getting the green flag here momentarily, and everybody can jump at that point in time. So here we go.
15 minutes on the board, and the pace car is off, waiting for the green flag to fly, and the starting grid is green. Here we go. Green flag. James French already 3 wide, 4 wide mid-pack there. A couple cars getting swallowed up. But Schneider takes the lead into turn 1. Bryce Mersberger in the 114 poking up the inside. He wants the lead. Big lockup from somebody midfield there as they navigate the Andretti hairpin.
Yeah, it was pretty tidy other than that one little bit of a lockup. Now we got wheel to wheel, got a bit of side-on-side action. Looks like TJ Hunt falling back into 3rd, but he will not be happy with that position. Taken to the inside, trying to battle it back for 2nd and getting on some wheel-to-wheel contact.
Yeah, a little slide there for TJ. He's going to watch Mersberger go to the inside of Schneider. It's going to compromise both their turn 4s. Here comes Hunt out of turn 4. He's going to have a run up to 5 if he's got a way to poke through to the left. Here comes Hunt to the inside.
Oh, so aggressive, and somebody with maybe not the traditional racecraft is going to try some stuff that nobody else will. TJ Hunt going for another dive.
But here comes French up behind him from that 9th place start. He's going to get to the inside of TJ, and they're going to go door to door through turn 6. That's not going to work, and actually French backs out. Hunt keeps 3rd spot as they head up towards the corkscrew.
Yeah, he's going to be hunting through his mirrors all the way through, and look at how tidy everybody is. Now we're getting some side-by-side going up through this section. They're going to have to figure it out before they dive into the corkscrew, and so far we get the single file from the first part, but it's not going to stay that way into the back markers.
Down the corkscrew for the first time. Everybody pointed the right direction, almost a touch there as we sweep through Rainy Curve for the first time. Andy Vogel in that pink turn-in concepts car working his way forward. Nate Hamilton trying to match his teammates' performance from yesterday, closing in on the top 10 spots. Incredible first lap. Here's a look. There was a little contact and an off earlier in the lap. This is leaving turn 4. There was a spin. Ooh, there was an incident. And I think, have they gotten back rolling? They have not. There are cars still on the racetrack over there at the exit of turn 4. So we didn't get them all back around, and there is a yellow flag now, and I think we've got a full course out. Yes, we do, lap 1.
Yeah, so we'll get them all stacked back up again. So if you enjoyed a race start that is hectic, get ready for another one while this pack gets lined up and slowed down and we get those 2 vehicles off track. Hopefully both drivers all right in that instant. Pretty good contact, but wow, I mean, I gotta say, for TJ Hunt doing a great job of battling things, holding on to a podium position so far, dropping back 1, but all things considered, his first time in this position. Great job for defending.
Yeah, he was really excited yesterday, and he snuck through on a restart and stole some spots, but now he's racing with the big boys up here at the front, and he's going to get the baptism of a lifetime in the next couple of minutes here, as we've got French, Vogel, Batley, Ryerson Whistle, Blair Hosey, Cole Gamma, Nico Bratz. Where is the 56 is the question. The championship leader, I do not see in the top 10. I don't think he's one of the cars, one of the incident cars. but I don't see him on the timing and scoring at all. Do you?
No, did not catch that going through. We'll get a cycle through the back section again, but I'm not seeing 56 popping up, so maybe a transponder issue, but yeah, that's
I don't see Leach on there at all. You're right. That's very odd.
Yeah. Now, I did notice on at least one of the cars a white flashing light on the roll bar. I wasn't entirely sure what that indicated, if that's something we need to be aware of.
I don't think that the only car that could be would be the white car involved there, but I don't even see him on. When they come across the scoring loop to start the race, they should populate on the ticker, and Leach's car is black and white, kind of split down the middle. I don't see him in line here, so.
Unless there was another incident somewhere else, and has yet to actually complete the lap. So we'll keep an eye out here as we come through the rest of these turns and see if we can maybe get eyes on Leach.
Yeah, I'm letting Jonathan know to see if he can track that story down for us. Again, he was supposed to start in the 5th row after a penalty from yesterday. And again, they don't necessarily update the grid if you're not going to go. So if you are out of the race for whatever reason, you can keep your grid spot, assuming that you do decide to show up. So
yeah, maybe elected not to. So yeah, there was a long night of scrutineering last night and a bunch of penalties handled out, and did shake up the order pretty heavily going into the race today.
Just keeping my eye. I still don't know, but anyways, when we get a restart here, we also have to keep in mind that we're going to restart single file, and the rules in Gridlife are when the flag is green and when you see that flag being waved, you can race. You don't have to wait in line, you don't have to wait to the start line, any of that. You can just go as soon as that green flag drops. It's a different rule than most motorsport series, Jacob, and that means that TJ Hunt told me yesterday that he's really good at restarts, and we saw that play out in race 2, but he just has something with his reaction time, with the gear, the RPM that he's in. He's just ready to go, and I think this will play to his advantage, but he hasn't had a restart up this close to the front yet, so I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah, still seeing, kind of asked the question a little bit earlier on, I'm seeing a couple of the white flashing lights on the roll bar. TJ, notably, a few more further on in the pack. Is that, what does that indicate?
They just have those for visibility. I know on the Rush SRX, the newer model that we haven't yet seen in broadcast competition just yet, that will also let you know if it's the car is in DRS or push to pass, but these cars aren't equipped with that, so it's just an extra little visibility light.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was some sort of indicator for not braking, but something. So interesting. So TJ electing to be visible. Maybe he wants to, have his competitors see him pass it. Yeah.
And for those that are not familiar with the Rush SR, it's a sports racer built by Rush Auto Works. They start around $50,000 and are powered by a 1,000 cc GSX motorcycle engine. So pretty interesting cars, Jacob, and they've put on really good shows this weekend so far. One of the things that we were talking with John Raymond, our motorsports director, this morning, is they've been kind of playing around with the brake pads on these cars to sort of help the drivers find the limit on the brakes without swapping ends. There were some issues with, I guess we would call them issues, but just adjusting for the drivers with rear brake lockup. Okay. And you know that when you got rear brakes locking up, the brake bias is too far rearward, the car will just sort of swap ends on you. But this year we've seen a lot less of that, and that's because they've gone with a different brake pad compound, which sort of helps the bias shift forward a little bit so that the car doesn't want to change directions on you so much on the brakes.
Yeah, and with that rotation, I found out last night that if one of these vehicles spins and you don't clutch in, it actually blows the starter. The starter setup in these GSX engines kind of always, the knuckle end is always spinning, and then it just engages to actually do the starter. So if that vehicle goes backwards, you don't clutch in, and the drivetrain decides to roll backwards, it will blow the starter off it. So you throw a 180 in one of these, you don't clutch in. That's why we see drivers having to get tugged off when they're not, when it's just a normal spin.
So the cars that were involved in the incident, I think one of those cars, Villa Saldana, and then I didn't catch the numbers on the other ones, but a couple cars going on the rollbacks there, and one is being towed, one is being flatbedded, but those trucks are clearing the turn 4 area, so that means next time by we should be good to go racing.
Yeah, and the restart has been pretty much everything for a lot of these drivers, so we'll get some more eyes out here. There's another vehicle being pulled off the track.
Yeah, and again, just to finish up on the story here, is this the 30 car? So that's Villa Saldana, one of the cars involved in the incident. He's still in the car, was probably hoping just to refire it and drive away, but he could not. And Lights are still flashing on the safety car, but they usually turn them out coming down through a rainy curve.
All right, so we should, fingers crossed, if there's no other drama going on, should get a restart here, and we'll watch for that MX-5 to dip into the pit lane, and everybody more or less gets ready down the straight. It will get real tight on it, and there we go. See number 24 taking that flatbed off. Not a good way for Benjamin Queen.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Big damage on that car on the rollback, but heading down through rainy curve and turn 10. Field is single file. Look at the gap that James French has to TJ Hunt. Race Control is going to want him to close that gap up. You don't want to allow drivers to build runs on the cars ahead. So the front three are exactly as they require. And looks like French is trying to leave a little bit of space there to maybe get a jump. But again, you cannot accelerate until the green flag is out. You'll see the green on the timing and scoring. Green flag, and there we go. We're back underway here in the Gridlife Rush Series, race number 3. Strong start by those top 3.
Yeah, and if French had some sort of plan to be able to gain that gap, it is not working. It might be getting passed on the outside because of it. All of our cars hard on the brakes into the Andretti hairpin. It looks like they're able to maintain most of their order. A couple of gaps established pretty early on for a few drivers. A big lockup coming into turn 2.
Yeah, so Michael Schneider leads the way. Mersberger is second in that white and red car. Then it's TJ Hunt, James French, and Andy Vogel. That's the purple and pink turn-in concepts car in trail. There's Hunt, and there's those two I just mentioned. Jalen Batley right in trail, then Ryerson Whistle, Blair Hosey, and more. Streaming through 4 and into 5, the left-hander. And Mersberger, recent winner, swept all 4 races at Autobahn Country Club just a couple of weeks ago, sitting right there in second.
Yeah, Schneider doing a great job in the lead, but already seeing that car getting a little bit squirrely, maybe not getting the tire temps he wanted to during that point of slowdown behind the pace car. But Mersberger being very, very aggressive, and it looks like Hunt is being hunted down by French coming over it. Will we get a swap out of any of these drivers into the corkscrew?
French too hard into the corkscrew, outbraked himself, and Hunt's going to take the spot back now. Have a look at the point standings as they stand for the weekend. Mersberger is actually on top of French and over the top of TJ Hunt, who sits in third in the weekend standings. That's impressive.
He's doing a great job of keeping his nerve all the way through this too. Hunt not used to this situation, but doing a great job handling it, being just having somebody like French behind him and Vogel even a little bit further back. That is a tough spot to be in. And right now, Schneider, Mersberger, everything looking pretty sorted coming down the straight, and a bit more of a dig out of that turn 11 for Schneider, and pulling a bit more of a gap on Mersberger. That is not an easy thing to do. TJ, is he going to be pulled going onto the wide end of turn 2? Will he switch back in? No, and now it's going to allow French to dive in.
Oh, a little bit of contact there, and TJ didn't quite have the grip. He's going to get knocked into the dirt there, but he stays with his foot in the throttle and will hang on.
I don't think French was good. I didn't think he was expecting TJ to be able to do that. Now, he's got to calm his nerves coming through 4. Is he able to hang on to everything? He does a great job once again. Man, who would have thought?
Oh, he's off.
Oh, man.
Drops the tire, keeps his foot in it again, but that will allow French to sneak on through to 3rd place as Hosey attacks Vogel behind for 5th place.
Oh, man, and there's Whistle towing in behind, doing a great job as well, keeping in with that pack and getting a bit of a draft going. So single file up the hill into 6th. Things are looking great. But will we see a bit more of a dive through the corkscrew again? Drivers are loving to use that spot to gain a bit of proximity.
And that's Ryerson Whistle on Hosey down there into the corkscrew. Sorry, that's a Hosey on Vogel. And it looks like they're going to go side by side down the 4-story drop, and Hosey grabs the spot. I don't know that he's going to be able to keep it there with Andy's nose on the inside. Crossover here at turn 10. Watch the 34, the pink and purple car. A little sooner on throttle, and he'll try to grab it back at 11.
I am very happy that we're not really worried about track limits. This will be very different racing, and I think if you get too technical, just let them race. And look what it's providing to us. A very, very crazy run up. Oh,
Cole Gamma dropping some tires at the exit of turn 11.
Able to hang on to it, so not a massive change-up, but you can see officially a few drivers moving around. Whistle taking that bit of a bump up, Hosey up into 5th now, and a little bit further back we see Kim making a jump into 13th, and a few drivers getting moved around as they come across that line.
So only a couple minutes left in this race. Could be a white flag at any moment. And so if you're Michael Schneider, you're really excited about stealing a victory here in the Rush SR Series. Had a win, I think, in the SRX class at Road Atlanta, but not in this SR category, at least not lately.
No, and doing a great job out front. Has a pretty commanding lead right now, and as long as things stay tight, you don't have to get overly aggressive through any of it. This may be how things finish up, and it looks like TJ now pushed back into 4th, I believe. so dropping just a little bit, but still doing a good job of hanging in there. Hosey now starting to close the gap over Hunt, and we'll see if there is a bit more of a dive into 7 and 8.
Down the hill, French closing in on Mersberger from row 5 on the grid, just charging his way forward, and that's going to leave Schneider all out by his lonesome.
Yeah, that's exactly what Schneider could have wanted, is let French and Mersberger battle it out behind him. You're going to lose a little bit of speed when you're defending, so for Schneider, this is exactly what he's looking for. He hopes that French and Mersberger basically just battle it out for the rest of it, and he can continue that commanding lead. And French now getting in really tight through 11, going for that draft. He's going to sling things out now. Falls back into order and might make an inside dive as he comes through 1, and there it is. Can he hold on to it? Does he get the late break in? It looks like it, but can he hold it all the way through?
Really late on the brakes. He almost binned the car at the corkscrew last time by, so I was curious to see if he could hang on to the braking there. There's Hosey and TJ Hunt side by side.
Yeah, and Hunt again getting very aggressive in his defense, but losing a bit of speed, and now Hosey's going to go for that dive, and it looks like French now holding on to a commanding second, stretching his legs pretty well, but I mean, for Mersberger, he will not give up. Didn't see a flag pop up on this one. This could be one of our last laps, though, as the time is ticking down.
It will be white flag next time by. Here's Hosey, light on the brakes to the inside of Hunt. This is going to compromise both their lines. Andy Vogel is going to try to pick the pocket in the number 34.
Yeah, look at Vogel setting himself up in between those two cars, waiting for that opportunity. He's got a big air dam in front of him, so he can kind of play favorites on the sides. And there we talk about drivers going for that pass through 6. Doing a great job, but who is going to come out of that 3-pack?
And 3 wide into the corkscrew. This math doesn't work, and Vogel backs out. Here they come over the top of the crest, still side by side with Hosey and TJ Hunt.
TJ just was so much nerve and defense. This is crazy, but not able to hold on to it. Now stuck on the outside of this turn. Holding on, though. Oh my gosh, TJ Hunt, where did you come from?
He wants another top 5. He could lose it there with Vogel in 6th in the background. They've got to be careful. Here comes Vogel to the outside. White flag for the race leaders, and look at this. Michael Schneider has got James French all over his rear bumper as well, so it's a battle for the win too.
Wow, this is there is just action going everywhere. Now French going for a dive wide into 2. Whoa!
Late on the brakes, he's got it. He slips. Here comes Michael Schneider back on throttle a little bit sooner. They're drag racing to turn 3.
Oh, this is incredible. What a story here for French, making his way all the way from the mid-pack and now diving up and just making glorious passes and attempts and dives anywhere he can. This is the last lap for him. He's got to get this done in the next couple of corners. We already know what he likes to do in the corkscrew. Will he try that again, or will he do something crazy going into 6?
Big run to driver's right on the outside of turn 5, way later on the brakes than Michael Schneider. He steals it as they head up towards turn 6. Can Michael Schneider respond in a half a lap?
Yeah, this might be it for Schneider. We'll see. We'll see. French is just absolutely mastering the late braking. It goes just a touch wide, able to find the grip again, coming through the rumble strips. And is he going to be tidy through the corkscrew, or does he go for something big to try and increase that gap over Schneider, who is very aggressive right now?
Down the hill for the final time in race number 3. French slams down on the pavement. And don't count out Bryce Mersberger in that 114 car. He's right there as well. Charging down through Rainy Curve. Big slide for Mersberger, and French uses all the racetrack.
French is, he's not giving this up. He wants to win this by a definitive margin and show everybody why. He came out, I mean, sitting on that penalty, got pushed back and said, doesn't matter. Give me as many penalties as you want. I'm going to be back at the pack, coming through 11, everything looking tidy in your top 3. Now with a bit of a drag race coming to the line.
Last lap pass. James French steals it from Michael Schneider. Win for the number 70, Rush SR, Schneider, Mersberger. And who wins the 4th place battle? Oh boy, I think Bratz got up there in the mix as well. Hosey, Vogel, Bratz, Whistle, Spezia, and Hunt dropped to 9th.
Wow, Hunt must have had a bit of an incident a little bit later on through that run. Didn't catch it on the camera, maybe a replay later on, but Hunt, man, gives up a 2nd place start and dropping all the way down to 9th. He could only defend for so long. Maybe he just ran out of brakes and tire on that lap.
Wow, what a race. That was spectacular. And James French with that last lap pass on Michael Schneider on the outside of turn 5. Have a look at the race results here. James French, Schneider, Mersberger, they put on a show.
Yeah, Hosey, Vogel, Bratz. Whistle, Spezza, Hunt, and Batley finishes out your top 10.
You got a feel for TJ Hunt there, up inside the top 3 for most of the race. Cole Gamma, Nate Hamilton, who with his best finish of the weekend. Gage Hughes, he had a penalty early in the weekend and has rebounded up to 14th. Kyle Melnick was involved in a crash yesterday, so 15th is great for him. Then Wilson Chang, Omar Kayal, and Sebastian Beaupre, another driver that had an out. So good to see these drivers recovering and moving up into the top 20.
Yeah, Josh Langman rounds out that top 20, so crazy through there. A lot of movement through the later pack. Ryan Kitcher up into 21. Josh Robinson, Ahmed, Vincent, Brady, Frost, Neff, Hardesty, Kirsting, and Sandler round the top 30.
And J.D. Kroll, Raul Nair, and a couple drivers that didn't have the race they were hoping for. Jeff Hardesty, Brett DiGiacomo, Sam Reed, Vila Saldana, and Benjamin Chan involved in an incident. John Babbitt, I don't think he made it past the first couple of laps either, unfortunately, in that number 60 car. So unfortunate for those drivers, but let's have a look at the highlights from Gridlife Rush Series race number 3. Again, we were treated to an absolutely spectacular battle. Though we did have a full course yellow early on, the rest of the race was pretty exhilarating. Here's a look at it on the start, 3 wide in the middle, and that run to turn 2 is always exciting.
Yeah, super crazy all the way through, and it's, I mean, you wouldn't think based on that start that the finish would go, and there is that incident that brought out the yellow. Hopefully both drivers all okay, getting towed off, and that stack back up meant a crazy restart. Even though single file, it did not feel like it at any point in time in this race.
Yeah, then as you see the Andy Vogel versus Blair Hosey battle, and then we watched James French charge his way past Bryce Merzberger for second place, and then began hunting down Michael Schneider in this number 2. They ran side by side for a couple of sectors there, overing and undering and everything in between. Then French made the pass on the outside of turn 5 and started to drive away, and just could not make it stick for Michael Schneider. But James French wins a race 3 for the Gridlife Rush Series here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Wow. We have one more of those.
Yes.
So if you're not ready for that, better look at the schedule that we posted in the YouTube chat and be ready for
I'm ready for
more.
it. Can we do it right now?
Well, this is going to be a fun one. Jacob, final thoughts here in race 3. We're going to get a chance to talk with our winners here in just a moment.
Just incredible, and it shows that being bold and having the nerve to go late braking is going to take you to the front of the pack. So everybody's been put on notice from French.
Yeah, so James French takes the win, and again, for Michael Schneider, Schneider led most of that race, and again, he had tried out the Gridlife Rush SRX car, transitioning over to the SR for the remainder of the year, and was looking at potentially his first win of the season. But just wasn't meant to be. Did great defense for a while, but holding off a driver that has experience at high levels of Grand Am in prototype challenge machinery, that's just going to be hard math. And on the outside of turn 5, if you could ride the rim there and not get in the marbles, pretty good opportunity to make a pass out there. And of course, with French's experience and his just bravery on the brakes, Jacob, that was the thing that impressed me the most.
Yeah, that's really the story of his entire race, is that he was able to just get on the pedal a little bit earlier, coming out of a lot of the corners, but definitely getting on the other pedal much later, going into almost every one of them.
Yeah, and he continued to push on the brakes, and as well, the car's rolling over the scales there post-race. We're going to head down to Jonathan Grace, who's standing by with our second place finisher, Michael Schneider, in the number 2. Just lost it on the last lap.
Michael Schneider in second place. It was so close. You had the red number 2 out front for most of the race. Just talk me through those last couple of laps.
The last couple of laps, fighting a little bit of understeer. I knew they were coming up. I could see them in the rearview mirror. So I was playing a little bit defensive, just trying to drive about 98% of the car's capability. Any mistake, and I know they'll catch up to me super fast. So kept him in my mirrors, tried to keep him on the outside, but he got a better line on the uphill portion of me. Clean pass, tried to fight to catch back up. At the end of the day, he had a better drive than me.
Well, best of luck in race 2. Is it possible to get the 2 to victory lane? Still 1 to go.
We'll make a little bit of tweaks to it and see if we can compete with them, but they got a real fast car.
Well, that's P2, guys. Let's see if we can catch up with our winner. Thanks very much, and best of luck in the afternoon. We'll speak again for the second time in victory lane this weekend to James French. Pulled off the win and did it in pretty exciting fashion. He made the move on the last lap, my friend.
Yeah, I cut it a little closer than I wanted to there, but yeah, we didn't get to start where we wanted to from yesterday. Some politicking and technical things happened, so we ended up starting 6th. But yeah, it made for some fun battles there, working the way to the front, and he did a great job defending and trying to make it difficult for me, so it was always fun to have a good scrap and battle, but yeah, got it done. It was good fun.
Talk me through that move. When did you know that the move was possible and the wind was on?
So I think the big advantage for me is under the braking zones. So I was never really close enough to get it done on braking. So he would always defend to the inside and force me to the outside. And there's not a lot of grip on the outside here, so it made things very spicy. So I didn't know exactly when it was going to happen. So I just kind of tried every corner, and that one happened to stick.
Well, James French now a two-time winner this weekend at Laguna Seca.
Thanks, Jonathan, and job well done there as the drift cars take to the racetrack here. We're going to wrap things up on our coverage for lunchtime for the broadcast team and make sure that we get time to bring them in from their camera spots all around the racetrack. Kyle Heyer with Jacob Gettins. We'll see you back for Ibach GLTC and Gridlife GT race number 4 in just under an hour. We'll see you then.
If it's way too early, obviously you're going to have plenty of time before the turn starts. But if you guys are on a 10-10 lap, make your presence known in a turn. If you don't have a reasonable expectation of you being there, they might hit you. We don't want that to happen.
I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I came in knowing, hey, I got a couple things I got to knock out. Some are critical, some are optional. This mess of wires is kind of like how building the car has felt. You know, it's like a million things need to happen for this to be a complete car and to compete. There's a common saying, you want to always be in a state of discomfort, a little bit of discomfort so that you're growing, right? And I think this experience seems to be where I'm there all the time. I'm on that ragged edge of like pushing myself to the limit of what I can handle. Leading up to qualifying, I was just absolutely terrified. I mean, we're talking about 50 cars in the field, and it's a small track. I ended up with a 152, which is not fast, and it puts me 5th from the bottom, which is disappointing. I thought I would be a little higher up in pace. My car is not optimized, and I know there's some areas that I can improve in confidence, maybe a little bit of car setup too, but yeah, I'm trying to figure that out right now. There's so much to do. There's always so much to do. And I think that's been the theme of the weekend, is figuring out what to prioritize. Because there's so much prep, and you feel like you've got so much time between these events, and it turns out one little thing happens differently, and you're scrambling. What can I skip, and what do I need to focus on? And I didn't charge my GoPro yet. I guess I should throw it on now. And then when do I put my suit on? So it's just overwhelming.
Welcome to Carolina Motorsports Park, located about equidistant between Columbia, South Carolina and Charlotte, North Carolina. It is a gem of a club track, if you will. Very challenging, very fun, and we have a massive field of cars that are coming out for the opening race of the 4 that will be unfolding here in the Gridlife Touring Cup. And we are racing. And you can see really close quarter stuff.
It's a very short race start. You have maybe a couple hundred yards out of turn 1.
I think we're really bad at knowing what we're going to do when we actually get in the car and the adrenaline starts pumping. Because there's no adrenaline pumping when you're wrenching on the car. So you can just like do exactly what you signed up to do. But it's so different when you get out on the track.
And here, this is such a tricky section of track. It's known as the carousel here, but it's really a 3 apex series of corners, isn't it?
Yeah, C&P is definitely one of those tracks you have to know which curves to hit. On a lot of the corners, the exit curves are very tough and choppy, but a lot of the apex curves can help rotate the car and give you that extra minimum speed.
And this is a very long run, isn't it, here?
Yeah, into turn A, especially, there's a little bit of an elevation difference into this braking zone, and it definitely gives you help.
And through 8 to that quick flick at 9, and now into this wickedly quick kink here. Turn 10, they're carrying some serious speed here. Oh, how really pounding that curb. You can see it unsettled the car.
My big fear is in the kink. The kink is a really fast right-hander with a ton of curb that you can clobber. Going over that curb unsettles the car a little bit, so I had like a big lift from 110, let off, 103 through the kink. With my aero, it's fine. With my power level, it's fine. With my grip level, it's fine. But I'm a novice driver. I'm a new driver here. I don't want to do something totally awful.
First of 4 races is in the books here, and this wind is absolutely unbelievable.
I'm fighting fear, but it's not so much fear of like getting hurt or something like that. It's fear of embarrassment.
What's up?
Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh man, we got to battle.
Yeah.
Dude, you're dragging something. It might just be exhaust.
I think it's exhaust.
It was sparking a bit. I know you were right on my tail for a while, but it was fun.
Coming through, was it the carousel like back here?
Yeah.
Like I wasn't expecting to hit your brakes going in there. Figured like I'm more just a lift and like coast through. So you caught me off guard on that one. But
sorry about that.
Yeah,
it's just like I don't have confidence yet in some of those turns. Yeah, but that was fun.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah. I don't think I'm running up against the wall of like this is all I'm capable of as a driver, but it is disappointing. Yeah, I'm looking for more of a result, and I just have to figure out how to get it. A little humbled, if I'm being honest, but Eric Jensen came by and took a look with me, and we looked at my data on the kink especially, and I'm just not anywhere near where I should be. I've been lifting pretty early and only carrying like 103 through the kink, and I keep hearing that it should be flat in my car, and we looked at the data and it verified it. So that's what I'm going to do in race 2. I'm just going to try to incrementally ratchet that up. I believe it can happen. Eric believes it can happen. Marcus believes it can happen. So I just have to prove it to myself. Talking with Jensen, he was like, you just gotta attack it. Don't be scared of that. Like, be brave, like go do it. He said, you know, work up incrementally, and I know that, but to hear someone else tell me that, you can do that, you can go flat through the kink. I had a plan. I went out, I built a little speed, and then somebody in front of me, I felt like I needed to catch them, and all of a sudden that little bit of fear that was left my mind, and I was like, I'm gonna catch this guy. So I've been scared of it the whole time. I finally got it. I finally was able to find that pace and go completely flat through there. Do you know the silver E46 562? Yeah. Do you know where he's paddocked? I gotta go apologize, I've dive bombed him. I'm still overdriving the car and not doing what I can out of it.
Pick up time or?
I did, I got a 149.5, so I broke under 150, and I'm very comfortable going flat through the kink now. So,
nice!
Yeah.
There you go.
In fact, I'm looking for that guy. Have you seen a 562 silver E46? And I was coming up on him really quick into 11. Oh, yes. That's him, perfect.
Oh,
yeah, I'll get you coffee later. Who's the E46, is that you?
This one, yeah.
E46.
Oh, that's,
who's this guy?
Yeah, so you need to apologize to him? What'd you do?
I thought I was going to rear end him, so I dive bombed him instead.
Oh.
He did a great job keeping it clean, but...
I told him when he gets out here, you're going to whoop his ass.
Yeah, okay, good. Is this you?
That's my car, but I wasn't driving.
Oh, okay. Kevin Bandy, I was in that white Miata.
Oh, right,
I thought I was going to rear end you, and so I just made a quick judgment, and I dive bombed you there, but you gave me so much. 11. Yeah,
that was fun.
Okay, good. I was like, you kept it super clean.
I saw
okay,
yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
These drivers, they're so friendly and so eager to help that I feel like a peer. I know that I'm new, and I know I'm coming to them for their help, but they don't make me feel like I'm not part of it. They don't make me feel like I'm, as inexperienced as I truly am. The fact that I'm out here and I'm making it happen, and they're more than willing to help me get there is really exciting. I've learned that mindset is like the biggest thing, at least coming from not having raced before. It's just that really close dueling, and you're right up next to another car, and you got to figure out, what are they thinking, what are they about to do, when do I need to brake early to not run into the back of somebody, or when can I switch over and gain an advantage because I know they're going to run wide. That kind of stuff was really fun.
Going up and making it 3 abreast. That's really difficult, man.
No.
And there's the inevitable result. And then Wabum just got clipped.
go. There's the full course yellow.
There it is. So everybody's going to scrunch up. Here comes our pace car. And you can see Walbaum right in the middle of the track here. So they had absolutely no option but to throw this full course caution. I mean, safety is always paramount.
Here's a new variable. Now there's something to avoid. The guy I bought the chassis from thought I was absolutely crazy that I was going to take this meticulously built chassis, build it into a car, and then take it to wheel racing. In his mind, it's immediately going to get crumpled up and thrown away. And where did all that hard work go? This is incredibly hectic. 50-car grid in a small track. The things that come with incidents, like heated arguments in the paddock and people being aggressive back and retaliation and those kinds of things that I fear, is not present, even with all this going on. These are the racers I want to be door to door with. These are the racers that I am okay bringing a car that I've poured everything into and putting it at risk out there.
The hard thing about building a car and building a driver at the same time is like your learning curve is just steeper than Mount Everest. Like for me, I was an idiot. I built a 500 horsepower car, so it was, traveling twice the speed.
Terrifying to get to that limit. Yeah, exactly.
Which is just stupid. If I could go back and do it again, I'd be like, spec me on it, you idiot.
Right. Going into race 4, I didn't have any specific strategy. Like, I know I picked up pace in race 3, so I really wanted to just see, could I move up? Can I race clean? Can I improve my times, do better? And race 4, it all clicked. I'm definitely a much better racing driver at the end of the day than I started at the weekend. I went from, wow, I'm all the way at the back to I am racing and I am improving by huge amounts and I'm actually making positions up. I'm moving up. .49.5 was the fastest time I got in race 3, and the last 6 laps were all 1:48s. I'm really proud of that. I am on cloud 9. This is what I'm here for. I got that experience. I'm getting that experience, and there's so much more left in the year. I know I've got a car that is more capable than I am driving so far, and I know I'm capable of driving much better. I still don't have my sights set necessarily on trying to be at the pointy end, but I'm really still excited about being in great mid-pack battles. These drivers are phenomenal, and these cars are dialed in. So as I develop the car, as I grow as a driver, it's going to be more and more rewarding. And yeah, probably way harder to say I'm going to do less of this next year.
family owns a scrap business, and I've been operating skid steers and other machinery just since I was like 4 years old. So I guess that's how I've always been. Like, I just like to operate and drive stuff to their limit. It's always been in me. Luke's cool as a cucumber, on track and in the paddock. Right, Luke? I mean, me and Luke are technically teammates. We're in the same garage. We talk to each other all the time, at the track, at home. I live like 4 hours from him, but we'll talk on the phone all the time. He's definitely slightly faster than me. Practice, I was like fighting my mindset. I knew what times I should be running close to, and I was like, I am way off. Like, I don't really know if the car's making as much power as it should be, or if it's making too much. But I was like, I'll get those sorted out by qualifying. I'll go over some data with Luke. Then the car broke. Okay, got a problem here. Road America, cool down lap, car shuts down, doesn't really have any faults, oil pressure looks fine. And then back in the garage, again, nothing really looks wrong with the car. And you crank it, it pukes oil out of the catch can. The fuel pressure's fine, the spark, we checked one spark plug was okay. So why would that happen exactly? Eric Magnuson, he has an LS in his car. Luke, Adam Ulrich, like all of them have LSs with dry sump systems. It's like, oh, have you ever seen this? Like, is this something you've ever dealt with? Okay, let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. Let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. No, I know, but can you see a rocker arm to see if like a timing chain broke or something? Does that all look like it's still plugged in? The stress was definitely building a lot because at that point I still felt like I could make qualifying and I still felt like my race weekend was salvageable. I just like didn't want to believe it was like a mechanical problem that was going to stop my weekend. Okay, all right, we're going to try to pull the crank sensor out. I think my crank sensor failed. I'm going to fix this and I'm racing this weekend. Like that was determined. Get nervous, like, oh, like, is this going to be it? Should I go put my race suit on while Joey buttons this up and like maybe I can like go make it out right as they're rolling. All right, go ahead, crank it. Where's Luke? What the heck is going on? No, it's still not fixed.
We've got cars on course right now for Gridlife Touring Cup qualifying. Missing from the top 20 is the runner-up in the championship right now. That's Matan Rosenberg. And I don't see him.
I don't know if I saw him. I don't think I've seen him come across us either.
And as far as I knew, everything was running well for him.
Yeah.
But he does not appear to have made a lap so far.
Let's yank all the spark plugs. Sometimes when you get in that mindset of, I'm going to get this fixed, then you like overlook or like force yourself not to look at obvious things like,
holy shit.
Number 7 spark plug is crushed.
Oh, that's a problem. Valve or piston or both.
The saddest part about it all is we spent 3 hours diagnosing it, 4 hours, because we didn't pull that plug because it was super far back. So I don't know. I mean, we're gonna take it apart. I mean, like part of me is like, I don't know, just leave it and fix it next year, you know? It is what it is. Like being upset about it doesn't help. So like you're like fighting, am I gonna go like mope around the track or like, you know, pack up all my stuff and just go home and be upset about it? You can't let yourself go down that road.
Welcome to Road America. Kyle Heyer joined by Owen Horst and by Matan Rosenberg. And Matan, welcome. So I assume you're done for the weekend. Is that sort of the scenario, or you're looking to try to fix how?
No, my engine's done for the weekend, unfortunately. But I already drove out here, and I already have camp set up. So I'm going to enjoy the Gridlife Festival.
Awesome. One of the most scenic tracks in North America. Probably one of the most scenic tracks in the world. Gridlife Touring Cup race number 1 from Road America. Green flag, and we're racing at the National Park of Speed, and a good launch by the 330 and the 41. Gary Wimble pops out looking 3 wide, and it's a dead heat. Lichty versus McGrew towards turn 1. Big pack of cars. They're 3 wide to the first corner here, Matan. Tight quarters on this opening lap.
Lots of 3 wide action there going on. Looks like everybody made it through clean so far. Looks good. It was difficult watching there. Like, you kind of have to think to yourself, like, man, like, could I have been challenging that guy right now? You know, like, could I have been fighting for that spot?
Defense from the 7 down towards turn 5.
Same with Aaron.
I think Luke was side by side with Eric Magnuson. Looks like they single
Wow,
filed out
Dana's
now.
keep holding it together. Can he hold around the outside of turn 7 here?
Big wiggle, he's off, and Whipple spins right center track, and that's a bad place to be. Contact and crash at turn 6. And Eric Cattill's nose
collected from there a little bit too.
all punched in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is going to be very, very frustrating. We saw Austin Hurdle in there. We saw Tyler Pappas in the midst of all that. Yeah, full course yellow in this one. Let's have a look at the replay of this incident.
Not everybody's dealt with crash damage, but almost all of us have assembled our cars. They spent all the money and time to get here. They put in all the hours and hours and hours in their garage, at their shop, and it's like gone, right? And so, like, you feel for them a lot. You really hate to see it. You know, you're watching from this perspective, and especially for me, you know, these are my friends who I race with all the time. But hopefully everybody can learn from the situation and come away and talk about it.
Well, it's not under the conditions we wanted, but checkered flag for the end of day 1 and for Gridlife Touring Cup. Race 1, Luke McGrew is going to add to the win total that he has gotten this season. It'll be his 7th win of 2024.
Like, I think I can get back out there. I mean, I don't know what I'll do with the bumper.
Just leave it, tape it up. That was terrible to watch. It really was.
I thought I could fucking save it too. Like, I'm sorry to be part of the cause of this chain reaction. I saw that.
I think the mindset you need to have is just be as clean as you can on track at all times, but still you have to know in the back of your head, you know, anything can happen to anybody, you know, at any time. I mean, you can get just caught up in something, and that's just kind of what happened this weekend.
Shit has hit the figurative fan, and there's a lot of guys here that love to jump in and solve problems. And so when that happens, you just try to build up a little enthusiasm, empathize with the person who's struggling, and help them out. This series, more than any other, seems to bring the best out of people. It's like an insurance policy, right? Like knowing that the collective will come to support you when you have an individual, you know, bad day or bad experience. So I want to pitch in with the guys, and you know, part of that's because I enjoy the challenge, and another part of it is because I know they do the same for me.
I think we all know what we want, and I think yesterday was not what we want. I want 3 absolutely perfect races, and I know we can do it because we have done it many, many times. This place is very dangerous. I don't want to pull anybody out of a wall. I don't want anybody to have to fix their shit tonight, or tomorrow, or next week, before the next race. I don't want anybody to quit after the race. I don't want anybody to go to the hospital. It's all very, very real. This place is very dangerous.
Yesterday, we didn't get the race that we were hoping for, Matan. An early accident at turn 7 after a spin. Unfortunately, Austin Hurdle's weekend looks to be over and done with. The car should be repairable. Eric Cattill, though, he got his car repaired, and I saw that car out here this morning. He looks good to go.
Yeah, it looked like a bunch of guys got together and helped Eric get that thing knocked back into shape a little bit, good enough to race today. So I think as long as we can get some green racing, I think it's going to be a great race here.
We'll try this again. Gridlife Touring Cup at Road America. Green flag flies. Magnuson gets a great launch in the 330. They're side by side down towards turn 1.
Look at that. Is that James Howden helping Eric Magnuson push by Luke?
For the first corner.
Eric Magnuson pulled a little bit ahead of Luke McGrew there. Luke's car is going to be real strong in this middle straight, so it'll be interesting to see how he closes the gap here.
You know, you, in your own car, you only have control of what you are doing. You make the decision of how much room you leave and how close to the limit you're going to push it. And it is only amplified and more obvious when you're in a car racing, doing 100 through the kink next to somebody, right? Everybody has to be precise. Everybody has to be on their game. Everybody has to be in the right mindset of, I'm not going to make a move when it really isn't there.
Now coming up through Billy Mitchell Bend, turn 13, Magnuson with the 7 trailing hot on his heels. Luke has already driven right by him on the outside. Luke McGrew takes the lead away towards turn 1. Can anybody defeat Luke McGrew? The strength of that car has been in a straight line. Here comes Lichty, deep on the brakes into 5 on the outside of Eric Magnuson.
If Lichty keeps pressuring Eric like this and keeps battling, it might just allow Luke to run away with this. Looks like the pace car is coming out here, Kyle.
And looks like we do have a safety car, and it will slow the field down here as they work their way by the main flag stand. And this time, so that is Jake Jornstad's car. Is that Jake?
It looks like there might be a fire inside.
Yeah, there is a fire in the car. You see Jake getting out of the way, getting out of the car and to safety as quickly as he can. You see red flag now.
Red flag, red flag.
A fire is, that's like probably one of the scarier things to see in a race car. You get burned pretty quick.
Road America safety team immediately on scene, and they're going to go to work. And this is one of the most professional crews in all of motorsports, Baton.
Absolutely, Kyle.
And I mean, that's something where, again, you can only control what you do. That was something completely out of anybody's control.
After another shortened race here for Gridlife Touring Cup because of a fire on course, drivers okay, and we just got to get some green flag laps, Baton. We got to get the momentum rolling. It was going so well the first handful of laps.
Yeah, we had some good battles forming there, and just never got to really see them work their way out. So I hope for race 3 and 4 we get some more green laps here.
Coming into the weekend, most of the time I try to focus on building on the previous week, and that gets real difficult because you can have one setback, one little thing can ruin a session for you, and then you feel like you've gone 2 steps back. So it gets hard to keep building and building and building on top of what you feel like you've learned, and then sometimes that fight can leave you if you have multiple incidents in a weekend. 2 sessions go bad, 3 sessions go bad. But then the power of like one good session, one good race with a new friend on track can bring you right back in. And then all that washes away.
It's like a team effort to actually make it through the race cleanly. Like, we need to work together, and you're syncing up 58 people on a racetrack who don't have any communication with each other than like car language or body language,
So far this weekend, trouble in race 1 and a red flag in race 2, but it's time to go racing in race 3. Here we go. GLTC 3 wide as Aaron Lichty finds the hold next to Eric Meadows, and they storm down towards turn 1 Owen. Tight. 3 wide with Tony Marchev, Emil Tab, down towards turn 3. Pretty orderly, all things considered.
Yeah, looks like Aaron Lichty was able to take advantage of that braking zone in turn 1 and pull away with a little bit of an early lead here.
Now he's got to be on defense.
My mindset, I feel like the harder I try, the harder it gets. So I try to relax, and I try to let things come to me naturally. Don't force anything. The second I start forcing things or trying to make things happen, it's desperate. I always keep the word desperate in the back of my mind. Don't be desperate, Aaron. Don't hope, right? Just drive what you know, take what comes to you. Just always keep in the back of my mind that I want to load a shiny car on the trailer at the end of the day, and I want to have as many friends or maybe a few more than I showed up to the weekend with. That's my mindset.
Lichty leads.
Powers up.
Oh yeah, but not for long. Here comes the 7. Lichty's going to tuck back in line and try to get some slipstream here. The strength of that 7 car has long been the runs down the straightaway. Ryan Power on the brakes, really late on the brakes in that 245 there, Maton, but he got it done.
Nice polite pass there, left room in the braking zone.
It was good actually to watch a full race. As an announcing point of view, I was like, oh, I actually have to talk for a way longer time, right?
We're going to go side by side through the carousel. This could be a tough one.
You're basically going to be compromising both their lines and exits there onto the back straight, Kyle.
Up the front straightaway, checkered flag is in the air, and Luke McGrew's powerhouse of a Corvette will win again at Road America. Race 3 is McGrew, then it's Lichty, Meadows, Magnuson, and Power, the rest of your top 5. And there we go, we got one all the way through with a little bit of a delayed start, Baton.
If I had to guess right about now, Luke's probably lighting up a cigarette.
So the ratio of working on the car to getting to drive the car.
You decide your own level of involvement.
Gosh, what is the ratio? It depends on how reliable of a car you build. What do we get in a week? An hour and a half of track time? So it's somewhere between 10 and 30 to 1. So why'd you ask me that? I'm like, damn, this is a bad investment.
Like, when you look at it, it doesn't really make any sense. Like, this event, I'll be driving close to 16 hours both ways, and I'll be on track for, what is it, like an hour and a half or something like that?
Driving the car is worth way more than the hours spent in the garage working on the car. No matter if you're one of the guys that's just changing oil between events, or you're trying to get every last little bit, corner balance and alignments, dyno, all that stuff. I mean, it's worth it in the end to come out and, you know, those clean races, those ones you come back from and you're just hanging with your buddies, that's worth a lot.
I try to act like the car is the person. So it's not that I'm racing at S2000, you know, I'm racing Lena. You know, I'm not racing a Corvette, I'm racing Luke.
And here comes Houghton, 3 wide up to turn 6. This is going to be a squeeze. Walbaum has to back out. Magnuson takes advantage, Owen into 6, and they're side by side for what's 3rd place now.
Yeah, I think that really just shows the level and skill and also care that our drivers really understand when they're driving out there on the track. They just actually love to be here, and they're not just out there to glory hunt. You know, they want to just love driving, and that's what they're doing.
Full green race is perfection, pretty much. From all 58 drivers, for 58 people to be all aligned in the same thinking, it's pretty special.
Scott Heckert picks up his first Gridlife Touring Cup win, and it is a Corvette Sweet Baton here at Road America.
Great job, guys. You got it all.
Good. It sucks that I can watch you race this weekend, but
Yeah, seriously.
Next best thing is having people in the booth.
It was fun.
So
Watching a GLTC race is pretty special and pretty amazing, especially when you compete with those people. It was pretty difficult to come back in. Like, yes, obviously I'm a driver, I know all these guys, but it's much different when you get out of the car, you have that adrenaline, you kind of have like the same vibe as everybody else, and you were racing them, and like everybody wants to talk to who they were just next to, and like, oh my God, like, can you believe we made that work or whatever? And you know, you're like, oh, it looked really cool from the live stream, but like, I don't know, it makes you think a little bit about these weekends. Just how it's interesting, like how driving together like that at a high competition brings these people together so tightly. It's like, man, like we have to spend all that money for that conversation. And then like spraying the champagne if you get on the podium is probably like the most fun.
Mr. Luke McGrew. Best family we ever could ask. We never ever imagined this series being this way. And we thank you all so much for being Gridlife. You guys are Gridlife. We're just here to help. Have the best night.
For the past 4 years, like this is what I do, which is like close to a quarter of my life. There's times where you're like just really drained and you're like, yeah, I kind of wish I could quit, but you have all these people who support you. Like you can't let all these other people down. I've put in the effort to get here, and I have the capability, I think, to do well and potentially, you know, win or do well in a season championship. And so it's like, well, I kind of want to prove it to myself I can do it too.
Yeah, I'd say that has a little water in it.
have to be in a rhythm. Really, you have to try to breathe a few times on the front straight, because if you're in a battle, you might be holding your breath 3/4 of that lap, not realizing it.
Welcome to Lime Rock Park. Kyle Hire joined by Greg Kramer. It's like flying fighter jets in a cereal bowl around here.
It really is magic here. Some of the best door-to-door racing on the planet, in my opinion, with the Gridlife Touring Cup.
I've been in a lot of series where I've been podium, no problem. The field is much more stacked in Gridlife than pretty much anywhere else I've raced. This is where I want to be. This is where some of the best racers are.
A lot of drivers who've come from other categories where they're absolute front runners have shown up here and said, wow, is this field tough?
I mean, that's why I moved to Gridlife. I was winning a lot in Florida, club racing, NASA, and I wanted more competition. I wanted to become faster. Top 10 is generally always my goal. It's definitely something I've been hoping to get to, because up to this point, I haven't really been there. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing.
And the other driver we just have to talk about is Lena Chin. She came in here, qualified 10th, drove her way up to 6th on the track, and is showing some real speed.
Every time I get out on the track, I feel like I can improve a little bit more, and just working toward that goal, climbing the mountain. Nick Barbado was in front of me, E36 BMW, multi-time national NASA champion. He was the guy I wanted to pass.
Look at Lena, woo, side by side there.
Granted, this is his home track, so it was a little more difficult to get around him. You're really heads up, being cognizant of who's behind you, who's beside you, who's in front of you. This just intense concentration of a high-speed game of chess. I love it. It's pretty much my favorite thing. It's the only place I can kind of get it in my life. I'm always checking to see who's coming from behind. If I have a bigger gap from behind, I know I can take a little more battle to the person in front of me. You kind of just stay behind them until they make a mistake. You put the pressure on them. No, I don't want them to make a mistake, but I want them to know, hey, I'm right here, and if you do make a mistake, I'm probably going to take advantage.
Big cloud of dust out of turn 7. But you're right about Lena closing in on Barbado there. This is a fantastic run for her. Last year was up in the front in the B races, but to race at the front of GLTC, it is so hard, Greg, and this is going to be a huge boost to confidence for her.
And look at this, the pace that Lena was attacking so hard at Barbado, he went, I got to get by Zoo here and give me some breathing room here.
White flag, last lap around Lime Rock Park in Gridlife Touring Cup Race 1.
I had one more dive in on Kevin Zhu. Yeah, coming out of Big Bend into the left-hander. I had actually gotten up on his rear quarter panel before he kind of came over, and I was like, oh, not, you know, probably could have forced the subject a little more. You have to make the best decision you can at the time. I didn't feel like I had enough overlap on him, and I didn't want to pit maneuver one of my friends, one of my competitors. We all want to have a good, clean race. That's really important in GLTC.
Checkered flag, James Houghton for the first time since Midwest Festival in June, wins at Lime Rock Park.
Lena, 6th place, is that her best finish, I think?
That is her best finish. It was previously 10th, it is now 6th place.
To do better than you've ever done, this pure excitement and just joy that you've worked so hard for this.
If we had like 2 more laps, you probably would have gotten me. I was fading.
And it's been great to see a lot of my competitors have risen with me, as we've now been able to have more and more great battles further up the field as we're progressing.
Watching the B races from last year going, oh shit, she can get this done. And then you came out and just laid that down in the race.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Trying to do something.
Yeah. Well, you're doing well. That was so cool.
This is the special flag. This is not a yellow flag, even though it is the color yellow. This is for bears. I don't want you to put the car where it might not work. I want you to put it where you know it will work. If you go 2, 3 wide into a turn,
I want you to hold your relative position towards the inside or outside of that racetrack. You do not get to
I think there's a high level of respect needed to race this hard, this close. It does happen. We've all had incidents. We're all trying to improve. It's important to race your friends hard, but we don't want to put anyone, including ourselves, in danger while trying to do it right.
Hi, everybody, and good morning. A beautiful Saturday, August 17th, as we get ready to go racing for the second time this weekend for the A group. James Howden, Matan Rosenberg started the front row. It's Marchev and Lena Chin in row 2.
This is I think, a career weekend for Lena with the way she's going. Best finish, best qualifying, and now highest start. She starts 4th.
Having only 2 cars in front of me was an amazing feeling. I had no idea how I would be able to hold on to 4th. It's trusting that they will give you the same level of respect back that you want to put out there. I wanted to prove to them that I did belong at the front of the field.
Your 27-car field for GLTC Race 2A. Pace car, the Nissan GTR, is going to peel off and head down the pit lane. Green flag flies and we're racing again at LRP.
5 abreast heading in to Big Bend, and from the outside, beautiful move, Matan Rosenberg in that big Corvette.
Look at Lena Chin up to 3rd place. She took out an opportunity from the outside of row 2.
It's intense. A lot to think about while you're racing, trying to do, really perfect the laps, but I kind of love it. In certain parts of the track, when you get a second, I might look in the rearview mirror to see if Tony had gained or fallen back from me, to see where I might be stronger, where he might be stronger.
And Houghton just setting fast lap. Lena Chin, though, right on his 6th, and bringing Marchev right along with her here.
Tony had a couple good runs on me on the downhill. So as soon as we got on the straight, I took a defensive position on the inside of 1. If he wanted to get me, he would have to do the move that I do, which is take him on the outside.
Marchev.
The magnificent Pacific coast of California. Today, we move inland over the majestic hills into the internationally known Laguna Seca.
The corner behind me here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca is one of the most famous corners on the planet. It's a 4-story drop that everybody always talks about whenever you come here. There are some corners globally that are just recognized by name. Eau Rouge, 130R, Curva Grande, and the Corkscrew. But sometimes it's the corners that are less talked about that are even more impressive. The original configuration took drivers through a very fast downhill left kink at turn 1, which cut through to what is now turn 5. It was an incredibly fast sequence with a huge compression, and speeds climbed over 150 miles an hour before the left-hander after the bridge at turn 6. The original track was 1.9 miles in length, but in order to satisfy MotoGP's minimum track length requirements, they added about 0.4 of a mile, including Andretti hairpin turns 3, 4, and 5, bringing the total length of the track up to about 2.24 miles in 1988. This is turn 6. It doesn't have a name or the global recognition of the Corkscrew just up the hill. But what it does have is this huge compression here, this massive curb on the inside. It requires so much precision to get this just right. If you miss the apex by a foot, you're off by 20 feet at the exit. And if you get a little too tight to the apex, you hit this thing, this big nasty yellow curb, and this will send you for the ride of a lifetime here at Laguna Seca. The entrance to turn 6 is blind and incredibly fast under the bridge. And when you finally get to the corner, you hit the ground so hard in this compression as the banking falls away from you that the cars actually gouge the racetrack. There's lines drilled into the pavement here from cars slamming this lap after lap after lap. It's a true test of a car setup and a driver's bravery.
Over my shoulder, thousands of spectators are getting ready to watch the world's fastest sports cars as they blaze around this road course. 25 of the world's best drivers, 14,000 horsepower waiting to be let loose. The Laguna Seca Can-Am race is about to get underway.
WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, 2.238 miles and 11 corners. This is a racetrack that everybody knows globally. In the corner of the corkscrew, that 4-story drop is historic in its own right. Turn 1, a fast downhill left into the Andretti hairpin. A great passing opportunity for our wheel-to-wheel race series. Turns 3 and 4 are very flat before you head up to turn 5. Added in 1988 to connect up to turn number 6. We just talked about it, that fast left-hander where you end up with this compression that leads you up to the corkscrew. And make sure you don't mess this up. Don't hit the curb on the inside or track out too wide. Climb up the Rahal straight to the corkscrew. Drive over the edge of a cliff, down 4 stories, feel the car slam back onto the ground, and then it's rainy curve down through turn number 9. Carry high speed here using the camber and the banking of the racetrack. Lean on the downforce if you have it, and then turn 10 back to the right. Set yourself up for your last passing opportunity at turn number 11. This weekend, Gridlife GT and Eibach GLTC are running in a multi-class format this weekend. So we've got 9 GLGT cars and about 25 Eibach GLTC cars, and the races so far this weekend have been pretty thrilling. And earlier today, we had our race number 3. Here's a look at some of the highlights from that frantic race with battles up in the front in the Gridlife GT category. It was the 77 of Hans Horpedal in the silver C5 that drove out front. Maxwell Sokowski in the red C5 was chasing him down the hill. Of course, Anthony Scafuto in the Camaro was 3rd place for most of the race, but Hans drove out to a pretty sizable advantage and never really looked back. All the while, Jordan Wisely fought a broken clutch in his Hyundai Veloster N and pulled off the racetrack to try to get the car back in gear. But Hans Horpedal went on to win his next race of the weekend. But in Eibach GLTC, it was the championship runner-up Matan Rosenberg in the Falcon Corvette, drag racing Justin Ross to turn 1. And while Rosenberg led the opening couple of laps of this race, and the field battled behind him for 4th and 5th, Justin Ross eventually got by Rosenberg and pulled a sizable gap, about a 1.5 seconds on the 484. But then lap traffic from Gridlife GT. They split the Porsche 3 wide down at the Andretti hairpin. It was a pretty spicy pass on the last lap of the race, and Rosenberg went on to win his first race of the weekend, vaulting him to 8 points ahead of absent Eric Catil in the Drivers' Championship with just 1 round remaining at Pittsburgh International Race Complex next month. So Rosenberg is in a great spot here, but there has been a 4-car invert for our 4th and final race of the weekend. Kyle Heyer joined by Sonia Klaus up here from Falcon. Sonia, welcome here up into the booth, and we're getting ready to see our last race of the weekend. It's a multi-class race, but a lot of these drivers are on 200 treadwear tires, and of course, Matan Rosenberg's on those Falcon RT 660 pluses, and he had the grip to go on to win the race.
Yeah, he absolutely did, and so it's amazing to see, you know, there's actually one other person, I think, in GLTC that's running the 660 pluses, which is Chris Rosales, and then Scafuto to running the 200 treadwear 660 pluses in GLGT. So it's very amazing to see. And then we also have our drivers in drift. It's very nice to be able to see, you know, a tire brand be able to acclimate to different genres of the driving here, especially things that we're seeing all weekend. So it's really cool.
Yeah, so the drivers that came out just shy of a win here, they were 2nd place, but Jonathan Grace caught up with some of our runner-ups from earlier in the day.
Justin Ross collecting more hardware. I know it wasn't a win, but still a P2 finish. You were out front in the field and had a great battle with the winning Corvette. Talk me through that final lap. Did you know the move was coming?
Oh, well, you know, I was having the best day of my life, flying around Laguna like a bald eagle, having some good fun there, just sitting, trying to mind my pace, and I ended up zigging when I should have zagged and zagged when I should have zigged, and almost blew the front end off my hot rod.
We're glad you didn't. Most important thing is the front end is still on the hot rod. Are you going to put it across the finish line first in race 4?
That's the goal. I mean, it's not horrible to be behind Matan at this race because he has to roll and I'll start in front of him on the next one. So a little bit of game. Once the pass happened and what it was, I just secured the spot, and then we'll figure out what we need to do for race 4 to win.
Best of luck in race 4. Congrats on P2.
Thank you.
Well, with more racing coming up our way here shortly here, Sonia, so we're excited to see some multi-class action again, something a little different here this weekend. You've been out on track during the drift sessions when there's all sorts of cars out there. What's your experience been like here at year 3 of Gridlife Laguna?
It has been an interesting one. You know, we see a large range of cars, a lot of professional drivers. I get the opportunity to be behind Justin Pollock and Evan Bokovic in the Falcon, the S197, and then Justin Pollock's, 1,000 horsepower S550. I am in my 350Z, my little 350Z that I built, and we are all, so Justin and Evan are running the 615 pluses, and then I'm running the 660 pluses because I am actually not a drift car. I started in drifting but moved over to grip, so I actually do grip ride-alongs. So.
Yeah, super cool, and that's one of the cool things about our Gridlife environment is you kind of mix and match cars on the racetrack and get a unique experience. I've got the FK510s on my FRS back home. I much enjoy those. I didn't want to quite go 200 treadwear now that I just drive all over the country, so a little extra treadwear certainly helps. But again, we've got drift cars on track coming up a little bit later, but in this race, both our GT Series and our Eibach GLTC Series use those 200 treadwear tires, and one of the things that I really enjoy about running on street tires is you can use them longer and more, so you don't necessarily have to put a brand new set on every event, but we're also going to deal with high temperatures here in these short races. How much can you really push these tires in a 15-minute race when you're battling for the win here?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that also keeping it at 200 treadwear, you are able to kind of expand that lifespan as much as you possibly can during that race, especially when you can't stop to pit, right? So you have to be able to, you're expecting so much out of that during your race. So.
Well, our runner-up in the GLGT race was Charles Spence in a very unique Lotus, the number 9. Jonathan Grace caught up with him before race 4.
Chaz Spence, a hard-earned P2. Yeah. It came late, but it came in the end. Pretty darn good result for this Lotus in race 3. Talk me through it.
Yeah, I knew it was going to take me a little bit of time to get my tires. I'm just having problems getting them hot to start the race. And so, I started P3, and then I lost it, and I went down to P4 or P5, but I was okay with that because I knew once my tires came in, I was going to be able to start picking it back up. And then I started passing people one after the other, and then I got up to P3, and I could see the Camaro, I think it's Anthony, right in front of me, and we raced to the finish line last time, and I could tell, I do a lot of Miata racing, so I know if I play in the mirrors, you're going to be looking at me. And so I just got in his mirrors a little bit, and I think he missed the shift coming out of 11. And I just went inside, and it's an iRacing move that we do in the F4 cars all the time. So you just kind of take that inside, and you got it. And I hit the shift, and here we go, P2.
P2 in the third race. Chaz, is a win possible in the fourth one?
Hans doesn't think so, but I do. I picked up, took me this first time at the track. So I picked up 7 seconds from when I qualified. So it's the first time to be driving this car, and I know how to pivot the car now, and so I think they're in trouble now.
A lot of momentum in the 9 Lotus, guys. He's got a P2 finish in race 3.
Thanks, Jonathan, and it's now time for our 4th and final race of the weekend for Gridlife GT and Eibach GLTC. 8.9 pounds per horsepower for GLGT, and you're looking at about 12.5 to 1 for the Eibach GLTC cars. And this is a multi-class race. They'll have separate starts in this one. We'll have a look at the starting lineup and run you through the grid really quickly here before we go green. On the front row, it's Max Lasovsky in the number 76. Anthony Scafuto in the Chevrolet Camaro starts alongside. In row number 2, it's Charles Spence in that number 9 Lotus that we just talked to. Hans Horpedal, the race 3 winner, starts in 4th post-invert. Rob Tuschowski in the air-cooled Porsche rolls off 5th. Jordan Wisely in 6th. In the Eibach GLTC Series, it's Michael Hilo and Oscar Jackson on the front row. Eibach car on the front row for the last race of the weekend. Tony Rodriguez and Justin Ross share row number 2. Matan Rosenberg and Joe McGuigan are going to be in row number 3. And Sonia, as we watch the rest of the grid go down the order here, traffic has been a topic of discussion. Yeah. Again, you have to pass a car sometimes out there in a multi-class race. And again, if this was maybe the WeatherTech Championship, everyone would be, wow, that was cool. But it's going to be frustrating for some of these drivers. How do you navigate traffic out there when you're surrounded by drift cars in the drift sessions?
Well, it's a little bit different because we're not racing for position. We're racing for, either I'm trying to get a shot or whatever it might be for camera-wise. So it's a lot of in-car communication and just like this non-verbal communication and anticipating where that car is going to be and just kind of watching that. It does make it a little bit more difficult, though, when you are in a multi-class in an actual race where you're racing for position. So that adds a little bit of a level of difficulty and interesting for other people to watch, I guess. This is the first year you guys are combining GLGT.
The first event.
I mean, true.
So, yeah. Again, these typically run as standalone series, but shorter day has forced us to condense them into one race group. But here we go. Gridlife GT is going to take us to the green flag here in just a moment's time. Laskovsky here in the front row. Green flag, and we're underway for Gridlife GT race number 4. There's the Camaro on the outside, that torque. Let's see the slippery Corvette, though, down towards 1. And Sonia 3 wide there almost for second place. Watch Jordan Wisely try to poke his way through here. Look at Hans Horpedal carving his way through the Lotus. Is going to get split 3 wide as the GLTC field takes the green flag underway. And we're already 3 and maybe 4. There's a GR86 with right side tires in the dirt. And Sonia into turn 1. Look at Oscar Jackson in the FRS around the outside. There's Hilo in the 224 car trying to make things work with the LS Swap 350Z. And Justin Ross and Matan Rosenberg in the Falcon car, again, running those RT660 Plus as championship leader. The goal here is just make it impossible for Catil to win come pit race. I don't think he can quite do that, but he can certainly give himself his best possible chance. But he really needs to win to give himself that opportunity.
You know, watching some of these corners and watching them especially start the race, especially in the beginning, right, when they're trying to come out ahead, it's amazing to see the car control that these cars have and these drivers have, especially working. Some of these drivers haven't been driving all year. A lot of these E46 and 36s are West Coast. So it's very interesting to see the new mix of drivers coming along and no contact happening right now. That's a lot of car control here.
Oh, Jonathan Liu got right to the edge of the road there. Peter Zhang side by side with one of our California locals, and you're just right. So many new drivers, and also to make sure that everyone sort of understands the no contact rules here. You can't knock somebody out of the way. You all have to coexist on the racetrack with your class and the GT cars should there be traffic. More side by side with Dominici and Peter Zhang, but plunging down the hill there through Rainy Curve. You told me the corkscrew is your favorite corner, but how about Rainy Curve there? That's a fun drop as well.
You know, to your point from earlier, I think those are some of those most underrated corners that people just kind of forget and don't really talk about because, you know, it's all the glitz and glamour of the corkscrew.
Lap 1 complete. Lasovsky still leads over Horpedal and GLGT by 1.3 seconds, but the GLTC lead is Hilo over Oscar Jackson. Then it's Justin Ross and Matan Rosenberg, the two that have battled for the win all weekend long. And Rosenberg's got to manage his car well here. Went with a slightly heavier setup this year, but look at Oscar Jackson in the FRS hounding the Eibach 350Z at the pointy end here. This is a great battle here. Up front, Lasovsky in the 76, running away from Hans Horpedal. There's that Lotus of Spence, and have a look. Maximum speed on lap 1 is actually the Porsche, 121 miles an hour by virtue probably of a better start. But min speeds for Lasovsky, the highest of anybody. And carrying min speed around here is really the key, especially when you got some downforce to lean on, Sonia.
I think it's an interesting thing for GLGT, right? That was one of the new series, and watching the series that was kind of meant for more pro cars, retired pro cars and things like that. And I hope that it does pick up more because I would love to be able to see more of this battle. Just like GLTC, where sometimes there's 60 cars that come through. It is amazing to see the different cars and the breadth of what is brought here, but I'd like to see more.
Yeah, certainly. And of course, first year of Gridlife GT, saw a pretty sizable grid at Audubon Country Club a couple of weeks ago, which was really rad.
I missed that one.
Yeah, it was a cool event for sure. And of course, they've got official data provided by Firelabs, giving us that look inside what the cars are doing on course. There's Jason Lapid, one of our GLTC competitors that's local to California in a 350Z, up inside the top 10 as it stands. And half a second between Lasovsky and Horpedal at the front of the GLGT field, but look at Ross closing in on Oscar Jackson for second in GLTC. There's Lapid in the 424, but the top 5 are kind of spread out right now, but they're probably going to do that accordion back together.
So it's interesting to see. So Firelabs, we have data on all the GLGT cars, right? And so it's really interesting to see. But for a GLTC, sometimes there's aims and things that are thrown in as well. Correct?
Yeah, and so that's for compliance as well. But the cool thing about Firelabs is even if you have an aim, you can upload that data after the fact with the Firelabs account and still analyze your data with the AI coach that they provide. And also, it still works in this graphic post-event too. But all the cars with the Fire Link uploaded automatically so that after the race, you don't have to plug in anything. You just go to your account and you see it all. But look at the sector times. Hans Horpedal quicker in all 3 sectors last time by than Lasovsky. And you see Scafuto there, 3rd quickest, and Tushkovsky 4th quickest. That kind of aligns with what we're seeing on course, except Horpedal is behind Lasovsky. So I'd expect Hans to close up on that red Corvette. But back to the GLTC lead. Things are kind of quiet for now, but is it going to stay like that? I don't know. A long way to go. Down into the corkscrew here, that 4-story drop. You got a 350Z that's taken that plunge a couple of times.
Yes.
That's a big drop down. It's 10 stories from the top of the corkscrew to the bottom of turn 10. And Oscar Jackson, sorry, Sonia, Oscar Jackson is a driver we only see in the California rounds, but that FRS has been supercharged. I think it's been a K-Series car at one point, so there's just a lot of different engines that he's tried in this car, and he's keeping pace with that LS3 in the 350Z ahead of him.
So I've actually never ran GLTC, and that is one of my goals, to be able to do that. And one of the things that I have admired of this group, all these drivers through the year, because I've been following along, with the Falcon, is just seeing the amount of work and the dedication to the series and to the driving and just camaraderie between all the drivers as well. It's amazing to see, especially in a series that's growing.
And watching the battle for the lead, here comes Oscar Jackson to the outside of Hilo, trying to set him up for a pass for the lead. And the Eibach car leading the way down to turn 4. Flat corners here, not a lot to lean on as far as track camber here, Sonia.
You know, it's an interesting thing too, where so the rules for passing that I feel like not a lot of people know is you have to be able to leave a certain amount of space. You can't just take it and be aggressive, because you would actually, if there was some kind of contact, you would actually be at fault.
Oh boy, watching Oscar Jackson carve his way up the hill here right behind Michael Hilo. And Sonia, you're going to be back out on track with the drift carts here not too long from now. So it's going to be exciting to get back out there a couple more times today. But what are your thoughts on this race so far before we let you go?
I actually don't want to say what I want to say because it seems really quiet. So it seems really good. I like being able to, you know, it seems like it's a clean race so far. I really love seeing this. Also, it seems like temps haven't been rising, so it's not adding that little level of, you know, extra questions on track, and so it seems like people are able to kind of put down some nice times and some nice laps.
And we're going to have a battle for the Gridlife GT lead here. Sonia Klaus, thank you so much for joining me. Appreciate your time, and have fun out there at the drift session. We'll be watching.
Thank you so much. I got to run. Bye.
And we'll be joined again by Jacob Gettens as the battle for the lead in Gridlife GT continues, as we've got about a car length between them here, and it's closing for the lead in GLTC as well. 0.6 of a second and just a little bit of time left to go as we continue our GLTC and GLGT race. Jacob, it is now 7 minutes and 50 seconds to go, and here's that battle for the top category.
Yeah, it's, I mean, spicy right off the top. Everything's been very, very clean so far, which is always nice to see. I mean, we like rubbing his racing, but not so much here, and don't want to be handing out some penalties a little bit later on, and passing kind of to a minimum, but now those front markers who were shuffled back due to a dice roll starting to make their way back up. Even taking a look at Ross down in GLTC, he's got a little bit of work to do to get through Helio and Jackson, but I think he's got enough time to do it.
Yeah, I think there's time left for both of these drivers to make moves, whether it's Lasovsky or Horpedal. Have a look here at speed at turn 6. Horpedal quicker than Lasovsky by 0.1 miles an hour. That's how tight the parity is between these two Corvettes at the moment.
Yeah, it might just come down to who's running those end plates on the wing, as we see once again Horpedal keeping that on, or keeping them on. There he goes for that dive.
Under the inside of turn 11. He's been a little bit weaker on the brakes than some of his competitors here this weekend, but now side by side, Hans Horpedal takes the lead away from Lasovsky.
Yeah, that was a bold move there, because not able to get quite the dig out, but I think it just put Lasovsky a little bit offline, going pretty wide through there, and Horpedal able to make the traction. Tough spot to make that tight of a dig.
A little bit of a wiggle there for Lasovsky, and all the while in Eibach GLTC, the battle for the lead has sort of calmed down. Hilo has a little bit of a gap back to Oscar Jackson, but now look at this. I thought he did, but turn 11 did not get on the brakes very well, and here comes Jackson, headlights flashing on Justin Ross again. And it's a 4-horse battle for the lead in Eibach GLTC.
I don't know if he's, is he allowed to do that there? Is he flash the lights whenever he feels like it, huh?
Oh, look at Jackson on the outside of the FRS, late on the brakes for the lead into turn 1.
This might give Ross a really good opportunity to catch inside. If he can get on the power, maybe go for the switchback, he can potentially overtake Helio on the next bit of this track.
And we're making their way now through turn 3. Very close at the pointy end of the field here. Look at Oscar Jackson, 0.4 better, fastest lap of the race than Michael Hilo in the Eibach 350Z out front. And the Falcon Corvette in 4th, running up behind the 272 of Justin Ross. Those two have fought all weekend long, but right now Matan isn't even on the podium. He has the points lead, but he really would like to double down, come out of here with another 25-point win, and really put Catil in a bind going into pit race next month.
Hilo's doing a great job of defending them. Nothing too crazy, just some really solid racecraft in a car that may not be as quick as a few of the other competitors, but I mean, just getting the elbows out all the way around without doing anything too aggressive, and defending by staying on the correct line, and just, yeah, it's solid racecraft. We're seeing what a dive there from Ross, though, trying to make that happen through the corkscrew.
Yeah, shortened up the apex of the right-hander down the hill and has Oscar Jackson in a compromising position. That will let Hilo start to drive away. That's all Michael Hilo wanted to see.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked that Rosenberg is sitting that far back. I know he likes to go for a bit of a lunge, and maybe this is it through turn 11. It looks like he's going to try a tighter line on Ross, get the dig through. We know he can get the slipstream coming down the straight, and Ross is going to have to battle here because Rosenberg's got a great exit through there, but Ross cuts him off before they go into 2.
Well, here comes Rosenberg trying to sneak up the inside again. Down into turn 1 and into turn 2 on the brakes really late. He gets it slowed down, but the battle for 3rd is on. And for Hilo, he's only ever won one GLTC race in his career. It came back at Willow Springs. I believe it was Willow Springs last year. I'll double check that stat. But Oscar Jackson has never won.
Wow, and Jackson is really fighting at it, getting a tire dropped off into the dirt and chomping at the bit to try and get that pass done, just like Rosenberg is on Ross right now. And they get a little bit of a separation between 2 and 3, and this will mean that this battle starts to change up just a little bit. Jackson now free to go on the attack against Hilo, and he's going to have to very much stay in his mirrors for the rest of this lap.
A lot of ebb and flow in the front of the Eibach GLTC field in this race, with Jackson's gap not being very consistent to Hilo. And now it's Ross and Rosenberg battling once again, but just for scraps. Oscar Jackson's car is so strong in that climb up to the corkscrew, and it was really good through turn 10. It left him with an opportunity to pass at 11 last time by.
Yeah, but I think Hilo taking that center line all the way through, he's going to make Jackson fight to be able to get around him. Ross with a great exit through 7, and that's going to set him up really well to now bring the fight back to Jackson. So Jackson has to go from offense to defense. He's very active in the cockpit right now, while Rosenberg then gets that stretch out and a little bit forgotten in 4th place.
Yeah, this is the flow of Eibach GLTC. When cars have advantages in different places, they're making roughly the same lap time, but in very different ways. Justin Ross right out to the gravel there. Jackson didn't get the exit he was hoping for. Rosenberg certainly did as he throttles up alongside for 3rd.
I can't get over Ross just flashing everybody. Listen, you're in the same run group. You're not asking them to move over, but I don't think Ross cares. He wants that spot. And there we go, Rosenberg again on the inside. Not quite as aggressive as last time on Ross, but does a good job, gets back in the pack, and they're just off in the distance. You can see Jackson going a little bit wider than Hilo, who's once again very calm and collected out front, holding down 1st place.
Yeah, also hearing that the number 120 car of Tony Rodriguez is behind the wall. Thanks to John Figrace for giving us that information. Unfortunate for him in this final one after having such a strong weekend. And Jackson is back on the tailpipes of Hilo once again.
Yeah, if he's not defending, he goes right back onto the attack. As soon as he gets a bit of a car length over top of Ross, he's just back on it and tries to get into the mirrors of Hilo, who's same thing, just calm, cool, collected, and out for a Sunday cruise right now at Laguna Seca.
Into turn 6. It's so wild to watch the gap. It's within a half a second. It's got this accordion effect going on. And all Oscar needs to do is find where his car is best and fully capitalize on that with the white flag almost certainly in close proximity. Hilo plunges down the hill again. What a way to cap off a weekend with his 2nd ever career win if he could hang on over Jackson, Ross, and Rosenberg.
Yeah, I'm expecting Jackson to make up a little bit more time through 11 and try and bring that fight back to it. Now we see as it happens one more time, Ross falling back a little bit, and Rosenberg, this is where he's going to go for that dive into 11. Can he cut it a little bit shorter? Ross is going to defend to the inside, but Rosenberg on a much tighter line has to fall back into pace, and now becomes a drag race down the front straight. Ross opting to defend mid-line, basically mirroring what is going on with the cars in front of him, and will Rosenberg go for another dive, now electing to go on the outside. Does he go for the switchback into the double apex of turn 2?
Last lap, 1 to go. Next time by will be to the checkers. Battle for 1st, battle for 3rd in Eibach GLTC. Michael Hilo in the Eibach 350Z, holding off Oscar Jackson, Justin Ross, and Matan Rosenberg. It's likely going to be very close for them as far as the weekend points are concerned to see who will go off and win that race. Here's Hans Horpedal down the hill for the final time in GLGT.
Yeah, he's holding down really well over Lewowski, who's kind of fighting through and just trying to keep that other Corvette within sight throughout the rest of this lap. But for Horpedal, it's been a very comfortable cruise, a very comfortable weekend for him as we swap back to TC. And that battle again, look at how close Jackson is right now on Hilo. Hilo, is he going to be able to make that dive again into the corkscrew?
Oh, Michael Hilo is going to have so much pressure coming up the hill for the last time up to the famous corkscrew. Hilo in the Eibach 350Z, trying to claim his 2nd win ever. Hans Horpedal wins in Gridlife GT over Lasovsky and Scafuto in the Camaro, but all eyes are on the GLTC battle down the hill for the last time.
Hilo's got a couple of turns left just to hold off Jackson, Ross, and Rosenberg. Everybody fighting all the way through, and McGugan, I mean, starting to come back into the fight very late in this. If there's a mistake from anybody, he could strike, but for right now, Hilo has just got a little bit left to keep things tidy and hold on to this lead.
Last corner, Oscar Jackson hard on the brakes, late on the brakes to try to steal it away, but Michael Hilo, after winning at Willow Springs in California last year, is going to bring it to the checkered. He is going to win Eibach GLTC GLTC race number 4. And for second place, Oscar Jackson steals it, then Justin Ross grabs third, and he will also win the weekend here in Gridlife Touring Cup over Matan Rosenberg. That is critical for Eric Catil, who's watching from home, and all he was hoping was that Rosenberg didn't come out of here with 4 wins, and Rosenberg got 1.
Wow, what a turn of events. Rosenberg really came in here as a favorite, but Ross able to muck up that weekend a little bit, and same with Hilo, who just great driving out front. As soon as he got that clean area, he was good. Qualifying didn't go the way he wanted it to, but was able to come through after that swap and hold on to it. But in GT, Horpedal, that story all weekend. What a crazy run for him from start to finish.
Let's have a look here at our race results for our last race of the weekend. Hans Horpedal again is going to pick up the win on the weekend here in Gridlife GT. Job well done. I think that'll be the first place trophy he's won on a weekend. Max Lasovsky in the red Corvette, then Anthony Scafuto in third. Jordan Wisely grabs fourth, then Stephen Bright, and of course I don't think that Lotus was able to finish this race down in 6th place, unfortunately. In IBOC GLTC though, this was a big one. Michael Hilo, the 224. Job well done. Second win ever.
Yeah, amazing. And then Oscar Jackson behind him. Justin Ross falling back into third. Matan Rosenberg taking 4th and 5th. Joe McGuigan, I thought he was going to strike back at the last minute.
Abdul Osmani, Jason Lappa, Jonathan Lugan, Asmaf Mohammed. Top 10 for him. And Christopher Rosales in that RX-7 grabbed a top 10 spot. Eric Avier, Peter Zhang, Anthony Dominici, Daniel Geraldo from Toyo Tires, and Sergio Orestes. By the way, that guy's last name is actually Sergio Perez. And just to avoid confusion, went with Orestes, his middle name. That was helpful for us.
Yeah.
It would have been really cool to have Perez out there. Checo. Josh Fleur, Ryan Fitzgerald, and Tony Rodriguez wrapping up the IBOC GLTC field, Jacob.
What a great run, and it might be controversial, but I say keep multi-class going. That was great.
Let's have a look at the highlights here from our 4th and final race of the weekend for Gridlife GT and IBOC GLTC. On the start, it was Lasovsky in the red Corvette that led the way to the green alongside Scafuto in the Camaro. And that's how it was for the first couple laps. We watched on the Fire Laps information, courtesy of the Fire Links. And we saw Hans at 11 and out-dragged Lasovsky to the start-finish line, took the lead, and drove away after that. And again, Horpedal just picking up trophies left and right here in this silver Corvette. And after running an S2000 in IBOC GLTC, he just lit the afterburners and took home another win on the season. And we'll hopefully see him at pit race as well. IBOC GLTC, though, on the invert. Hilo had the pole, and he never gave it up, Jacob. Down into turn 1, it was a pretty wild start, but Oscar Jackson in that number 469 Scion FRS chased him lap after lap after lap, just could not quite get back to him.
Yeah, if you look at pick up just a little bit more time in that car and get a little bit more aggressive on the attack, because his defense completely locked in all the way through. Jackson breathing down his neck the entire time. Ross never giving up at any point in time. I mean, that top 3 jockeyed back and forth, and you can really get an idea of the different sectors that everybody had and how that all played out. But at the end of the day, only one driver is walking away holding that checkered flag, and Hilo doing an amazing job playing Minister of Defense.
Yeah, that was a beautiful job for Michael Hilo as well. And as we look at the weekend points, 25 for Hilo should leave him with about 68 points. That might put him on the podium for the weekend as well. Maybe McGuigan is going to beat him. But let's head down and talk to our Gridlife GT winner with Jonathan Grace. It's Hans Horpedal victorious again.
Perfect Sunday drive, 2 for 2 for Hans Horpedal here in the final GLGT race of the season. You had traffic to contend with multi-class racing this weekend. Just give me your impressions after a perfect sweep on Sunday.
You know, you just take what's given to you. I mean, we were kind of managing a brake issue, which we just found out last night. So, you know, just did enough that we needed to do to get in front. Max had a great drive in race 4. He gave me a little bit of opportunity to get next to him in turn 11 on, I don't remember what lap it was. But as soon as I saw him, you know, struggle a little bit on the brakes, I thought that was probably the place to do it. I had planned to do it at the top of the corkscrew because he was a little early on the brakes there, but then that popped up, and so I just took it.
Well, perfect way to end Sunday. The final race in GLGT. Hans Horpedal goes 2 for 2, guys.
Thanks, Jonathan, and job well done for Hans Horpedal. Doing some work with us in the paddock here as well, helping us out. And there's a look at some of the Lotai, multiple, down here this weekend. Really cool cars that the West Coast brings. And Gridlife GT had some very unique cars. Didn't see a lot of Tuchovsky in the Porsche in this event, but an air-cooled Porsche, that was pretty cool. And sounds like we also might have our race 4 winner in IBOC GLTC, Michael Hilo, standing by with Jonathan Grace. All right, now we found Michael Hilo down there with Jonathan Grace. Let's hear from a Race 4 winner in IBOC GLTC. Jonathan?
Your IBOC GLTC winner. It's only fitting that it's a California local and you're getting it done in the final race of the season, or excuse me, final race of the weekend, rather. Talk me through your race and how sweet does it feel to win in California?
Well, it was great to get the gift of pole from the random invert through the dice roll. And I knew the strengths of this car, it's one of the heavier cars and faster cars in the class, so I knew I had to play to those strengths, kind of back them up in the corners and just play defense the whole time as much as I could. I knew it wasn't going to get around me on straight, so I just kept it exactly the same every single time, and it played out. So I'm excited. This is the first event that this car's had no issues since the very start of the season. So from going from DNFs to winning a race, I'm over the moon. So.
Well, a great way to take home some hardware. Talk me through those last couple of laps, because the top four, I think, finished maybe with a blanket thrown over them. Were you driving in your mirrors in the last couple of laps?
I was definitely driving in the mirrors, but this car, because it's one of the heavier ones, the tires start to fall off towards the end of the session. So I was just nursing that, and I could see them getting closer and closer, and I was just hoping they'd keep each other occupied long enough until we finished the race, and it worked out that way. So.
Well, Michael Hilo capping off the GLTC weekend with a win in race 4, guys.
And WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca is host to Gridlife Laguna for the third consecutive year, putting wheel-to-wheel racing, time attack, and drift all on track together. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettins as well as Jonathan Grace on the pit lane. And Jacob, we're back on track for drift. One last time on the broadcast. There's one more session at the tail end of the day, but this is the last time we'll see it on the show. And it looks like the track is pretty full at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, drivers wanting their last little bit of time out on track, at least in front of all the cameras. They'll have one more session, as you talked about, a little bit later on. But for right now, it's just go out, have some fun, and we've had him Napick out there swinging things around in that donut livery S chassis. And the driver coming through the Pro Spec Series made some great content. One of the best drift videos I've ever seen was his round a few years ago in Orlando. They went very Discovery Channel with the voiceover, and it actually inspired me to do a lot of other stuff. It was really cool. Great content coming out of drifting. And if you haven't had the chance, go check out anybody you see here. Check out their social media, because produce a lot of cool stuff, just like Forrest Wang out here. See what he's got up his sleeve coming through 11. Is he going to try something a little bit slower? I was hoping that maybe we get something a little bit crazy, and hey, we know who that is in the chase.
Sandy Klaus chasing Matt Kaufman down the hill. If you want to find someone to go fast and crazy, you don't have to look too far to find Matt Kaufman.
Yeah, Matt Kaufman, a driver just able to link pretty much any part of this track whenever he feels like it, shutting down a little bit, giving the wave by. Sandy to be able to go through and film a few more drivers. And yeah, just great to see him out driving again after a few years hiatus, and he's just been putting on a show anywhere that there is someone to be able to watch it. So great things there, and a few other cool things going on drifting. We got a series right now, not so much a series, but Drift Appalachia, which is they shut down mountain roads and go drifting in the mountains. It's incredible. It brings a lot of business to small local communities. They go into town, they buy from the local shops, rent out local hotels. Really, really cool. And you get to drift on public roads legally through the mountains. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, it's super cool. I've seen that event and footage from it. It is absolutely crazy. It looks like something from a video game, but so does this, in fairness. Drifting at famous WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca down the corkscrew like we all did in Forza, whether intentionally or not, I'm not sure. Here comes Hurt out on track with Larry Chen behind.
Yeah, this will be good. Hurt, another stylish driver, somebody who's elected to not really compete, just likes to go out, have fun, do some crazy stuff, partnering up with T-Pain, running all of his stuff. Unfortunately, T-Pain not out this weekend. We've seen him out at a bunch of events in that Pickle Rick car, but for Hurt in the Twerk Stallion, you heard me right, that is the name of that car. It's had multiple engine configurations from rotaries to LSs. I don't even know what's in there now. It's I think he just decides every season to change it up like a new outfit. So it always looks great. It's always got big chrome Johnnies on it, sitting real low, and a beautiful RX-7, and just a kind of a throwback to a different time of drifting.
No, what I really love is these cameras that are on the sticks, the selfie sticks on trail, because the footage you get out of these 360 cams looks like a video game, like you're in chase camera mode. And that's so cool, because it's like a life imitates art sort of thing. You know, you're watching these videos, you're like watching it as if you were playing Forza, just really cool. Otherwise, I mean, that camera angle, you know, would be cool in a vacuum, but just the fact that you're trying to effectively replicate what it looks like in a game, I think is neat.
Yeah, and drifting is so much of a showmanship and one-upmanship, so, and that applies to the content, the media as well. What a big big initiation there.
One-upmanship.
Yeah.
I like that term.
Yeah, it's a lot of that. We talked about a little bit of machismo going on, but drivers like to produce content and produce shows and different pieces for YouTube and social media that are just better, bigger, or crazier. Look at her, the amount of speed coming through there, scrubbing off a lot of it, but getting back on the throttle. So the upside of that is all the fans at home get to see some crazy content. There's a show out a little while ago, and unfortunately I didn't continue it, called Fresh Tracks, where Chris Forsberg would basically drive a track without drifting it, and then have one shot to link the entire mountain road. And they called it Fresh Tracks because it's the first time you see the skid marks on the pavement. And it's man, it's crazy what they've been able to do over the years, drifting through shut down malls, different streets, driveways, anywhere that there's a spot that they can go sideways and the police in the town say yes, we're down to do it. So
Colin Zielinski sending it around for a slide here. He's been on track a lot this weekend.
Yeah, he's getting in a lot of reps now that his competitive season's pretty much near the end. He's got a few more other series under the way, but getting the fist bump out the window. Great thing, we get a lot of passengers out here. We get to show people what it's like to be in a drift car for the first time, and it is a crazy experience, and it will change your life for sure.
Yeah, there's Michael Hurricane chasing in the Hyundai Ioniq, following Colin Zielinski. And got some neat cameras on the front of the car. We've had a couple different rigs on that throughout the weekend to get different footage. Grace Sitton, one of our editors and graphics guys, who's going to be riding along in the passenger seat there. TJ Hunt. Oh, wow. Hand out the window. That's a little bit of bragging going on there.
A little bit. I mean, man, he's carrying a ton of speed in that Supra. That is, a great chassis for road racing. Arguably one of the hardest cars to set up for drifting. Very, very difficult. Only a few drivers have really cracked the code when it comes to setting them up. Now, he makes it look very easy, but when it comes to the competitive side of things, these things are they're pretty spicy.
So no complaints about marbles, TJ. If you go out the track next race, you're putting them down yourself, buddy. Matt Kaufman's going to peel off. He might have a problem there.
He might just be out of rubber.
Oh, that could be.
Yeah.
Try to find a cut through, orange cutout to get back behind the wall.
Yeah, I think he's good on his own power, but I'll have to see there, Larry Chen in the Supra with those two cameras. I feel like they just keep 3 cameras now. They just keep mounting them higher and higher on that car.
they're quick. They might as well just get a double-decker bus to put them on.
Yeah, some amazing angles when he's got it like that. Some of the shots that have come out of this weekend are just absolutely incredible. I've already asked Matt Marcoux, one of the photographers, to print one out for me and send that off to the house because the office needs some more decorating.
Yep.
There we go. R34 looks like coming up there. We see them sometimes in drifting. Very, very expensive car to put sideways.
Yeah, I would imagine. It feels like there's a lot of cars out there that are expensive to put sideways once you put all the go fast bits on them.
Well, the nice thing is once somebody's crashed it and they decide to auction that off, we jump on it pretty quick. So if you're getting outbid on some JDM Legends, there's a good chance there is a drifter that is in there. Just because of the regulations, as long as the strut towers aren't banged around too much, we replace pretty much everything else. So, cars with rear end or front end damage, there's a good chance it's being turned into a drift car.
Just the shell, basically.
Yeah, it's basically it. And if you're not running an FD or one of the competitive series, you can do whatever you want. Move the strut towers around, put whatever you want on it. Like, they don't really care. Ooh, Cole Richards going almost for a backy. I wouldn't quite say it's there. Cole Richards, an incredible competitor running in Pro Spec, just missing out on his pro license this year. Had a great conversation with him on the podcast as well, and a funny guy. I don't know if you caught, there's a gentleman going around this weekend doing a mobile photo booth.
I've seen that. I saw that last night.
Cole actually proposed to me for a photo. So unfortunately, my wife is not going to be happy about that one, but Cole Richards, an incredibly funny character, a fierce competitor, and somebody who's come up through the ranks very, very quickly. He's only been a couple years in Pro Spec and already fighting for a championship is pretty wild. Doesn't happen all that often. Drifting is one of the only motorsports where within 3 years you can become a pro driver. So, and it has, we've come very close for that happening. I know 4 and 5 years has happened a few times. I'm not sure if somebody's done it in 3, but you go Pro-Am, Pro Spec, and into Pro. So it can happen.
What's the value of events that are not competitive? Let's look outside the ladder for a second. If you're a drifter and you're trying to move up and you're doing these events to sort of make your way up and grab those licenses, what's the value of coming to an event like this to hang out?
Yeah, content is huge. Drifting, like any motorsport, you need partners, you need sponsors. You can get insane content. Look at Larry Chen helping out with that. So that's a big part of it. Testing things out. You will often see, and I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but Matt Field bringing out that C8 Corvette, that is something you come out and run these events, figure out what's good, what's bad, and you can change setup wildly because it doesn't matter. You're not competing with it. You can really dial that car in. So you'll often see drivers, maybe a few of them here, bringing out cars next year that then will debut in Pro the year following. So bring out a car, label it a party car, set it up for Pro, and then you've already got your seat time in, because especially when you switch chassis, drift cars are so dynamic that going from one chassis to another could be night and day.
Is there something to be said about networking too in a paddock like this? Not only from a sponsor's perspective, but just for drivers, because you get up and basically run on anyone's door, provided you got that handshake agreement beforehand. And I think that for the pros that are kind of watching some of these bro-ams, as Gray calls them, jump in here, I think that's got to be a lot of fun.
Yeah,
oh boy.
and yeah, I mean, getting that, hey, party on, man, party on. Sunday, keeping the energy going, love it. A lot of not even partnership deals, let's say driver contracts, teaming up, have actually started talks at Gridlife events. I can point to a few of them where the conversation happens here. You're hanging out, you know, the day's over, and you're like, what are you doing next year? Oh, I need a ride. Oh, I could get in this. And the next thing you know, you've got teammates, and those conversations do start a lot at events like this, especially at Gridlife, where you get a good mingling of so many different levels of drifting. It's a good scouting report for people like me, where I can start looking at drivers and going, I've never seen you before, and you kind of see them on the door of other drivers that are maybe of a higher caliber, and you're like, oh, there's something there. So it's good. Within drifting, it's a very competitive environment when it comes to partnerships and media. Just get out in front of the cameras as much as you can, meet as many fans as you can, get some merch selling, and just enjoy yourself, because you never know what can come out of it.
And if I may, head on over to Gridlife Official on Instagram, because a lot of the footage that you're seeing on Larry Chen's Chase Supra are already uploaded on his Instagram, and we're collaborating with all that, so you can sort of see it all in one place, and make sure you follow Gridlife Official to learn more. This is not our last show for the year. We've got Pit Race coming up in about a month, where we'll finish off our championships for the Gridlife GT and iBox GLTC series, as well as the Track Battle Championship. The only one that comes to a conclusion today is the Gridlife Rush series, which will be up next. Let's have a look at the highlights here from this drift session. The last one on the show here for the weekend. Jacob, take me through it.
Oh, just kicking things off right with Matt Kaufman, completely destroying those tires. Look at the way he's able to keep that wheel speed all the way through, making it look easy floating. And then, I mean, just another big, crazy V8 car coming around with Cole Richards. And there it is. Oh, one more backy before we end off this stream. Let's see how he nails this one. So it's going to be going clutch in, keeping that wheel at full lock. Oh, he's still spinning.
Oh,
so he doesn't even come off the throttle through it. That is a big backy.
That was beautiful.
That was incredible. So great job there, Napa, coming around, and another great driver, great personality in there. One of the kings of style, and Forrest Wang coming from Hawaii. There he is, calling one more time, a driver that just keep eyes on him. And there's TJ Hunt going one-handed around. I wouldn't be shocked if he takes his other hand off the wheel and just drives it with his knees.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh, it's happened. It's happened. There's a lot of crazy stuff that happens with those cars. So yeah, it's good times.
Gridlife Drift is complete here, at least on the broadcast for Gridlife Laguna. It'll be the next thing on the broadcast will be the Gridlife Rush Series race number 4. We'll be back right after this.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
comes down to this for the Gridlife Rush Series, the final race of the weekend, the final points race of the championship. 6 rounds in. It started at Carolina Motorsports Park, then we went off to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, then Midwest Festival at Gingerman, all the way out to Summer Apex in Wisconsin at Road America, then Lime Rock Park, and now here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. The Gridlife Rush Series comes to a close right after this race. And of course, some of the drivers we've been following this weekend, like TJ Hunt and like Nate Hamilton from Team Rapscallion, have put on some great racing for us all season long. Nate Hamilton's car, that bright yellow machine that we've been following, and he's been chasing his teammate, Jonathan Grace, got a chance to catch up with him a little earlier today.
Nate Hamilton in the 144, one of our Rush drivers. The Sunoco team has been pretty fast across the board. How's your weekend been at Laguna?
Yeah, my weekend's been solid, man. Super consistent, a little bit uneventful, you know what I mean? I'm out of the news quite a bit, no crazy gnarliness like last year. But I'm doing good, man. I'm picking up pace every race, feeling really confident. Super proud of TJ, man. He's had a really highlighted weekend. So cool to see the Sunoco camp, Rapscallion doing so well.
How confident are you that you're going to put the 144 and yourself in the news in race 4?
I feel pretty good. I'm definitely finding like where I need to pick up some commitment. So it's time to shine right here.
Where do you feel like some of those areas are around this 2.24 mile circuit?
Yeah, so turn 6, like that face is very important. I'm just like using a little bit too much brake pressure going into that turn. And then what's been so surprising is my low speed stuff. Like going into 11, let's say, I'm like over braking. And normally I just love to, slide through them things. So yeah, it's just got to gain a little bit of confidence there. And I think we can walk our way up to, 8th would be sweet.
I know braking in these things can be a bit of a challenge. They're notoriously difficult under braking. What are some of the things you can do to stay consistent over a race?
Yeah, so a lot of times, like, you're trying to apply the brake pressure, just enough, versus too much. But as a background in drifting, it's all good with me, man. Slam the brakes, slide the car out, get back on throttle. Yeah, so just being a little smoother is the goal.
Well, the 144 is comfortable a little bit sideways, so watch out for Nate Hamilton in race 4, guys.
Man, those drifters are having too much fun in the Gridlife Rush Series, Jacob.
I love it. I love seeing all of them come over, and it's a great, just a pollination, I guess, of drifters coming over, and a little bit of interest I'm hearing from maybe some Rush drivers come over to drifting. So I'll take it. Let's trade things around, swap cars. Let's have some fun.
Pollination. I like that term.
I was hunting for a word.
That's a great word. There's a look at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. See that little red track map? Let's have a look here at our track preview here. 2.238 miles in the left kink at turn 1. The first corner that you really see on the map, that's actually Andretti hairpin, turn 2. Then flat corners at turns 3 and 4. Up to turn 5, the hard left-hander. We saw races won and lost there. Then turn 6. This has been a trouble spot all weekend. And then the corkscrew. These Rush SR cars like to take flight up the top of there before they slam back down.
Yeah, they love diving through that section and then getting through Rainy Curve. You barely need to touch the brakes. A little bit more on 10, and then 11 has been such a make or break corner for so many drivers, as Nate talked about earlier. Carrying that momentum through, not over braking it, maybe getting a little tail happy, and then setting things up to restart another lap.
Well, here's a look at the highlights from race 3 earlier today. It was another frantic start. Michael Schneider out in front, Bryce Mersberger up there in the mix. There was a crash in the opening lap of the race that involved a couple of cars. The 30 of Vela Saldana was one of them involved in it, and Chang the other. And then on the restart, the battle was up front between Schneider, Mersberger, and then James French, the number 70. Volkel and Blair Hosey traded spots, but here comes that number 70 of French up towards the front as he started to hound Michael Schneider.
Yeah, I found some really creative spots to be able to go in for these dives, and a lot of late braking through some corners and just carrying a bit more momentum. And when you've got these spec vehicles, you've got to be brave. That's where you're going to win or lose. This is just in the nerve. You're able to carry it through the entire race, and for French, that's what did it for him, and what a great run. But we mix things around, so now we'll see where French is sitting on this grid.
Yeah, so the way that this works now is Rush is the only series here in Gridlife as far as wheel-to-wheel where the grid is set by the points earned for the weekend up to this point. Now, there's been a little bit of a shift and shuffle, so the way that this is actually going to sit is Michael Schneider is going to be on pole, then Bryce Mersberger, then French, then Hosey, then Bratz. So that's kind of our top 5. And we'll show you the rest of the grid once we get on the pace lap here, but the cars are still on the false grid. For TJ Hunt, he rolls off 8th. What's the goal here? He got his first podium the other day, fell down to 8th at the tail end of the race. What can he do different to move forward again in this one?
Yeah, we know he's great off the start. He can read that green flag really, really well. I don't know if he's just got crazy vision where he's able to tell just before that flag is able to go and fill that gap in pretty quick. And he's also got a ton of nerve to dive into 2. I'm expecting to see him take that inside line, coming up through 1, getting things set up, and then just kind of just going on the brakes as late as he can and then dive through the rest of it. So I would not be shocked if we see TJ Hunt try and make a dive almost all the way up to 4th, but I also wouldn't be shocked if we see him overcommit and shoot off into the gravel. So that's the fine line he's going to be running, and everybody knows what he's driving like right now. Everyone knows what French has been like as well, and maybe we'll see a battle of late braking through every corner.
Well, here's a look at the weekend points so far, and it's going to actually put Bryce Mersberger at the very pointy end of it. James French, Blair Hosey, Bratz, and Batley. I think Schneider might be missing off of there, but either way, it's for James French. He's been really successful so far this weekend. I think a race win in this last race would propel him to a potential weekend victory. Nico Bratz also, and Jalen Batley. Man, the Batley versus Mersberger battle, that one has just been covered by, what, 3-4 rounds this year. Those two have just been stuck together like magnets, and we're going to get one more 15-minute race to see which driver comes out on top.
Well, Batley's going to have to fight through a little bit of traffic and some very, very tough traffic to get back into that battle that we've known so well throughout this entire season. So really, really interesting way to wrap things up here. Very, very exciting, and the driving, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it has never been better in Rush. So if you're ever interested in it, if this is starting to tickle some fancy, get on out there, grab yourself a Rush car, and hopefully we will catch you at the first round for next year, because I have a feeling this grid is just going to get bigger.
Yeah, and if you're interested, you can learn more about the car at the Rush Auto Works website, but there's plenty of teams here that offer sort of an arrive and drive experience. I think that's a great place to start to kind of dip your toe in the water, but the cars start around $50,000. We talked about their technical setup. They're custom cars built by the Rush Auto Works group, but they have a GSX 1000cc motorcycle engine in them and a 6-speed pneumatically operated paddle shift gearbox. So it's got all the race car stuff, a little bit of downforce to boot, no ABS, no traction control. That's the fun part of racing. A lot of downforce, no assists for the driver. It's just classic over-under slip and slide. Who can be braver on the car?
It really is just big boy go-karts. It's really what they seem like and they feel like. And chatting with a few drivers about it, they've kind of just indicate that a lot of the techniques and strategies you're going to use in karting is you're going to use the same ones here. So it's been very, very interesting to be able to follow this throughout the season. I mean, I got hooked pretty early on, and then when I got a chance to do some commentary over them in Atlanta, I was like, oh man, this has been so great. So getting to follow it through the rest of the season has been incredible to see a lot of the battles back and forth, some of the carnage, and a lot of the fairy tale stories of people coming back and being able to battle it to the front of the pack, even after a big wreck. So they seem pretty easy to work on. So I think it's one of those, even when the impacts happen, to get everything built back up and back out on track seems to be fairly easy, especially when you got so many parts available to you.
Yeah, certainly. We're about ready to get rolling here. Just got to reshuffle the deck on the grid just in a moment. But when we turn them loose, it'll be 15 minutes from start to finish here. As we get ready to roll here, Jonathan Grace has had a pretty fun weekend down there, ripping around the paddock, talking to drivers and teams. And Jacob, he's been having a blast so far, and I'm hoping to get him in that Hyundai Ioniq here for the last drift session on the day. I think he'd have a lot of fun in that thing.
Yeah, I think so too. He's between the three of us, he's definitely got the most fun job. He's out there exploring. We caught him last night checking out the merch booth and checking out the video games. So for somebody who's on his first Grid Life, he's really getting the full experience.
Well, he caught up with a couple people that are enjoying some bridesmaids. There's some kind of party going on down there in the paddock. Okay. Jonathan, what did you find down there?
One of the things that makes Grid Life is the fans, and I think this has got to be the world's best bachelorette party. Tell us a little bit about why you're here, dressed as cones, and what this is all about.
So, I love motorsports, love auto sports, used to be a crew chief on an amateur race team, and my best friend Sabrina, who's also my maid of dishonor / best woman, was like, she loves cars, let's go to a car festival. She loves music, let's go to a car festival, and so that's what brought us to Grid Life, and we're dressed as cones as, we're here. And when we used to go out, we used to joke when we were out in the middle of the night that we would just get traffic cones that were out during construction, put them on our heads and start jousting. And so now we're doing it.
Amazing. Well, thanks for doing it here. Congratulations, by the way, to you and your fiance, and thanks so much for all of y'all being here. This is part of what makes the Grid Life Festival the Grid Life Festival.
Well, that was interesting.
I was not expecting that. Not expecting that.
Oh, boy. He's having too much fun down there, and there's been so many people that have had fun here this weekend. And, Jacob, thanks for joining me here. This has been your first event with us up here on the broadcast side of things. What's your impression of this event and Gridlife as a whole after your weekend here at Gridlife Laguna?
Yeah, I've had the opportunity to work in and around Gridlife for many, many years, but first time doing a full weekend in the booth, and it has been incredible. The feedback has been amazing, and everyone's been very patient with me as I learn all the names and get everything dialed in, so thank you so much for that, and fingers crossed this isn't the last time you get to hear from me. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to bribe Kyle into the table, though.
We got the dream team this weekend. Project Prime behind the cameras and a whole bunch of people that make this all happen, and it's a very busy place inside that production trailer at the moment. And again, big thanks to all the people that make this happen around the racetrack, the safety workers and the track staff here as well as the Gridlife team and crew that put all this together. And it's really a small team at the end of the day, but boy, it takes a village. There's a whole bunch of people that are worth thanking. We'll talk more about that at the tail end of the show, but we're just waiting to get the deck reshuffled down there on the grid, like I said here, Jacob, and then we're going racing for 15 minutes around one of the world's most famous racetracks. And what about the Gridlife calendar? We look at the schedule. We go to places like Road America and Lime Rock Park and Laguna Seca, but also some tracks that are sort of the heart and soul of grassroots racing, like Gingerman Raceway that has a cult following in the Midwest, Carolina Motorsports Park, a hidden gem in South Carolina, Autobahn Country Club, a premier facility in Illinois. But that mix is so great to have in a grassroots and amateur racing championship.
Yeah, it also provides so many different calibers of race track as well when it comes to like the speed and the cornering, and it just means that when you're building and setting up these cars, you can't just build it for one thing and be like, oh, I've got 3 rounds or I've got an entire season of just really fast tracks. You get some very, very technical things. I mean, even looking at just what Gingerman's able to provide, you've got some really fast sections, you've got some big technical sections, a ton of G-force coming through too. Like it's not, Gingerman's not an easy track to set a car up for either because it hands you a little bit of everything. So, and then you add that to every other track that's on the calendar and all the different places you've got to go. And I think the biggest side benefit is you get to see so much of this beautiful country and meet so many different people and check out all the different states and food. It's incredible.
Yeah, and while we're waiting for the Rush Series cars to head off to pit lane, Jonathan Grace also caught up with another one of the YouTubers that's here this weekend, Rob Dahm, who's great. He's always been a friend of ours here at Gridlife. And Jonathan, what'd you find there with Rob?
Rob Dahm in the beautiful number 146 RX-7. Tell us a little bit about what you brought to Gridlife this year.
A vehicle with gas in it this time. This is a 1993 Mazda RX-7 that has been turned into a 3-rotor, 1,033 to the wheels monster.
Wow.
It was originally a drag car. Now it's a genuine Pikes Peak Gridlife track car.
Incredible. How fun is it going and trying to tame the corkscrew in this beast?
Oh, you know, the very first year I was here with Gridlife, I have a chunk of the green painted rock sitting on my desk from not taming the corkscrew, and so that reminds me. But this year, you know, you got that third tree like trick. I mean, it's just like this, like, I don't know, surreal moment. And so, yeah, I did good this year.
No green chunks this year so far.
Yeah, sadly, nothing more to my collection.
Like I said, crucially, unlike this morning, it's got gas in it. It sounds phenomenal when it is running on track. It looks like a heck of a lot of fun to drive.
Yes, yeah. You know, I think my only issue right now is heat. You know, that's what's holding me back from pushing it further. And I will stand here right now and be very happy that that's my issue. I can deal with it.
Well, fair enough. Good news is it might cool off in the evening and a little bit tomorrow morning as well.
Perfect.
So Rob Dahm with one of the cooler RX-7s you'll see on the grid.
Thanks, Jonathan. And yeah, Rob Dahm, always a friend of Gridlife, and good to have him here. And there's just so many great faces and personalities that have joined us here this weekend on our West Coast swing. And Jacob, just a pleasure to have guys like him out here. But of course, we're not quite done yet. We have our season finale at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. If you're near Pittsburgh, it's a great place to come hang out.
Yeah, for sure. And that track layout with the switchbacks, everything else, the low speed sections, that's going to throw things for a big mix. I mean, some of the vehicles that maybe don't have the same horsepower, but drivers that are really good at digging out of a tight section, they're going to do quite well. So some of the heavier cars, maybe not as much. Lighter cars are going to have a great time, but just another mix-up and a big change when it comes to race strategy between here and there.
Yeah, one of the cool things this weekend as well, I'm actually going to completely go off script here, not that I am scripted. There has been some really neat merchandise here this week, and I know Jonathan did a piece on it earlier this weekend. Chris of the Truck, if you want to flip over to me here in the booth, there's some really neat merch. This is, I believe, a Chris Stewart design, but the corkscrew hoodie. This one is really cool, and look at this. This is such a cool design. I had to get myself one. And from my understanding, they sold out almost every size of it. Look how sick this is. So you can still get this. It's going to be a QR code to scan if you're here at the racetrack. But keep an eye out on shop.grid.life after this event because we'll have more of them for sale. This is a really, really cool design. I'm a big fan, Jacob, of all the merch that we've got here. It's got some print on the sleeve as well. But you can't do this kind of stuff with other brands. We'll take the logo. We'll make it all squiggly wiggly there, but super, super cool. So get your stuff, shop.grid.life for more Gridlife merchandise here. Of course, WeatherTech Race with Laguna Seca, home of the corkscrew and home of that awesome hoodie now.
Yeah, Gridlife has always had incredible merch. I am a proud owner of a very early Track Rat shirt that I think I'm just going to have to frame at this point. And one day it might actually be worth some money. Not many of those got floated around in the early days.
Well, let's head down to Jonathan there. Jonathan, what you got for us before this race?
But I think the back is where this thing really shines. So I like yours up in the booth, but I think I like mine a little bit better.
Thanks, Jonathan. And yeah, just a little update there from him on pit lane, talking about some of the merch, some really cool stuff that we've got this weekend. And again, we were there pretty late last night. People were still coming up, checking out the keychains and things. We got pairs of socks, all sorts of cool stuff.
Yeah, I think Jonathan's going to need a separate bag. He's been hanging out a lot near the merch stand, so I think he's doing a lot of shopping.
Yeah, it's really neat to see. And Hillside's got plenty of cars on it still, you see over there. So if you're still here at the racetrack and you went, oh man, they were out of my favorite thing, scan the QR code, you could pre-order, and it'll be free shipping back to your house as well.
That's awesome. That's dangerous. Guess you know where you're going to find me a little bit later on.
For sure. But again, just hang tight with us here, folks. Just getting resorted after a little bit of a miscue, just getting cars in the right order. So when we roll them onto the racetrack, they will be set to go on a lap. We'll take a short break here. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the start of the Gridlife Rush Series, race number 4.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data, but do you know how to use it? FireLapse is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with FireLink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, FireLapse helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
It's the season finale for the Gridlife Rush Series at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Welcome back to Gridlife Laguna. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettins, Jonathan Grace on the pit lane, and just getting the deck shuffled up, and we're about ready to go here for Gridlife Rush Series Race 4. Finally, cars are rolling down the pit lane here, Jacob, and all that anticipation, it's going to be explosive energy headed down the front straightaway.
Yeah, with it being the last run here for these gentlemen, they want to make sure it was right. And a lot of conversations going on, but I think we got it all sorted now. Cars getting out on track, tracks getting out on cars as we get into the final formation lap. As a bit of a tear rolls down my eye just thinking about that.
Yeah, this has been spectacular this weekend. Michael Schneider on the front row alongside Bryce Mersberger in the 114, and then in row number 2 it's going to be James French in the number 70. Blair Hosey in the number 8 rolls off in 4th place, followed by Nico Bratz in the number 7, the bright red car. Jalen Batley, runner-up to Bryce Mersberger all weekend long. He'd like to move forward. Andy Vogel 7th, TJ Hunt in 8th place. And in row number 5, it's Ryan Leach. If he was going to start, I don't think he's on track. Cole Gamma starts 10th, Jacob.
Getting into row 6, Ryerson Whistle, favorite driver, Nate Hamilton, 11th and 12th back-to-back. Elias Spiza and Alex Chang taking 13 and 14 in row 7. Moving into row 8, Sam Kim and Sebastian Beaupre with 15 16 respectively. Row 9 brings us Omar Kale, Brett Diacomo. And getting into row 10, mid-pack, Matt Wilson, Gage Hughes, 19th and 20th.
And in 21st place on row 11, it's Kyle Melnick in the 335. Vila Saldana starts 22nd. That's good news after an accident in the previous race. Hassan Ahmed starts 23rd. Sam Reed in 24th place in the 255. Bradley Vincent starts 25th in the 23 car. Josh Laffman in the 26th spot. Ryan Kircher, John Robinson 27th and 28th. And 29th will be Larry Brady in the 59. Logan Frost starts in 30th, Jacob.
Yeah, getting into row 16, Michael Neff and Tom Kirsting, 31 and 32, gets us to 17th row. Ethan Hardesty and Jake Sanders going to have a bit of a hard time fighting through the pack, but nothing's impossible. Row 18, JD Cruel and Lee Bauer for 35th and 36th. Row 19, Raul Nair and Jeff Hardesty. They get front row view to the rest of the race, but not quite, because John Bobbitt, Benjamin Quain will be leading up the back of it. And in racing like this, just because you're on the back row doesn't mean anything. We've seen so many dive bombs, especially into turn 2. Things get crazy. Last-ditch efforts here. You got all season to fix the car. Do you go with something crazy? What do you think?
I don't know. I think as far as the championship is concerned, Ryan Leach had that pretty much locked up from the get-go here this weekend, provided he got at least a race under his belt. So I think you go for it. You're not going to really mess up anyone's championship circumstances here. Get on the brakes late. Let's do 3, 4, 5 wide. I didn't have to tell them to do that anyway, though, Jacob. They're going to do it all on their own.
Even just our pace lap here, it's pretty aggressive coming through some of these turns. These drivers are really getting the tires warmed up. They're stacking up. There is a sense of anticipation that is tingling through the air right now, as these drivers know this might be their last chance to get these cars to go wide open throttle, get them screaming all those RPMs, all those gears, and all that speed, as now our pace car tucks into the pits and our drivers start to round turn 11, and it all comes down to this, Kyle.
It all comes down to this. You said it exactly right. It's time to go racing in the Gridlife Rush Series, race number 4, the final points race of the 2025 competition season. Thanks for joining us here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Here we go. Green flag, and we're underway at Laguna Seca. TJ Hunt's on the outside at 3 wide already. We're 4 wide midfield and down to the Andretti hairpin. Let's see if they all get out the other side.
It looked like there was some contact right off the gun. We've already seen brakes lighten up, dust in the air. And do we get a clean run through turn 2? And they're still stacked up as they start to fly down towards turn 3. Wait to see if we can get them in focus to find out where that shuffle is at, because it is pretty crazy to kick this race off.
I'm really impressed. We kept all the cars pointed the same direction down there at turn 2. Andy Vogel up the inside of Nico Bratz. That was for about 5th spot. Really tight racing there through that flat turn 4. And out front, it's Schneider over Mersberger. There's French over Hosey for 3rd place.
Yeah, a little bit of a shuffle right off the kick, but I think we're going to see side-by-side or 3 wide action through the vast majority of the starts. Want to dive in there. Not quite sure. To car 51, able to make a late dive and getting through the dirt. And it's going to be no track limits for this race, just like all weekend. And I expect, whoa, there we go, one out into the wild.
That was Vogel, I think. Yes, it was. The 34, and he's going to drop way down the order at turn 6. Everybody scatters in for the lead. Here comes Mersberger on the outside of the corkscrew and down the hill. Big slide, and French is going to take advantage of it to the outside.
This is what we were hoping for. Last-ditch effort on every single lap, and look at French able to basically take advantage of that entire situation. Someone getting a little bit wild. Now we see French in second. What a dangerous spot for him to be. Another car off
at the turn 10 complex and just went straight. I don't know what happened there, but it looked like it just wasn't turning. Not sure if there's a suspension issue or something. But Hosey goes straight off, and in a cloud of dust, will continue. And here's a look at it again. Watch the 8 try to turn in, and it just a right front lockup, and it just speared straight off the racetrack.
Yeah, wow, and thankfully it looks like able to get it stopped, and we'll probably see a caution. Another puff of smoke coming off. Could that be Bratz?
No, Bratz is in the red car. I think it's the white car in trail that's doing that. It's Ryerson Whistle that had a big lockup going down there into turn 2, and he's chasing TJ Hunt, who sits 5th right now.
Yeah, he's moved up the pack a little bit now. Some of that is just due to incidents in front of him, but hey, to finish first you have to finish, and Hunt's been able to do that through the vast majority of this season.
And up for the lead, Schneider and French.
French going to go for a bit of a swing in there, electing to go a little bit wider, maybe a bit of fresh air to try and get that swing back, and look at how he's able to pick up the pace and really get into the tail of Schneider. He's going to do the same thing again, electing to go wide. Will he swing in through 6, doing a good job carrying that speed, closing up the gap quick. Man, French taking some crazy lines to pick up the pace.
And just trying to carry as much momentum as possible. He's going to look to the right, big wiggle for Schneider on the binders, side by side into the corkscrew, but French can't keep the overlap there. Little wiggle for the 2 car on the downhill run. It's a 3-horse race for first place.
Yeah, French is kind of learning from some of the drifters and getting that slip angle in through a lot of these corners, finding that he's able to pick up a bit more pace, go for a wider line, and get back onto the throttle really quick. The upsides, you can keep the revs going in these cars. Not that they load up that much, but if you can get it to slide just a bit, but keep the RPM up, when it does hook, you're going to get a good dive out and no bogging as they come down that straight.
0.2 of a second quicker Schneider is than French as they come up across the start-finish line here. Let's see, 0.2. Actually, quickest lap of the race is Nico Bratz. Ryerson Whistle got by TJ Hunt for 5th place. And into turn 2, here comes French poking the nose to the inside of Schneider for the lead. Was there a touch there? It was close.
It was very, very close. Yeah, French just really likes intimidating drivers. He loves playing up into their mirrors, loves going for maybe a fake dive, get them a little bit off their game, rethinking what their line should be. And then as soon as they make even the slightest mistake, he could dive through 2-3 cars to try and get that pass done. So French just so good at intimidating other drivers and pushing them to make some sort of mistake.
There's Nico Bratz in the number 7, starting to close it on Mersberger, French, and Schneider. And has that purple wipe on the screen. Fastest car on the racetrack right now.
That's really interesting that he's able to do that. So getting a bit of air punched for him. Now he's gonna have to go a little bit quicker to gain that proximity one more time through this section, but it's starting to fall back, and there's French one more time, electing to take that mid-line. Is he gonna go for that lunge? He does.
On the outside, he's been so late on the brakes. He's been really trusting that car. Now the plunge down the hill, still side by side. Now he just lost the overlap as he carves down Rady curve. Schneider, French, Mersberger all battling, and Bratz still waiting in behind, waiting for an opportunity. French to the outside, and here comes Mersberger in that 114. And there's see Hosey still off there at turn 10. I don't think they still have a yellow covering that, so he should be good to race through there. And that's good news, because here comes French to the lead.
French going wide, getting that slip angle in the dirt. Does he get the traction back down? But this is it. Mersberger able to use that to get past French. Now they're side by side coming down the straight, holding it through one. French with a very uncharacteristic mistake, just a little bit aggressive, and Mersberger just jumps all over the opportunity.
Every lap that these drivers spend battling brings Bratz closer in that red number 7. They're still side by side for 2nd place. French is not willing to give it up. He runs out to the edge of the curbing there. But here comes Bratz, and this 2 cars slow. Schneider has lost drive at the exit of turn 3. He picks it back up, but drops to 2nd place.
Wow, what a change. I mean, French again dipping a wheel in the dirt. Listen, he is looking for any line he can find, even if that means going off-roading. French getting a little bit desperate out there, it seems. And he's, he comes for such an amazing pedigree of driving. He's kind of trying everything. Look at the dive as he gets on the brakes a little bit earlier. Going to go for that swing back through the section of 5, try and carry that momentum, and then just out-brake or just out-drive anybody through 6. So see how he sets things up as we do get that change. Mersberger now leading out front. I mean, I can't believe Schneider just had that mistake.
Yeah, sometimes these cars have gotten stuck in gear occasionally. It's a very rare thing, but it seemed like it stopped accelerating and then went right back into gear. So maybe just something happened with the pneumatic gearbox there. But once he got it back in gear, he's got the speed back. Bratz is right there, but it did give Mersberger a pretty sizable advantage, about 6 or 7 car lengths now as they run through Rainy Curve into turn 10, and French trying to line up to get by for second. He's been stuck P3 for most of this race.
Yeah, that car is getting very shifty. I mean, even under braking, you can see him starting to fight the front grip, whether he's fighting a little bit of understeer, but French does such a good job through this section, although not getting the dig out of it that he was hoping for, and our leaders start to pull away from him. But look at Bratz now, starting to get that draft. We'll see if French decides to take a bit of a breather lap, and Bratz might be able to pick up on that, getting the fastest lap again.
Yeah, Bratz has held that for a couple of laps now. Here's a battle deeper in the field. That is Cole Gamma on the outside. Jalen Batley to the inside. I think that's the 88. Big lockup for Ryerson Whistle on the attack on TJ Hunt, but 3 abreast into the Andretti hairpin doesn't always work, so they had to sort it out. That is the 88 there ahead of Gamma.
Wow, they're holding on to it all the way through. This is wild. I don't know how our... Whoa, there's our contact.
That's Omar Kayal into the back of Cole Gamma. Just tried to do the over-under and just forgot to do the under. Yeah. Drove up the back tailpipes of that Cole Gamma machine.
No, he got under. He just got under the rear end of the car.
And he's going to have a look now into the driver's left and opens up the door. Cole Gamma's going to let him go by. That was a pretty big shot to the rear body work there.
You can see how much work they have to do under that threshold braking, trying to hold the brakes into that corner, because that car wants to get a little bit squirrely as soon as you really dive into that pedal. But all the drivers doing quite a good job. I think that brake pad change has made a big difference, because we're not, knock on wood, seeing the spins that we've seen previously in this season.
Yeah, we've seen drivers be so much more confident on the brakes. That was something that our motorsports director, John Raymond, was telling me, that they were experimenting with different brake pad compounds to hopefully prevent these cars from swapping ends in the braking zones with a heavy rear bias where you lock up the rear tires. But we've seen drivers just sending it into the braking zones, and instead of swapping ends, you just see them wiggle a little bit because they're on the limit of grip down there. And that's been something French, with his extensive experience in prototype racing, has used to his advantage. But he's going to need all that experience to run away from Schneider and run down Merzberger with just 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, for right now, French in second. We're getting side by side going into turn 2. French, can he hold the outside line? Because Schneider is doing what French normally does, late braking onto the inside. He does a great job through that exit, and French has to watch somebody use his own move against him.
Yeah, a little contact there, side by side, just hip and shoulder there. Nico Bratz is going to see that and smell blood in the water. There's the dorsal fin in the number 7.
Love that, hunting him down. No, This is great. So I think Bratz, I mean, as we're starting to tick down a little bit, we're about halfway through this session. Bratz now getting very, very comfortable in that spot and maybe noticing some of the mistakes and opportunities. There is an advantage of sitting back there for a little bit. You can kind of read the competition and understand and wait for them to start fighting. And Bratz had a couple of opportunities, just hasn't been able to seize it to go in for that dive. But I don't think it'll be long before French tries something again as they power through turn 6.
Oh man, using every inch of racetrack is Michael Schneider to keep French and Bratz at bay. But for Bryce Merzberger, his first win in his career in the Gridlife Rush Series was back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. We didn't score points there. He won 4 more races at Autobahn Country Club. No points there either. This would be a point-scoring win for him, and with the strongest field we've seen all season, maybe except for Summer Apex at Road America a couple of months ago. What a statement this would be for the driver of the 114 car.
Yeah, it would be amazing. And right now, he is letting 2, 3, and 4 all battle it out. So Merzberger's got kind of a lonely race for right now, but it won't take long for French to start taking a few tenths off here and there to try and gain back that lead. You know he wants it, and he will try basically anything to gain it back.
Well, that time through, Bryce Merzberger, he's going to pick up, Schneider picked up the purple wipe, so that's the best lap for him. You see James French does 2.2 seconds back from the overall race lead at the moment. Things have strung out for now, but there's still time left for someone to throw it away. We've seen that happen so many times this weekend.
Yeah, all it takes is one brave dive, a little bit of wheel-on-wheel-on contact, and then we're looking at a few of these rush cars playing in the dirt, and then if we get a stack up, that is going to be pretty interesting. So right now, I think for Schneider, for French, for Bratz, and kind of anybody else, they're hoping that we get that pace car back out there. They can stack things up because all of those drivers are so good on the restart.
Bratz all over the back of James French. And a lot of camaraderie in this paddock as well. We've seen drivers all chatting post-race about, the overs and the unders and the big moves that they've made on the track. And Nico is here this morning, 7 a.m., already at chat with the team, getting set for a full day of racing. And he was battling up to the top 3 pretty much every round last time. He's just been on the outside looking in of race wins this season.
It's looking like Bratz is starting to reel in French just a little bit in a couple of different spots. So we'll see how this ends up playing out. Man, French is so aggressive on his turn-in. You could turn this black and white. You could change all the body colors over. You would still be able to pick French out of the lineup the way he drives these rush cars.
There's just something about him, the experience that he has in motorsport and in this kind of car. Maybe, the prototype experience he has bleeding over into this championship. But under the flag stand here, at least 2 laps to go as we come up under the bridge gantry there. Schneider under fire from French, and Nico Brat's going to try to set up for the over-under on both of them.
Yeah, great move there from Bratz. We talked about this. He will lay in wait for his opportunity. Does a great job, and unfortunately for Schneider, looks like 2 cars getting past him in one corner just by taking that wrong line through that section. Now we check in on a few of the back markers and more battles continuing on.
That's 51 of Gage Hughes working his way by. I think, is that Elaspezia in the 111 car? We haven't talked with him yet today, but there he is. No, that's not the 111, but they're going to work their way out of turn 2 now. Battle pretty deep in the field, I have to imagine. This is a little bit down the order.
Yeah, but it just shows you how great this racing is. And
it's the 12th, sorry, it's the Brent de Giacomo.
Oh, Giacomo, wow, yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is one of those series you got to come see in person because we want to focus on the leaders and all that stuff, but these battles are happening everywhere on track.
Oh, look at Batley on the outside of Beaupre. That's a squeeze there for Beaupre up the inside. And that is a battle for 8th place. You see TJ Hunt up there in 7th, Ryerson Whistle just ahead. We saw Ryerson really locking up the tires. I mentioned earlier, if you drag those tires around too much without ABS, you grind a flat spot into them, and it just keeps getting worse every time you lock the tires up. So curious if that'll affect his braking in the last couple minutes of this race.
Yeah, it just means he's going to have to potentially coast through a couple of these sections. I mean, through turns like 11, you might have to get on the brakes a little bit earlier. Could change how he apexes. We've seen a few drivers do a good job of doing that, getting the slow early and getting a tight turn in, but the predictable line is to take it nice and wide that we're seeing here with TJ Hunt going a bit more on the midline. If you can get the dig out of it, it can work out well for you. But yeah, the traditional line going nice and wide.
Bryce Mersberger has nobody in the rearview mirror, not close enough to touch. And Nico Bratz picks up the fastest lap of the race again, 2.6 seconds back and right on top of French. So maybe he could climb his way up onto that silver status of the podium, but there's Mersberger tracking out of turn 4 and just running for his life.
And it just shows you for Schneider how one corner can basically change your entire race. Things were looking so good for him, and then on our last lap, just not in the great position going into 2 and got that double pass from both French and Bratz. And look at Bratz. I mean, I'm excited to see if he can start to battle back up through this.
I'm impressed that Mersberger has been able to put so much distance on everybody else's. Yeah, Bratz got by French there and has now put distance on the blue and black car, and as you said, and just setting sail at this point.
Yeah, he sat in wait and maybe allowing everybody else to overwork those tires a little bit, overwork the brakes a little bit, and Bratz just waiting for everybody else to kind of wear themselves down, maybe take some damage through French going off track, and then just slide by. Didn't catch the pass on camera, but for Bratz, this was a very intelligent race for him as the clock is ticking down sub 1 minute. Will we see the white flag pop out here?
I would expect it this time. We'll keep an eye on the flag stand. It's hidden under the bridge, but Bryce Mersberger would be the first one to see it. Then it's going to be Nico Bratz in the number 7. There's the white flag. It will be the final lap of the race.
This is going to be really scary for Nico Bratz because we know French will leave a little bit left in the tank and see what he's able to do with it. So for Bratz, he's got to be very aware. Just because you got that pass done, we've already seen French go for those late last-minute dives. He could do it again here as we see French taking a bit more of an awkward line. I think he's losing grip in the rear. That car's stepping out pretty quickly. He's been overdriving it for this entire race.
Elaspezia is up to 5th place, by the way. TJ Hunt to 6th. He got back by Ryerson Whistle in the 67, so move Hunt back to P6, and maybe, I don't think P5's on the table unless we see a mistake from one of the front runners, but the front 3 pretty evenly spaced out here, Jacob, on this last lap.
Yeah, and here's hoping that Bratz just got a little bit left in that car. I think he does. French is going to have to just hold on for dear life because Schneider will have a little bit more to be able to pull out later in this lap, but there's not a lot of time left as we come through 6, over halfway through the lap, and a big spread across our top 4.
To the corkscrew for the final time. Bryce Mersberger has won a lot of races this year that counted for the weekend but didn't count for the championship. I'm not sure that was really his mission this year, was to pick up a championship. Just with the rounds he was running, his experience was picked up round after round after round to bring it all the way to the tail end of the season, the last points race of the year. Bryce Mersberger put on a clinic there, carving his way through past Michael Schneider, and he's going to come home a race winner in the Gridlife Rush Series Championship, the last race of 2025. Bryce Mersberger wins at at Gridlife Laguna over Nico Bratz, over James French, and over pole sitter Michael Schneider.
Wow, what a great run from all these drivers. I know, unless you're sitting top of the pole, you're not going to be super happy with it, but an incredible story, incredible way to wrap up this weekend. But the battle still continues in the mid-pack.
Oh boy, big lunges up here into the final few corners, side by side. Oh man, look at that. TJ Hunt loses out to Ryerson Whistle by 0.02 of a second for 6th place. Jalen Batley and Beaupre, just a 10th between them. Omar Kayal inside the top 10. That was close.
Yeah, look at that finish. Almost all the
3 wide. Holy cow.
Can't take your eyes off for a second.
No, it's like you got to put a kid gate up or to start tumbling down the stairs on their own. Puppy's getting into all sorts of things down there. Man. Got to keep your eyes on him for sure, Jacob.
No, that was great. That was great. Such a beautiful race. I mean, this is why we all fell in love with racing, is that just because you're maybe not in the front, but the battle continues on in so many other places. So great work to all these drivers. A war of attrition throughout the entire season, and congratulations to so many drivers either winning championships, races, or just personal battles to get back out there. So congrats to all of you, but this is how things wrap up.
Bryce Mersberger wins race 4. Nico Bratz, James French, Schneider, and Spezia. Ryerson Whistle, TJ Hunt. What a battle to the line. Just 200ths between them. Jalen Batley, Sebastian Beaupre, and Omar Kayal, your top 10, Jacob.
Yeah, moving into the top 20 now. Andy Vogel falling a little bit further back. Matt Wilson, Nate Hamilton holding on to 13th. Sam Kim, Hassan Ahmed, Josh Longman, and Alex Chang, Gage Hughes, Ryan Kircher, and Vilas Saldana is taking in our top 20.
Yeah, John Robinson was just behind at the number 190. Kyle Melnick to 22nd. Brett DiGiacomo right there in 23rd. Michael Neff, John Babbitt, Ethan Hardesty, then Reed, Chan, Brady, and Vincent, the rest of your top 30. And the last handful of drivers in this race, Sanders, Kirsting, Krull, Bauer, Hardesty, Nair, Frost, Gamma, and Blair Hosey in the number 8. He had an off at turn 10, unfortunately locked it up and just could not get it moving after that. Jacob, that was a blast.
That was incredible. And man, some of the best wheel-to-wheel racing that you can watch, period. That was just so great. And man, Spec Series racing is so much fun, especially with something like this where you got a big mix of amateur and ex-pro drivers. Makes for some incredible moves. And yeah, happy to be a part of it.
Let's have a look at the highlights from Gridlife Rush Series race number 4 on the start. Typical 3 wide, big moves down into the corkscrew for the first time. James French around the outside of them, 2 of Michael Schneider. But it was really these 3, Schneider, French, and Mersberger, that put on the biggest show, Jacob.
Yeah, and it continued on all the way through, although perhaps laying in wait for so much of this race, watching his competitors go wheel to wheel, bumper to bumper, and trading some paint here and there, and eventually he will make that pass. And for French, it all looked good, but just I feel like overworked the car through so much of it and lost some pace.
Yeah, Schneider and French banged fenders there coming around to the checkers, but it was Bryce Mersberger that would pick up the race 4 win and get the job done here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. He'll win the last points race of the season here in the Gridlife Rush Series Championship.
What an incredible year.
What an incredible year. Well, this has been a fun weekend here, but we still have some winners to talk to. Let's head down to Jonathan Grace and chat with our first and second place finishers in Gridlife Rush Series Race 4. Jonathan?
Checked out.
We're down here with our race winner in the number 114 in the Rush category. Our 3rd different winner in as many races, and you sealed off the last race for the Rush category on Sunday. Bryce Mersberger, you had a fight to get to the front. Talk us through battling through the first couple of positions.
I'm speechless right now. I know James French was really fast out there this whole weekend, and I kind of left it up to him to make the move, and I tried to follow him to the pass, but James made a mistake. I got around him, and then the other guy, I don't know his name, he made a mistake, got stuck in neutral in the last corner, opened up that gap, and just consistency was just what ended up helping us through that race. So
pulled a little bit of a gap at the end. Were you driving in your mirrors at all, or did you feel confident that the win was yours?
I wouldn't say I was confident it was mine. I definitely put it on cruise control, trying to hold some of that energy before, just in case if they did get up there, I had something to give them back. But just watching my mirrors, I watched my teammate Nico battling with James and all of them back there. So once I saw that battling, I kind of knew I had a nice little gap I could work with.
We can rest easy knowing that the first place hardware is yours now. Bryce Mersberger, our winner in race 4. Let's go catch up with P2 here and Nico Bratz. Let's see if we can weave our way through the cars. The 7 car finished in P2. See if we can grab you, Nico. Finishing P2. How close was the win today?
Well, with the battle between second, third, and fourth, it was pretty tight between us. So Bryce was able to really set some consistent laps down. So I would have needed a few more laps in order to even catch to him, because I don't know what he's running, but he's still fast, so it would be hard.
Well, you were quick too. You had to make your way up the order in the second stage of the race just to get up into the podium spots and secure a P2. Did you feel like the win was maybe on?
Oh, definitely. I always, there's always a chance. Anything can happen in racing. So.
Well, either way, you still came away with a podium in the final race of the weekend. Congratulations. It's first and second here in the final rush race of the weekend, guys.
Thanks, Jonathan. And Gridlife Rush Series Race 4 complete. The Gridlife Rush Series Championship is concluded. Keep an eye out for a post-event article on the final standings. Of course, with the 56 car missed in the last couple of races, there might be some changes, shifts, and shuffles in some of the orders. So stay tuned with that. We'll be back with the Gridlife Track Battle Podium Sprint right after this.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data, but do you know how to use it? Firelapse is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with Firelink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, Firelapse helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
Welcome back to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. It is the last session of the weekend for the Gridlife Track Battle Championship. This is Podium Sprint. Kyle Iyer joined by Jacob Gettens. Jacob, this is the last session of the weekend, and this is where the podiums are set for each of our track battle competition groups. We don't offer trophies to Super Unlimited, but everybody else is fighting for points and fighting for trophies here. We're going to wipe the lap times, start all over again, and Jacob, I'm really excited to get this underway. This is a format that has been absolutely thrilling to watch, and you got to get it done now on this course.
Yeah, every single corner means everything to these drivers. Through one, keeping that speed, getting as late on the brakes through two, and getting through that double apex, slinging that car all the way down to three, and trying to hold as much speed through that section into four, and then you become very, very brave through turn 5, and then that turn 6 that you love so much.
Yeah, it's such a fast corner that you got to have bravery. The faster classes you get, the more downforce you have to lean on, and then you're flying up the hill. After that quick flick to the left, up on the Rahal straight, it will take you to basically what feels like you're driving off a cliff, down on the brakes to about 48 miles an hour for some of these cars, drop down 4 stories, and then through Rainy Curve, again, continuing to drop down an additional 4 to 6 stories all the way to turn number 10, a fast right-hander that you have to get brave to lean on because the track flattens out at the exit to turn 11. That will take you back to the front straightaway. In Falcon Club SC, which is our first group that's on track, you're going to do it about 1 minute and 50 seconds, but you got to carry as much momentum as possible, Jacob. So Falcon Club SC, Of course, this is our entry-level category here that we talk about, and that means 25 pounds per horsepower, thereabouts. And this is going to set you up with cars like a Honda Fit, like the Honda Civic, maybe a Toyota Corolla or a Kia Rio or something of the sort. The class record so far, 149.658 from Mike Jansen, and you're looking at about 100 horsepower. But if we look at the points for this championship as well, it's notable that Mike Jansen's also leading the standings here over Sam Dooling, and these two are both going to be present in the Podium Sprint on track now.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty epic, and really with SC, a lot of it's just how much momentum can you carry, how much can you stay away from the brake pedal, because their top speed and their minimum speed are not that far off from each other, so it becomes very much a momentum game all the way through this track. And it'll be, you know, you might be looking at these going, oh, they're not all that fast, and I understand that, but it is incredibly exciting because these cars still get very, very wonky through corners, and there's so much bravery to be able to take a Honda Fit or a Civic or a Rio around this track and just give it 10/10 the entire time.
There's Matthew Reinhardt headed up towards the corkscrew again. You're going to be gridded by your qualifying time, which means Mike Jansen and Sam Dooling were the first two drivers out. Robert Miller is out there as well, Courtney Ward and Matthew Reinhardt, who are watching on screen. He's your number 5 seed. Just because you're on the racetrack doesn't mean you're guaranteed a podium. You have to finish top 3 in order to win one of those trophies. This is the driver that the seeding says should win this race, or so should win this competition, I should say, but you have 3 laps to set your best time.
Yeah, just because you had a great weekend so far, I mean, vehicles break, things happen, the pressure gets to you. It's such a different race at this point in time because you know you don't have more sessions, you know you don't have more time. You've got 3 laps and you throw one of them away with a silly mistake, and then you're down to 2, and then the pressure is really on. So for Mike Jansen, he's been incredible all weekend, he's been incredible all season, and it just really comes down. This is one of the final times he's going to be getting to do this. So let's see what kind of time Mike Jansen's able to throw down on his first flyer here at Laguna Seca.
And the time that he set earlier this weekend, a 149.658, that is the track record. So he'll pick up an extra point regardless. We scale the Track Battle Series on a 25-point scale. So if you win the event, it's 25 points. If you win a drivetrain class record, which means front and rear and all-wheel drive subdivisions, if you get any of those records, then you would get an extra point. Now, the differentiator there is that you have to reset a record. The first time a record is set is a benchmark. It will not count. So if, let's say, an all-wheel drive Club SC car were to show up here, that wouldn't be an extra point. But in front-wheel drive, Mike Jansen currently has that point. Sam Dooling would like to take it back.
Yeah, and there's a solid shot at him doing this. We're not really expecting a ton of records to fall, but crazier things have happened, especially when you've got an entire track basically to yourself. And I mean, a bunch of heat's been put into it, and you get that setup right, anything is possible, especially here.
All right, so this should be the first lap time for Jansen, a 152.129. That's the benchmark time that everyone's going to be chasing now. Sam Dooling should be coming across the line here any moment. We'll see if he jumps ahead of the 156. He does, 152.093, and now Dooling is ahead. Let's see what Bob Miller can do in the Kia Rio in behind. His qualifying time was a little bit behind, so I'm not sure that he's necessarily geared up to win this event, but certainly podium based on his qualifying time on the line.
Yeah, I did think that Jansen's time was a little bit safe considering what he's been able to put down all weekend. So just get that first one in, but Sam Dooling right now sitting on that top spot, and we'll see if Miller in the Rio can top that, and his time comes in at a just over 2-minute flat, so not quite there yet.
I think Courtney Ward and Matthew Reinhardt have a pretty good chance to knock Miller off that third step as well. So Courtney Ward comes in at a 201.058. That's a battle for third, but Dooling down into turn 5 here. He's had a couple offs this weekend, chasing track records, chasing time, and for the championship, you really would like the win and the record, but that might be unlikely based on the track conditions we saw this morning, and Jansen's really impressive, 49.6.
Yeah, very, very impressive for Dooling, maybe getting that notification in his headset that he's currently holding that top spot, but I'd also be telling him, hey, Jansen's first lap is not indicative of what he's actually able to do, but for Dooling, this is one of the spots that he can either make or break this entire run. Look at that dive in. Wow, getting hard on the brakes coming through. Can he hang on to it? Holy Dooling.
He is absolutely committed and turned in, got nice rotation on the nose, and then just drove down the hill using the gravity assist. Maybe the Honda doesn't have more than 95 horsepower, but the Earth's got negative 9.8 meters per second squared to pull that thing down the hill. So.
Damn, grade 9 physics coming back to haunt me, sir.
There we go.
All right.
Let's see what Jansen can respond with. Across the stripe, he'll be coming about now, and we'll see if it goes green or yellow. To the top of the board, Jansen, 150.847. Here comes Dooling. It's going to have to be 2 seconds better than last time around, and it is quicker, but not quick enough. 151.008. This is their final lap.
Wow, okay, this will be interesting now. For Jansen, looks like he's still keeping some pace, but that might be enough for him. He threw in 2 heater laps, and it's a little hard to tell with this series how much pace he's really putting in it through this section, but for me, I really think Jansen's going to be back on it, at least trying to make sure that he can defend that time or have something else come up. For Dueling, it is completely do or die, as the rest of our competitors should be coming across the line here shortly.
About a tenth and a half between these two. It's incredibly tight at the top of the board. And again, this is an entry-level class, but it doesn't mean that the competition is entry-level. It's some of the fiercest that we've ever seen in Gridlife track battle. There's the difference, 0.161, 2.2 miles. And there's a blink of an eye between two of these cars, a Honda Civic and a Honda Fit.
And it looks like Courtney Ward now jumping up into third and getting that over Miller in pretty good fashion as well. So about 6/10 over that. So that's a pretty good improvement.
Yeah, we'll see how Reinhardt can respond to that number 343. That's the newer generation Honda Fit, the GK, the blue car that we saw at the top of the show. Jansen down the hill for the final time here. This will be his last chance to defend from Dueling, but he is ahead by about a tenth and a half.
Be interesting. He took that corkscrew pretty rough, and I don't know if he's able to keep the momentum all the way through it. Definitely making a phone call to a chiropractor once this weekend is over, coming through 11, and we're checking in on a few other competitors.
Here's Miller in the 433. This is the Kia Rio that needs to go back on top to grab third place back as the number 3 seed. Jansen across the line. We'll see if it's a green or a yellow. It is a green, a 150.589. Puts Dueling deeper in the hole. Can Sam Dueling carve this away and get back on top here at Falcon Club SC? He does not.
Wow. So that's pretty crazy. Jansen once again just keeping that dominance going all the way through as we keep eyes here on this Rio. And we'll be able to take back that third spot from Ward.
That was a great lap by Jansen, and that's within a second of the track record lap time that was set this morning in ideal conditions. But for Robert Miller, his goal beat Courtney Ward's time. She set a 1:59.060, so he needs 0.6 of a second in order to go back up and grab a trophy here across the stripe for Robert Miller in the Kia Rio. If it's a yellow blink, he didn't improve. If it's green and a shift up the positions, he's got it. It is green, but not enough. So Courtney Ward, as long as Matthew Reinhardt doesn't go quicker, is going to steal a podium.
Wow, good job from a driver that had a bit of a rough start, having to take that splitter off, and you can see a little bit of that vinyl chewed up there from just a bit of an off earlier on this weekend. So a big comeback there for Courtney Ward, currently sitting third, but you never know.
And the last car we're waiting for is Matthew Reinhardt, another driver that came all the way across the country. Well, this time from Salt Lake City, Utah, not quite the Michigan that Sam Dueling came from in his Honda Fit, driving it to the event. But as long as Reinhardt doesn't improve, Courtney Ward is going to beat out Bob Miller for third place in that podium sprint. I don't know where that 343 is. I don't think I've seen him.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he just got that one lap in and then that was it. So that should have had a time across the board by now.
Yeah. So I think that'll be it. Matthew Reinhardt will stay fifth. Let's have a quick look here at your results for podium sprint in the Gridlife track battle event here in Club SC. Mike Jansen, 26 points on the weekend, 25 here with this session, and 1 for the track record set earlier this weekend. Sam Dueling and Courtney Ward will be on the podium alongside him.
Yeah, great work. And for Robert Miller, just being eked out just a little bit, keeping him off that top step, and I'm pretty sure Matthew Reinhardt got that one lap in and then choosing to take it back to the pit. So great job from this Club SC group.
Yeah, and again, Mike Jansen and Sam Dueling have been going back and forth all season long, and I don't know that there's much left for Dueling to get at pit race. I think he's going to be stuck in second despite a valiant effort here, but he really pushed the limits. We saw him in the practices and qualifyings earlier this weekend, jumping over the corkscrew, really trying to find any time that he could, just could not quite get there. Maybe we'll hope to hear from these guys in just a moment's time, but the Falcon Club TR class is going to be on track now.
As we can hear the engine starting to go by and we get that first flag waved to get out. All of our competitors here from TR, so Mario Moroni going to be the first one out. And here are the specs if you're interested in it. this is how you put together one of those cars. A lot of great chassis to choose from in a pretty reasonable price range.
And just like Club SC, you're on a spec 255 with Falcon RT660 Plus or RT660 tire. Looking at power, about 170 to 230 horsepower. Mario Moroni, track record this weekend and leading the points. Have a look there. 87 points over Peter Granberg with 86. And look at all the other cars that are right in the mix. 5 cars within 7 points. That's the difference between first and third at one singular event. So Mario Moroni's goal is just to go home with 26 points and hopefully give himself the best possible chance of stealing a title heading to pit race next month.
Yeah, this, I mean, to complete this championship and really to stand on the ultimate top step, it's still going to be a pretty heavy lift going on right now, and he's had a great weekend so far. Nothing really crazy to report at any point in time, which is the weekend you want to have. No news is good news when it comes to racing, but really, he's still only got 3 laps to get it done and to stand on the top step at the end of this weekend.
Yeah, and here he comes down the hill in this K-Series Honda Civic EG. This has been a car that we've seen in Club TR quite a bit, actually, and this car actually fairly reminiscent of Eric Cattill's old hatch that he ran in about GLTC a couple years ago. Has sort of a similar silhouette, but this car is a blast to drive. We're going to watch him start his lap, but let's head down with our Falcon Club SC winner, Mike Jansen, who's standing by with Jonathan Grace.
Mike Jansen, your podium sprint winner in Club SC. 26 points on the weekend now, track record, and now the podium sprint wins. Got to feel good to seal it up like this on a Sunday.
Well, I'm just now finding out I won, so yeah, it feels pretty good.
You didn't know before?
No, I had no idea.
150.58, my friend. You're on top.
Awesome. That's amazing.
Give me your reactions on the weekend. How much does it mean to put it together like this?
It's been an amazing weekend. I love this track. It's easily my number one. I don't have words right now.
Only fitting that you're on top then. That's our Club SC podium sprint winner, Mike Jansen, guys.
Thanks, Jonathan. Congratulations to Mike Jansen. I didn't realize this. We haven't really had the chance to do live interviews with the winners in Podium Sprint yet this year. They're going to learn that they won when Jonathan goes up to talk to them. That's how cool is that?
Like I said, Jonathan's got the best job of the weekend between the 3 of us. He's getting all the smiles. I mean, he's doing such a great job. But there's been an absolute pleasure to work with both yourself and him this weekend.
Yeah, so Moroni's car, I was just about to talk about how challenging of a season it's been at times. You know, he's really come out on top at Autobahn Country Club. He benefited from a mistake from Peter Granberg to go off and win the Podium Sprint. But at times, this car is a handful in the braking zones with rear locking, kind of going into the corner really hot, but it's looked very composed this weekend, and I'm not sure if he's going 10/10 or if he's holding a little bit back, but the driving we've seen out of Mario this weekend has been very consistent and just what he needs to do to go off to win this event. He's reset the record by quite a bit, but again, he just has to make sure he gets a banker lap in here and don't throw it all away.
He's really found the balance in the car. At no point did it look squirrely or like he was fighting it, so that old adage in as smooth as fast has really come through. Like, that is a non-dramatic exit through 11, but I'm sure his time is going to be representative of how quick he really is. He's coming across the line now. We'll see what Mario Moroni does with a 140.423, pretty solid.
Yeah, it's a solid lap, but it seems like a banker for me as we jump back. Ooh, big clunk down the hill for the 786 of Flagurzi. That's a solid lap, but again, look at Fregoso. Alexis Fregoso, his closest competition, just ran a 141.4 as well. So it's a couple seconds off of his best, but he doesn't need to improve. He just needs to stay ahead of everyone else. Here's Jeff Flagurzi in that 86. Ramirez comes across the line at a 43.3. Then Jake Montanola and then Jeff Flagurzi, the last seed here in this field. Montanola jumped up to 3rd place.
And yeah, we'll get our last competitor across the line, Jeff Flagurzi.
This is one of those FA24 swap cars, the 2nd generation motor from the newer GR86 and BRZ. And a 145.2 to start this session off. So Jake Montanola's hopped a seating. He's gone from 4th to 3rd. Alexis Fregoso's out there in that Acura RSX. 2 front-wheel drive cars leading 3 rear-wheel drive cars. So then here is a native FA24 car, the GR86 of Jared Ramirez.
Yeah, so we'll see if he's able to improve that time. I think he's got the pace in it for sure. It's just a matter of getting it all together. I believe it looks like all of the competitors kind of putting in a bit of a safe lap on that first turn.
Yeah, again, banker lap. That's the strategy. You can lap a couple times with these Falcon RT 660 pluses, so I think for most of the drivers, you're going to do a safe lap. Make sure you don't make a mistake. You're testing out what the track conditions feel like. It's been a while since you've been on course first thing this morning at about, what, 9:30 a.m.? So it's been a long time. So work back up to it. Mario Moroni picks up to a 138.5. That's going to be tough for anybody who's surmount.
Yeah, that was the lap that we were kind of looking for. Definitely a sub 140, what he's been known for all weekend. And now we get into a few more for Gozo. 144.34, so not quite where it needs to be. Take over Moroni.
And here comes Jared Ramirez, which is the number 3 seed. It would be an upset if he got knocked off the podium based on the times from qualifying. We should see him go green this time, and we will see him jump up to third place. 149.79, just half a second back from Fregoso.
Yeah, and taking that spot back from Montanola, who's now got their best lap time in, but not quite where you want to be to get on the podium. 141.298.
Just 3/10 between them, and then we'll see if Flagurzi can jump back after that slip up in the corkscrew last time around. And here is a look at Jake Montanola in that Honda S2000. That thing is really pretty, isn't it?
Yeah, super, super pretty. Another flat gray car going around, but Flagurzi not able to improve the time. 145.249 will stand after that lap. So all the drivers now get the last shot at it here at Laguna Seca.
Yeah, and again, we haven't really seen a ton of super deep competition in this class this weekend. We have 24 cars in Street Mod. Our class record entry size is, I think, about 28 or 29 cars in Falcon Club TR out in the Midwest. So only 7 cars in this group this weekend is a pretty small field, and it really hasn't shifted a lot this weekend. Moroni's really been on top all weekend long. So if anything else happened, it would be a huge upset.
Yeah, that chassis is just, I mean, it's incredible. It shows that Honda nailed things very, very early on, and that's not to take anything away from Moroni, who's just an absolute expert in the setup and handling of that car and making, as I said earlier, making smooth go fast.
Oh, Moroni picked up even more time on his final lap. He's done with a 138.503, so that should be enough to hang on. Fregoso had a nice pickup, though, 139.297 in the Acura RSX. And Ramirez will be the next car across the stripe, trying to hold on to third place as we watch Jake Montanola navigate turn 11.
Yeah, Montanola's got a good lap going on right now. As long as 11 looks good, it might be competitive to get back onto that third step. So Ramirez across the line doesn't improve, 149.79. So now Montanola, all comes down to it right now.
And he will get closer, but not close enough. 141.277. Jake Montanola stays in fourth. And Jeff Flagurzi, I don't know that he's quite got enough to knock these drivers off the top step here this weekend.
A couple of tenths separating third and fourth. That is a bit of a heartbreak there for Montanola, who should be just very proud of the effort put together. And to know that you're able to take it to Ramirez like that and make him sweat just a bit, that could be its own podium.
Yeah, Mario Moroni all the way from Ohio, making it a long trip here to just kind of slam dunk on the California crowd. Again, they put up a good effort here in Podium Sprint, but Mario's car is pointy and Falcon Club TR. He is really well prepped, and he's going to go back to pit race now with a number of points that is going to make things a little bit more challenging. Though, given what we've seen this year in Falcon Club TR, I don't know that he's necessarily a favorite to win at pit race. Certainly in the conversation, but if I add 26 points to his season, that gives me 94. If Peter Granberg goes to pit race and wins that with a record, that's 96. So it's still not a slam dunk. Now, if Granberg goes to pit race and only gets second with a record, that's 92, and Moroni would win. Now, let's really throw this all into the weeds here. Let's pretend Evan McLaren goes to pit race and wins like he did last year. 95 points for McLaren versus 94 for Moroni. That's how tight things are going into our last round of the season.
So what you're telling me is that TR is the one to tune into when it comes to pit race in a few weeks?
Yeah, TR stands for tune into the race.
Man, you nailed that one. There was no hesitation, nothing.
I'm so creative. But Moroni's going to head back into the paddock, and hopefully we'll hear from him before we turn our street cars loose on the racetrack here in just a moment's time. But, man, what a job well done. Alexis Fregoso, didn't really get to see a lot of him here, but very consistent, solid laps, and had Moroni probably sweating in some of those morning sessions. There's a look at the results. Mario Moroni, a 138.503, is going to get the job done here. About a second slower than the track record that he reset, though, so 26 points for Fregoso. Will have 21, then 18 for Ramirez, 16 for Montanola, and 15 points for Jeff Flagurzi.
Yeah, great shootout here. It was an awesome sprint, and I mean, this can really make this type of racing so much more exciting. What a great job from the Gridlife team to swap over to this format.
All right, it is street class time. Here's a look at the class overview for street class. The track record is still from 2023. Luca Barberis still holds that pretty strong. Street legal vehicles here, OEM Aero, minor bolt-on modifications, and you're restricted to 285 on front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive cars, and 255 on all-wheel drive cars. And again, the car at the very pointy end of that shot, the 777, that is Joshua Holka, who is the top seed in this group. And the car in second there is Willem Dries. And again, the points loading here will show you Joshua Holka up on top. But it doesn't really matter what Josh Holka does here, because if Andy Holst goes to pit race and wins that, Holka's going to lose the championship. That's just how simple it is. Even though Holka's all the way out here and he's going to have 4 wins, Holst is going to have 4 wins and has defeated Holka this year. So that would be the tiebreaker. But Willem Dries there came in tied with Mike Coons. Opportunity for him to alley-oop and grab a couple more points.
Yeah, there's still a lot going on with it. I didn't realize that was the tiebreaker if they beat somebody else. That's a good one. I like that.
Yeah, head-to-head wins in time attack, followed by your Midwest Festival winner. But let's chat with our Falcon Club TR winner, Mario Moroni. It's been a long haul, Jonathan Grace, and Moroni had a great banker, and again, not quite within the track record, but he's there on top. Let's chat with him.
Mario Moroni, Mario, we talked earlier in the weekend about some of the targets you wanted to hit. I think this is one of them. P1 here at the end of the podium sprint for Club TR. You got it done by almost 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, so that was the strategy. Lay down a fast lap, so that will give me a good indication on what the pace was. I wanted to kind of play it safe. I'm actually like about a second off my PB, and that is also understandable. You know, track conditions are not the same, and also I still haven't finished business at pit race, and she's now ready to go on the trailer, long haul to Ohio, and let's get ready to brawl at pit race.
How much momentum does this give you heading into the final round at pit race?
I am riding my high right now, but at the same time, you can't really underestimate the competition. You know, Pete Gramber is going to be there. My buddy Evan McLaren is going to be there, and Stan Fangold. It's going to be a battle to the last 1/10 of a second.
We've got the track record and now the win in Podium Sprinting Club TR. Plenty of momentum for Mario Moroni, guys.
Thanks, Jonathan. Congratulations to Mario Moroni. And that pit race battle, you better tune in. That was so much fun to watch. And Josh Holka is the top seed here in this one, and it'll be Willem Dries, Rafael Guerrero, Luke Lederman, and Jeremy Eaton that are out there. And the car that you're looking at there is Rafael Guerrero in the Tesla Model 3. That's the most different of any car here, but what an eclectic group of cars. A Subaru Impreza, a Hyundai Elantra N, a Tesla Model 3, a Porsche 718 Cayman, and a BMW M3. What a group.
Yeah, what an amazing group, and it just shows you how competitive this group is. We got a mix of all-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive. So, yeah, street is a very interesting class when it comes to these track battles.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. Joshua Holka sets a 1:37.503 to start this session, and the time he was chasing to get the record is still Luca Barberis' 1:34. But Joshua's best time of the weekend is a 36.2. I'm not sure he's going to quite get back to it, but that's the time to chase for everyone else. We'll see what Willem Dries can do. Not quite faster, 1:38.764.
Yeah, so still a little bit off the pace as we keep the camera right now on Guerrero in that Tesla. How is it going to be able to handle? Ooh, doing a great job getting right out to the line, getting a very good dig out of turn 11. And as he gets up to the line, how's that going to move him up into the standings? Sits there in third, 1:39.093. So needs just a little bit more, carrying that momentum down into 2, though. Ooh,
yeah, Luke Lederman. Yeah, Luke Lederman in the Porsche Cayman. You see him at the back of the shot there. He might actually close up on that Tesla Model 3 at the moment, but so far, no upsets, no changes in the seeding. Willem Dries is still second, Guerrero in third, and Eaton in fifth, with Luke Lederman in fourth. Joshua Holka still out front. So, you know, the podium sprint in general, you know, isn't designed to upset the apple cart. It's not necessarily to overturn things. It's just to set the podium in a guaranteed part of the day. And for Holka, again, it would be a huge upset if he weren't to win this. But again, his advantage this weekend was by about a second or two, so he doesn't have to push 10/10, I don't think, to claim this victory this weekend. But this Porsche Cayman, look how pretty this car is.
Oh, it looks so good going all the way around. It's a little strange to see it trailing behind a Tesla, but that's where technology's at now. And I mean, I know between the two which one I'd be buying if I had the money.
You and me both. But,
yeah.
But either way, I mean, the Porsche Cayman, what a neat car. And, you know, we see Brad Moore drive one in the street category. out in the Midwest, one of our front runners in the championship standings. Joshua Halka, no pickup on lap 2. He might save some energy for that third lap, and he might need to because Willem Dries closing in a little bit. Slight pickup there for Dries, a 1:38.746, but he still needs 1.2 seconds to get ahead of Halka and go home with the win.
Yeah, Halka might be sitting on a very, very good first lap, and we'll see if he turns something a little bit quicker as he comes around for his third one. But right now, we get that Tesla and the Porsche in the same shot. Porsche getting a little bit wide. For Guerrero, is he going to be able to improve just a little bit? 1:38.910.
And that is within 0.2 of Dries, and Lederman stays at a 39.9. Here's Joshua Halka, your championship leader. And again, to defend from Andy Holst, 26 points. Well, he's only going to have 25 because he won't have the record here this weekend. 25 points is helpful, but I think he really needs to go to pit race and have a stab at the record there just to defend from Andy Holst.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a trek, but might be worth it. Look at Halka having some fun coming through. This is why he's leading this. He's taking those risks, and he's able to get back on the throttle. All-wheel drive coming into a bit of play here through this land. Look at that, bit of a four-wheel slide coming through.
And this is his last lap, so if he wants to defend any more from Dries or Guerrero, he's got to get it done here. And again, he's well ahead, but you never want to rest on your past experiences, your past laps on this racetrack. You got to dig every moment. Here he comes out of 11. And for Joshua Halka, up across the start-finish line, checkered flag for street class, and Halka, no pickup, stays at the 37.5.
Yeah, just having fun on that last lap, and we'll see if the rest of the competitors start to come in. For Dries, he'll be next across the line. Be able to hopefully increase that as we get to take a look there at Letterman.
No pickup for Dries, stays at the 38.7. So that'll be second place, 22 points to their championship. That's not a bad round at all, considering they didn't even make the podium sprint at Audubon Country Club a couple of weeks ago. Guerrero in that, there's the Willem Dries car. So they've wrapped up, they've finished out their laps, but there's a look at that 4CC6. Not the same car they started the season with, but it's the car that they're going to finish the season with, largely similar in many ways to the car that they had crashed at Road America.
Seeing a bit of a change in the transmission, I believe.
Yeah, so this is the DCT version. They had the 6-speed manual before, and the DCT comes with the sunroof, so a little bit more weight to carry around, and they were struggling with the differential just to kind of get that car to accelerate the way that they wanted to. But all things considered, going up against Halka's car, not a bad drive at all. Eaton picks up, but no changes in street class from the seating, so it's Joshua Halka that's going to win over Willem Dries, Rafael Guerrero, Luke Lederman, and Jeremy Eaton. And that was sort of exactly as we expected. Again, Halka putting it down, the 777 Subaru WRX, Willem Dries in the Hyundai Elantra N, Rafael Guerrero, Luke Lederman, and Jeremy Eaton there. But look at the times, how close they were for second place. Guerrero had Dries sweating there for a moment.
Yeah, and rightfully so, did a great job on those laps, but just not quite enough to take down Dries as we'll be moving things past Street into Street GT.
Yeah, Street GT will be next, and a lot of the rule set is largely similar. Street GT was born out of the same concept as Street Class as far as OEM aero and things of the sort. The tire widths are a little bit different. You have a max 315 width tire, but you're looking at the 6, 8, and 10 cylinder engines versus the 4s and the 6s. The track record here set last year by Andy Vogel in his C8 Corvette from Turn-In Concepts. That record still stands. This is one of the classes we haven't had a new track record this weekend, but you're looking at mostly modern high horsepower cars. The championship this year, Luke McGrew and Ryan Matthews have been out in front. McGrew's all but got this wrapped up with all but 2 points left on the table. Matthews and Nicholas Hendricks. Then Mark Kilgore in fourth. He will be your top seed for this podium sprint, and he stands to gain the most by adding 26 points, or 25 points, I should say, to his total for the year.
Yeah, that could be a pretty big jump up the standings. The other driver's not out this weekend, so this is pretty big for Kilgore, who's he's got to take that M4 all the way to the top of the podium, have a couple of great laps, but will be competing against a bunch of BMWs and another Porsche. So this is should be a fun one. You see a few more drivers coming out.
Well, while Street GT heads out on the racetrack, let's check in with our street class winner. It is Joshua Halka standing by with Jonathan Grace.
It's a 1:37.5 for Joshua Halka to set the pace and win podium sprint in the street class, and you did in the 777. Talk me through your lap.
Well, I knew that I had some pace available to me, so I was trying not to screw up. So whenever I go into podium sprint, I just try to think, don't push it too hard, don't try to do anything different than you've been doing all weekend. So I kind of did that. I actually ran out of gas at the very end here and had to start the car in the pit, so just barely made it that way, but the car held together and everything worked out great, so very happy.
Well, a little fuel in the tank helps you go a little bit faster, maximizing every way he can. Congratulations to Joshua Halka on the 777. It's your Podium Sprint winner in street class.
Thank you, Jonathan. Congratulations to Joshua Halka for getting it done, and it came a long way to be here. That car left Cincinnati last week to be here. So wow. Another one of our competitors that has traveled a long distance to run on the road course here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Street GT cars out for their warm-up now, and we've got 5 entrants here. Mark Kilgore, Charles Canal, Uni Jai, Joe Drain, and Randy Miller. 4 of these 5 cars are BMW M cars.
Yeah, it's a bit of a Porsche sandwich going on.
And one of those is the 587. That's Joe Drain in the BMW M2. The only non-M car out there, as you pointed out, was the 718 Cayman of Uni Jai, the blue and yellow car. Mark Kilgore and Charles Canal, they were really tight in the seating, so I'm fully expecting this to be a brawl and a throwdown between those 2 cars.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tight battle for the top 2, although for Uni, improving pretty much all weekend, so I wouldn't be shocked to see Zhao just maybe make a bit of a disruption into second. We'll see how everything plays out as we now get into all of our flyers.
Yes, there's Joe Drain in the 587 coming across the start-finish line there. This is the 4th seed and stands to gain the most with just a little bit of time pickup. There's Mark Kilgore in the number 909. This is your street class 4th place competitor in the standings and your top seed here in this BMW M4. One of the hosts of the Perfect Lap podcast. They talk about time attack all the time, and Mark Yeager, the other co-host, is here this weekend hanging out. So they talk a lot about time attack and the state of the sport here in North America and the world. If you're interested in it, check it out. I'm a listener every week, but they've been following Mark's travels. This car was in the wall at Lime Rock Park, knocked the right front suspension and wheel out after some contact with the Armco. They got the car repaired and shipped it all the way out here. And Kilgore's first time on the track here at Laguna Seca.
Looking very mint and very stable all the way through for a vehicle that would have taken a fair bit of damage. And this driver, Mark Kilgore, is so confident, especially considering that he's only been here for the first time. So he'll be our leader as they start to come across the line, and the driver with the most to lose right now, hoping to move up through the season's point standings. Kilgore's time comes on with a 136.523. Great start to this. And it's a heck of a banker.
Yeah, that's a really solid lap, actually. Not too far off his best of the weekend. There's Randy Miller, the driver that stands the most to gain. And for Canal, it's a 138.16, so a little bit further off of Kilgore than maybe I thought. But Uni Jai comes across the line pretty tight behind Canal, 139.469. Here's Miller. Again, if a little bit of a time pickup will put him up on the podium, so chase what you can in that BMW M3.
Should be seeing Drain's time come across here any moment as we get the last corner here from Miller. Oh, yeah. And look at Drain, 140.585, so about a second off for Uni. Miller across the line. Ooh, jumping, 139.832, so Miller jumps up into 4th after Drain not on a great lap for him.
Yeah, so a little bit of a shift there in the expected performance of these 4 cars, or 5 cars rather. There's Uni Jai in the Porsche 718 Cayman. Love this car, and I immediately in tech, when I was chatting with her, taking her picture, it was just a really neat car to look at with the blue and the yellow, and you don't see Porsche Caymans in this sort of ocean sky blue, whatever you want to call it. It is a great looking color, and she's been really fast this weekend, knocked on the door of a 2nd place if she can just find a little bit more time.
Yeah, it's there. It's shown in so many different times, and taking a very aggressive line coming through the corkscrew up in the bottom of that Porsche just a little bit as I cringe, but hey, you want that? You want one of those top spots, that's what you got to do.
It's a race car, man.
Yeah, I know.
No sympathies for the race car. Kilgore improves to a 36.205, makes a deeper hole for Canal and Uni Jai. And we'll see what Canal can do. I think he'll be across the stripe in just a moment. Oh, no, spin for Jai in turn 11.
That all looked good, but for Canal, 137. Getting a little bit closer. I think that could have been it for Uni. That might have been a second place there for that run if it wouldn't have looped it out into turn 11.
Yeah, Canal comes across the line. There was a pickup for him. 137.386. Jai will not make an improvement. We'll see if Randy Miller can stay in fourth over Joe Drain in that 587 BMW M2.
Oh, that is absolutely gut-wrenching, but hopefully able to pick things back up. And there's Drain bumping up into third. Wow. 139.2 flat. That is a big pickup.
Yeah, and Randy Miller is going to go back to fourth place over Jai. This is really tight back there for the last step on the podium. The thing for Jai is she didn't have enough of a run-up to get a decent lap on lap 3 either. So third seed in the sprint, just too much throttle coming out of turn 11. That is heartbreaking as to get a look at Kunal, the second place runner, trying to chase down Kilgore on this last lap.
Yeah, going to be really tough with the spread they've got right now, but we'll have to see. The stopwatch doesn't lie, and we can take all the guesses we want, but at the end of the day, it's the lowest time that's going to stand the highest on the podium. And for Charles Canal, he is looking very tidy coming through the corkscrew.
Yeah, down through Rainy Curve now. Charles Canal just chasing a little bit. Huge wiggle there. Did he gather it up? He does. That was a sketchy moment. Here comes Kilgore in the number 909 BMW M4. Mark Kilgore across the line, and lap 3 is also a pickup at a 135.987. What a lap there by Mark Kilgore.
That is a heck of a run, and now for Canal, I mean, this is it. What will the time say?
Pickup, but not enough. Second place for Charles Canal, 136.878. And now it's the battle for third. And unfortunately, they're held up a little bit, Joe Drain, as Uni Jai, after that spin, is going to make her way back around. Now, I'm curious. We'll see. Sometimes if you get held up, they might give you one extra lap there, but I'm not sure if it's going to help Joe Drain. He's already scored in third, so he doesn't really need it. I don't know that he was going to beat Canal at that 36 regardless.
Yeah, it'd be tough to say. Not an improvement, and that holdup definitely did not help that situation. So really, it'll come down to Randy Miller. If he's able to, he doesn't. So 139, and I think that's going to be our order.
I think you're right. And again, it's unfortunate to see him get held up a little bit, but I don't think he was going to gain 2 seconds, and he didn't get knocked off the podium. So I think that all kind of worked out as best as it could. That will put Mark Kilgore in the number 909 from Turn In Concepts on the top in Street GT. Job well done, and Charles Canal, one of the local drivers here. Job well done. I have to say that battle between those two in their M4s was really fun to watch this weekend.
Yeah, it was super great. Very equal equipment and very equal in driving, and just a few tenths between them in so many different sectors. And this is our now our official scoring.
Yeah, look at Mark Kilgore there, 135.987, just 7 tenths off the PB of the weekend, and with track conditions that are much warmer than earlier today. Charles Canal in second place, then Joe Drain sneaking up there and actually scoring third, knocking Randy Miller down. And Uni Jai, unfortunately, she had such good pace, but just the spin kind of messed up 2 laps there. If it had been in the middle of lap 2, she might have had a better run on that third and final lap.
Yeah, it's tough when a Porsche decides it steps out. There's very little you can do but be a passenger and hope that everything is all right when it comes to.
It sounds like Uni Jai had an issue with the suspension, maybe got a curb or something. I don't know if it was an alignment slip or what, but that's what Jonathan just let me know that she told him when she came back in. Street Mod, here's a look at our class overview. Luca Barberis has the track record here. No, you see that right. He has the track record in street class from 2023 and the Street Mod record in 2025. Typical power here, you're talking up to about 750 horsepower at the top end, but these are cars that are still street legal that are just, kind of right up at the limit of what you want to drive around in. Dewey DeWitt's already locked up the championship this year, 104 points, perfect score for the weekend. Jamie Santos had a rod bearing failure earlier in the weekend, but Cal Fortner is here and Luca Barberis is in 5th. So those two drivers still have a chance to kind of mix things around. But before we get on track for Street Mod, let's check in with our Street GT winner, and that is going to be Mark Kilgore in the number 909 down in the pit lane. Jonathan, what you got?
Well, in Street GT, it's Mark Kilgore who's on top in the end of the podium sprint. Talk us through your lap. Did it look comfortable? You were up by over a second at one point in the stage and darn near a second by the end.
Yeah, that's part of the tough thing about podium sprint. You're out there flying blind. I don't have communication, so every lap I'm pushing up until the final lap when I got in my fastest lap, and I just kept pushing. I really wanted a 135. I felt like if I could hit that, I'd be solid, I'd be safe, and it turned out that was the winning goal.
It sure was. How much does this mean to you? I could see you and your turn-in team giving each other the fist bump as you drove by to do the interview.
It means a lot. This is my first win with Gridlife, so it means a lot.
Well, first of many, Mark, congratulations. You're podium sprint champion here in Street GT.
You can hear the emotion there, and that's a great point. It is his first win. A lot of seconds, a lot of thirds, a lot of fourths, but it is a win for Mark Kilgore, his first ever. He'll go home with the big hardware this weekend as we get on track for Street Mod and Track Battle Podium Sprint. Luca Barberis, past Street Class champion of the Gridlife competition. He's on track now at his GR Supra. This is a new car to him this year, and he's been flying in it. And down into turn one, he blitzed the track record really early in the weekend and followed it up again earlier with more track record breaking. And this 444, I think, is the car to beat.
He has gotten so comfortable with this new chassis, and it suits him so well, suits his driving style so well. And it's one of those, I'm sure for him, he sat in it, got a couple laps, and went, oh, this is where I've been, this is where I should have been for a long time.
It'll be Cal Fortner following him around in second, and then it'll be Kai Anderson, Isaac Torres, and Opie Oladipo in a Chevrolet Corvette. So 2 Supras, a Mercedes-AMG GT, and 2 Corvettes in Street Mod here. 24 cars, the largest class this weekend, and Barberis into turn 6.
Yeah, Street Mod's a very, very competitive group of drivers and some insane cars, insane builds, and just, I mean, pretty much on the edge of what is street legal, I would say. There's a few cars I have some questions about, that's for sure.
Well, the ice cream test. You have to be able to take your spouse to go get ice cream in it without, well, maybe you get pulled over, but maybe you won't get wrenched out of your car, I suppose.
Fun fact, I actually went for ice cream with Dewey one year, so can't confirm it, made it to ice cream.
Here's Luca down through turn 10. And a 130 was his best of the weekend. I don't know that we're going to see that fall here, but let's see. It was 130.379. Barberis right out to the edge. See that car on the limit of grip. As soon as that car hit the paint, it kicked the rear out. And the GR Supra, number 444, across the stripe. Time to chase. Wow, 130.369 goes faster and resets the track record in WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
What was that about? I don't think he's going to be able to do it, Kyle.
Wow.
I think he might have been listening to you.
That was a nice looking calm lap. I didn't think that's a banker lap, or it's supposed to be, but all right, new track record.
Do you think we could drop in a 129?
Yeah, big slide though for the 234. That was a big moment coming down the hill for Opie Oladipo in the C8 Corvette. And yeah, I think you're right. We could see 29s here.
Might happen. Cal Fortner getting in a 132, but gets passed by Anderson with a 131.789. So we're already getting some craziness going on the timing charts.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. Cal Fortner, his first lap a little bit more conservative, but I know that Mercedes-AMG is capable of 700 plus horsepower. Isaac Torres to second place at his GR Supra, 131.589.
Yeah, both Supras top in the charts right now, showing how dominant that chassis really is. And our Corvette getting a little bit squirrely, and it comes back to haunt him with just a 133.
Oh, Cal Fortner's got the wipers on. Not sure what's going on there. It's definitely not raining, so there's no precipitation in the air. I'm not sure. He's giving a point by here. He must have a problem. This is heartbreaking for Cal Fortner to come all this way. And maybe he's just cooling down and just going slow to do that. I don't know, but Luca Barberis, Luca's, I think, off pace. I don't think he's actually on pace in the Supra. He might also be doing a cool down here and doing a fast, slow, fast lap here, I think is what's going on. Here's the 661 of Kai Anderson.
My only concern is when I see wipers go on, I immediately think coolant. And I've seen that happen before where coolant starts spraying up, so hopefully that's not the case there. But you never know. Or he just reached for the blinker and got the wipers instead. I've done that many times. For Kai Anderson, though, looking pretty good, sitting in third right now with that 131.769. Can he improve it? Coming through 11, looking good. Going for that straight out point, get back on the throttle real hard over the rumble strips. Good dig out of that corner.
Barberis is coming into the pits. He's happy with his lap. Let's see what Anderson can do. No pickup that time, 131.769.
That's a bold move from Luca. Shut her down without a continuation on that lap.
Big slip there for Anderson at turn 1. Isaac Torres picks up a little bit more, 131.577. Look, I know that Luca felt comfortable, but that pulling in when you have another lap on the table, I'm always nervous about that, even with the sizable advantage he's had here this weekend. Opie Oladipo goes a little quicker, but stays P5.
Yeah, that's it's going to be tough. That C8's a fantastic car, but it's going to need just a little bit more to try and get everything out of it. And, you know, brand new, not a ton for parts out there, so it's going to be a bit more of a struggle. Now Kyle Fortner looks like he's back on the pace.
Yeah, but this is the, again, I'm not a huge fan of the fast, slow, fast strategy here, because you end up sort of catching cars that are doing the one and done strategy there. You see the car up the road. You end up sort of finding traffic. If everyone just went hard all the time, you wouldn't run into this. But we'll see if Cal Fortner gets a nice clean lap all the way back around to the finish line, up the hill towards the corkscrew. And again, this is the risk that you take here a little bit. He's chasing Kai Anderson, the P3 seed right now. That's the car that Fortner needs to beat for a trophy here this weekend.
Yeah, that was big coming through the corkscrew. We'll make sure that and hope that Anderson gets out of the way. Cal Fortner is on a complete heater. Anderson should be able to see him in the mirrors, but both drivers doing quite well coming through this big downhill section. Cal Fortner looking pretty tidy, and this will be it for him. So he's gonna have a great exit through 11 because the Corvette gets out of the way.
It's going to work out nicely up onto the front straightaway for Cal Fortner. I think if this lap was a heater, it should be enough, but Torres is flying behind as well. Checkered flag. Cal Fortner does not improve. Isaac Torres does not improve. Barberis, Torres, Anderson, your podium winners here in Street Mod.
Wow, what a bold move there from Luca, but it seems to have paid off, doing the one and done and back into the pits. That's pretty crazy. I was hoping to see the 129 selfishly, but I think he's got it in him. But for right now, save the car, move on. Cal Fortner, man, just outside that top 3.
Well, Luca Barberis did the one and done. Let's head down to Jonathan Grace and check in with Luca. The one and done strategy gets it done.
Luca Barberis out on top and by a comfortable margin. I think you were 1.2 seconds clear. You pulled into your box even a little bit early. How confident were you in that lap?
I was very confident. I matched the record that I had set yesterday morning, and the track felt a little bit greasier than it did the couple of days before. So I was like, you know what? Pushing it once everything gets hot, especially turn 3 and 4, get really understeery, which I blame the drifters. Yeah, it was just not worth trying to get in another couple tenths. I knew that the competition was, I had a safe margin, and so I just had to bring it home. That's what's cool about the podium sprint format. You have to tie it all together till the very end. I felt that 30.3 was more than enough, and I just did the one lap and came in.
Well, it was enough indeed to put the 444 Supra on top in Street Mod, guys. That's Luca Barberis coming out on top in the podium sprint.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Thanks, Jonathan. Thanks, Luca. Congratulations. And there's your results for podium sprint for Street Mod. Luca Barberis, Isaac Torres jumping up into second. Kai Anderson stealing a podium. Heartbreak for Cal Fortner there. Just did not get the lap he needed.
No, just didn't come together, and maybe that cool down did not play into his favor. I don't think the traffic from Anderson really caused much. Just couldn't put it together at the last minute. And then Depot? There we go. That's a tough one, man. You've been nailing that name all weekend, though.
There's a class overview here for Track Mod. Callan Spence is the record holder. And these cars are generally cars that have aerodynamic performance that is beyond what you'd have on the road. You're looking at 500 to 1,000 horsepower. And advanced aero, drivetrain swaps, all that stuff is allowed, sequential gearboxes, things of the sort. And the car that is on top, the top seed for this is Callan Spence, the number 152 Lotus Elise, and a 1,000 horsepower 2GR engine. Here's a look at the points. We're not going to see any real shifting or shuffling in here. None of the top 10 of the points are going to be present in this sprint, and that is because Chris Boersma missed out qualifying for this by just a couple tenths of a second, unfortunately. But Alan Patton should be safe to go home with that championship trophy post-pit race.
Yeah, we saw Jackie Ding with that incident, putting him out for the rest of the season. But now we focus on just a new group of drivers and get to tell some new incredible stories and potentially see some more records broken at this point in time. Callan Spence might just have it in him the way he's been flying around this track.
Yeah, so Callan Spence in the 152, that's that green and yellow Lotus that will follow around here. As we look a little bit further down, that is Cody Bulkley in the Corvette, the 691. Here is Spence up onto the front straightaway here and up under the gantry to start a lap. Green flag for the number 152. And a V6 making 1,000 horsepower, but it's a Toyota V6, so that heart is going to be very, very strong. And through the Andretti hairpin, real point and shoot there through that opening corner.
Yeah, I really like the way he's taken that double apex, like a true double apex all the way around, opting not to swoop through it, get the angle in. I think with that much horsepower, you've got to be in that straight line before you get on the throttle. It's going to start stepping around on you very, very quick, but being just very, very sorted through this first part of the track.
He is flying right now. This car is so cool to watch. Look at the rub blocks. You can see where they're positioned under the splitter, two sequential streams of sparks. And heading up the hill now, and again, just waiting. It seemed like it was building boost there for a second as it came out of turn 5. And the rear track width also really wide under that bodywork. Almost seems like those rear wheels are another, what, 3 or 4 inches out from the front?
Yeah, it could be, but for right now, that recipe is definitely working for him. Already taken in a bunch of insane lap times, and we'll see if we get another one here. And I'm wondering, is Callum Spence somebody just do the one and done like we saw earlier on, or keep those flyers going, get as much track time as he possibly can?
I'm not really sure. I mean, he ran a couple laps in a row earlier in the day, and again, I'm always a fan of just run it till the checker flies, but Callan, I have to say, seems a little, it's hard to judge some of these cars, but it looked like he was being a little tentative off into the corkscrew. We'll see if it's up in the 126s like we saw him in qualifying. Up onto the front straightaway here, we will not see Jackie Ding, who was our number 3 seed coming into this. Here's Callan Spence across the board in a 133, so that's not as fast as we were anticipating, and he looked like he was being a little cautious. So Bailey Woods goes quicker on that opening lap, a 129.839, so this is going to turn things around a little bit. Maybe just building some tire temperature, though, in that Lotus, so it's far from over. Gabe Zamora jumps to second.
Yeah, this is getting crazy now as we start to get a few more of these times on the board. So yeah, Bailey Woods absolutely throwing down 129.839. So really good time off the bat, as now we see Buckley up there as well. So yeah, Callum Spence must have just been playing a bit of a strategy.
He was really fast the first sector, and it looked like he just sort of missed 5, and so after that, might have just bailed out for another lap. So I'm sure he's got more in it, and he was quicker by about 2 seconds than Woods earlier in the day. But here's that pink and blue BMW M3 turning in. Watch those end plates. Don't hit them on the curbs there, buddy. Those are expensive parts to be slamming off the yellow anti-cuts. But up to the corkscrew now, using all the racetrack and really hard on the brakes as he woes this car down.
Yeah, wants to be on that straight line, not breaking through the turn. Whoa, almost jumping that BMW coming through the corkscrew. That's one way to put together a flyer, and thankfully all the bits and bobs seem to be still attached coming through that section.
Expect to hear Callan Spence come under the flag stand here in a moment. We'll see if he'll improve on that 133.5. Here's Bailey Woods into the braking zone now for turn 11. And here they come up onto the front straight. Spence is just up the road. Here we go. Last lap beginning. Now Spence to the top. 128.492. Here comes Woods across the stripe. 128.486. No, it's a 128.486. It's quicker by what? A couple thousandths of a second? That's unbelievable.
Holy, that is crazy. Now Spence, I mean, all the pressure is on. Hopefully this continues to be a flyer all the way around. It's going to be a big battle coming up here now. Oh, man, Bailey put down such an incredible time and cutting that line right here. Oh man, just two-wheeling at one point in time through that corkscrew, but it pays off for Bailey Woods.
I mean, what is that? Only a couple of thousandths between them, and we're going to keep watching this. And he's off. So, whoa, that was a little dicey down there into turn 5. And he's given up that last lap. Bailey Woods is on top.
Wow.
And I mean, that's so crazy close.
That's nuts.
I think Woods is bailed out too, so that's just how it's going to be at the end of this. I mean, I can't believe what I just saw. Over the crest in what? I mean, 6 thousandths of a second?
Between the two of them, that's, man, I'm happy we've got very good equipment, because that is an incredibly tight margin.
That is crazy close. Gabe Zamora up into 3rd place. I don't know if we'll see him come back around again. And Bailey Woods, I don't know that he knew coming into the session that he'd even really have a chance. And here's Zamora, and yeah, he's sticking the hand out the window there as the Lotus was on the cool down sort of in the way, but Zamora comes back around and he'll finish out his lap. Bailey Woods is going to come on down. He'll have no idea that that's how close the margin just was.
Holy, well, yeah, wow. And for Callum Spence, same thing, maybe not knowing that that's sitting in second after that run.
I think it's safe to assume that that Spence assumed that he had won that, and Woods assumed that he had finished second, but that is not how it turned out. 0.006. I mean, that's unbelievable. I can't believe what we just saw.
Flabbergasted, absolutely flabbergasted, but that's racing for you, folks.
Oh my gosh. All right, let's have a look here at the results for Track Mod in this session, because we are checker now, and that was crazy to see how close things were between those two. Bailey Woods faster on the first lap because Spence throttled up for a second go, and when they came back around, Callum Spence jumped to the top of the scoring pylon, but only for a moment before Gabe Zamora jumped up into 3rd place.
was just wanted to put it into context what a separation of 0.006 is like. I mean, we saw it here in the real world, but that is wild. And there is your times coming up on the board. Bailey Woods, wow, 128.486. Callan Spence, 128.492. 0.006 separation.
Have you ever? I mean,
no, that is absolutely wild.
I know that last year the Falcon Club TR Championship was won by 0.003, so I know we've had a closer result. But anyway, let's head down to Bailey Woods, the 136. He wins track bodies with Jonathan Grace.
Ready? Fucking A, dude. Go, Grace. Let's go! There's a lot of excitement for you, Bailey. A heck of a way to end Podium Sprint and Track Mod. You were less than 1/6,000th of a second clear, but you made it work. Talk me through your lap.
Well, I went out pretty relaxed because I thought I knew first place was out of reach. But time attack, anything happens, and I guess I was consistent enough to make it work.
Where was the time? Where did you find that extra little margin?
Well, it was a little bit slower than earlier. I just tried to do exactly what I knew what needed to be done. I clicked off what I knew I could click off, and I guess that's good enough for today.
Bailey Woods coming out on top in track mod and with the team to celebrate with him.
Wow. Look at that. Great energy down there in the pit lane. Congratulations. That is the time attack battle. We did not expect that. I mean, we had seen mostly, the driver that we expected to win each class had won that up until track mod, but we still have a couple of categories left to go. It is Unlimited next. Let's have a look here at the class overview for Unlimited. The track record, Ben Sloss. No one's going to beat this weekend, I don't think. 121.177 and that crazy very low production Ford GT. Typical power north of 700 horsepower. You can run on slick tires as long as your car has a VIN or is a silhouette of a car that does have a VIN. It's legal here with safety modifications that go with. But you're going to see Mike Dussault, I hope, out there on track with a handful of others. Leaf Storer in the Nissan GTR, Ryan Redukel, Joshua Briggs, and Tom Tang going for the records here. Here's the point standings. Jim Rauch, Nessus Pizzelis, Andres Bertulis, Lauder, and Fleming. None of these drivers are here this weekend. Sean Bassett is, but didn't make the podium sprint. So we're not going to see any shift or shuffle in the points for this class here this session, but we're about to watch some really high horsepower cars go around this 2.2 mile lap.
Yeah, and as you alluded to, hopefully we see Mike Dussault out there, obviously getting towed off track a little bit later earlier on today, and there he is. Grand return.
Oh man, thundering down the front straightaway and into turn number 2, braking really, really hard. This 1967 Chevrolet Camaro. There's not a lot of Camaro left under it, is there?
No, just barely the silhouette as we talked about. So it fits within the rule book, and see him get around this track, and even under kind of a tame corner, we already see the scraping going on with that front splitter.
Carving his way through turn 4. Ooh, it doesn't look like it's accelerating like I would expect. Well, maybe. Again, with 2,000 horsepower, I thought it would have had a bit more get up and go than that. There he goes. He's back on it now.
Tough to say. So maybe taking a little bit out of it on a banker, but Mike Dussault, fingers crossed, be able to get it. That thing is running so low and so aggressive right now. We might be getting some fines from the track for the amount he's gouging out of there. We're going to get an asphalt bill for all the damage from Mike Dussault.
The thing is this car, again, I think you don't want to break it. You want to go home and grab your trophy. That might have looked unlikely given he had an issue earlier in heat number 6, but he had a 3-second advantage over Ryan Redukel, so he doesn't need to push super hard, and I think that's maybe what he's just trying to do is he didn't break the record, but at least get the event win, so he's just got to make sure that he gets better than about a 128 or so, which is what we expect Redukel to be able to run in that MX-5. Here comes Redukel now down the corkscrew in that blue and white car. That engine swapped over the weekend to stay back in this fight. Had a big spin at the corkscrew yesterday. Dussault at a 126.570. He was hauling. It just didn't really look like it on the backstretch there.
I just think that one part, maybe a quick lift or something, but either way, an amazing time, 126. Now we see Sora coming in with a 128.496. So a little bit off the pace as Redukel coming around 11, doing a good job, getting a little bit more pointy through that section, gets back on the power. Man, that thing picks up speed so quick. As soon as he gets that time on the board, we'll let you know. But Redukel with a 131.616, so just a little bit off the pace.
Ooh, Briggs knocks him down a step. So these are the drivers in Podium Sprint here in these MX-5s. It's going to be an MX-5 duel for the podium right now. A 130.3 to a 131.6. Redukel's got to find some time.
Yeah, he's got a little bit more work to do, and we know he can be aggressive, and we've seen that spin go through the corkscrew, so we know things can get a little bit crazy. And there is our GTR now coming through the track. So that is going to be Leaf Storer.
Yeah. This Nissan GTR, sorry Jacob, this Nissan GTR, really rare car to see in Gridlife track battle, and neat to have it here. And running for the all-wheel drive track record, which he needs a couple seconds to do to beat Craig Coker, who is here in a Tesla Model S.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. The GTRs are incredible. I mean, just absolutely slam-packed full of technology, but they're heavy. They're a bulky car. So, I mean, taking off of going after an electric, that's going to be a tough one. And
oh, wow. Dusold just went quicker again, 126.113. And we'll see what Leaf Storer's got in response.
To the line and Storer 127. So bringing the times down. Taking the fight to Dusold. Maybe he's got a little bit left in him on this last lap.
And here's Joshua Briggs. They were tearing apart this car on Friday night to reset the transmission, and he looks like he's bailed out. So either he's on a cool down or he doesn't think he can go quicker, and he's going to need to because Redukel just went third quick, 128.017. Here's Dusold heading up the hill towards turn 6 now.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of the last go for this Camaro, which is a bit sad because it's an incredible vehicle, a bit more sparks. So trying to dig in for just a little bit more time, getting that front splitter planted and those sparking bars putting on a big show. Great for photos, that's for sure.
Down the corkscrew for the final time this year. Mike Dusold's efforts here last year ended prematurely with an accident at turn 6 in 2024. Just gotten a little bit wrong and shot off to the right into the gravel, and that's where his weekend ended. This year, though, he's made it to the end, to podium sprint, and hoping to go home with a first place trophy, but he's got to hold off this Nissan GTR of Leaf Storer. A couple of corners left for both of them there. Look how tight he was to the curb at Rainey.
He's doing a good job of picking up time wherever he can. All-wheel drive allows you to get that dig through those sections, and Dusold across line. Will he get a better time? Yes. He does. 125.5. Wow.
Within a tenth of his PB. And Leaf Storer comes across the line next, and I don't know that we'll see a pickup for him. And the field comes, here he comes across the stripe. I thought he'd already crossed, but no pickup that time. Then it's Redukel and Briggs. All that's left.
Redukel looked like he was on a heater, and we'll find out here when he comes across the line what kind of time he's able to collect. Can he beat that 128.017? And should be seeing him at the line right now.
And it's not going to matter. He does pick up, but it's not going to matter because Briggs is not on a flyer. Briggs is still cooling down. So Redukel will stay on the podium here. Dusold, Storer, Redukel, your podium in track battle podium sprint for Unlimited.
Wow, great times from all these drivers. Dusold so close to beating his PB on that run, and I think he wanted it, though. I do think he wanted it.
Yeah, I think he was so close. And a car like this is just a handful to drive basically anywhere other than Talladega, probably. I mean, again, this car ran up the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb earlier this year in the hands of Robin Shute. And again, we see Dusold at basically everything that we do in Gridlife. It's great to see him continue to bring his car out and compete with us. And he will go home with a first place trophy over Leaf Storer and Ryan Redukel in the 280 and 789.
Yeah, unfortunately, Josh Briggs maybe getting a little bit hot throughout that run, not able to get a last flyer in, but a great standing from all these drivers. And there is how things play up at the end of this weekend in our second last run group for our Podium Sprint Unlimited. And now we move into the crazy cars, into the Super Unlimited Series. Some absolute, I mean, look at this lineup.
Super Unlimited has got a treat for us. It'll be Cody Vaschultz, Jeremiah Burton, Danny Aitken, Cole Powelson, and Scott Birdsall. I mean, we joke about Forza Open Lobby, but like actually, look at this lineup. It's like just scrolling through the iRacing car list and just picking all the craziest looking things.
I love seeing the different sizes as well between all the vehicles.
Well, before we get Super Limited on the racetrack, they're going to head around for their warm-up lap. And again, there's no points on the line here, and there's not really any championship or anything to worry about. So they're just going to go out there and run some really cool lap times. And we're hoping to hear from Mike Dusold. We'll head down there in a moment, but it looks like those cars are headed on the racetrack. Leading them out is Cody Vaschultz in the number 118, Jeremiah Burton from Big Time in the Catfish Camaro Trans Am, then Danny Aitken in the Chevy SS.
Yeah, this is it's going to be a ton of fun, and then wrapping things up, Scott Birdsall out there in the Legend. That'll be fun. Not the fastest car out there by any means, but still probably looking just for a personal best by the time the laps are wrapped up.
Yeah, Cody Voschultz, another driver that has run this car on the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb as recently as this year. Used to run motorcycles up on the side of the mountain, but let's head down to Mike Dussault, winner of Unlimited in Podium Sprint.
Mike Dussault, the fastest and by quite some margin in the unlimited class. You were 1.7 seconds clear. Unbelievable. You went to the top of the charts and then kept improving and chipping lap time away.
Yeah, we decided to go out and just do kind of a bank lap and build on it because earlier today we actually had an issue with the rear suspension. So I kind of wanted to lean on it slowly and make sure everything was cool, but we couldn't have done this without our great crew. They busted their butts since the early session to get the car back together. So it's all hats off to them getting the car back together. So awesome team effort.
You caught me by surprise right before we went live. You said, I think there was more in it. Where the heck would you find more time?
Oh, there's a lot more in the turns. It's just a little bit tricky for me to trust it and lean on it on some of the entries. We did have an incident here last year, and that's still kind of a little bit in the back of my mind. There's definitely a bunch more time in 6 for us, but we decided before we even came here we were going to be a little bit cautious there. So I think there's also some more time going into the corkscrew. So we'll be back next year and find it.
Well, P1 in the Podium Sprint in the Unlimited class with a 1:20.25.
Thanks, Jonathan. Thanks, Mike. As we get the Super Unlimited cars on the racetrack, there's your number 5 seed, Scott Birdsall. If you're here at the racetrack, you heard Cody Voschultz. Here he is in that crazy custom thing. And again, Pikes Peak Hill Climb competitor had this car out there in the open wheel category. I mean, it looks like the Moonlander on 4 wheels.
Yeah, it definitely does. We have it listed as just open.
Yeah.
The vehicle is just open. It is it's a crazy brainchild that Cody has brought out and graced us with his presence and this type of vehicle because, yeah, it's just cool. And I like it. Whoa, that hurts.
Yeah, that was a big clobber down the mountain there, but again, the Super Unlimited category is just a catch-all for all the factory race cars and completely custom tube frame things that don't have any resemblance to road-going vehicles. So that's why you've got this category here. Again, no points, no trophies on the line, unfortunately, but you got some tire smoke coming from Cole Powelson's Striker at the moment. I don't know if he's got a flat or something, but something's not very happy on that car.
Yeah, not entirely sure. We saw some smoking going on earlier this weekend from that car as well. Didn't get every single bit of lap time out, so not entirely sure what's going on.
Cody Voschultz, his first lap was the best he's gone this weekend by 0.2 of a second, 1:28.133, and he's reset his own PB.
Wow, okay. Might as well do it now if you've got the opportunity.
Jeremiah Burton is going to cross the line underneath us, 1:32. He's been in the 30s, I think, so far this weekend. 1:29, actually, 1:29.5 has been his best time. Powelson at a 1:36. Where's Powelson landed, actually? That's a great question. Powelson's best time was a 1:38, so he just got 2 seconds quicker in that car.
Wow, in a car that's popping a little bit of smoke. So,
yeah.
I mean, that smoke might just be leaking some horsepower. We should be able to see Birdsall around here at some point at 1:46. So definitely a completely different pace than a lot of these cars. But Birdsall having fun out there and putting on a cool show as now we see Jeremiah Burton taking every little bit of track out there.
Yeah, this is really cool to see a car of this vintage here in the hands of Jeremiah Burton from Big Time. I'm sure that it'll be a YouTube video with the GoPro on the top of the car, and no traction control, no ABS, just big slick tires and plunging down the corkscrew at one of North America's most famous circuits. And though there's no points on the line, I think everyone's looking forward to just battling and seeing which of these extremely eclectic cars is going to come out on top.
Yeah, and it's just a battle of what you can do as well.
Voschultz again by. That is almost as fast as Dussault, by the way, a 1:26.627. That's incredibly fast.
That is nuts.
That's the second fastest car here this weekend now.
Jeez. And we'll see if those times start to drop even more. Now Jeremiah Burton coming across the line was on 1:32, 1:28.
His best lap of the weekend.
There we go. Man, finding some confidence in this last session of the day.
Wow, this is cool. This is really, really neat to watch. And here comes Powelson, still blue smoke coming out the tailpipes, but across the stripe, will he pick up still? The answer is, didn't see the yellow wipe or the green that time by, but a 35.121 that time. So another pickup, 3 seconds quicker than this Striker has gone so far.
Wow, every driver so far just making headway when it comes to the times. And It's, as we talked about earlier this weekend, last couple of runs out there. Let's go have some fun with it, and hopefully everybody is able to keep it nice and tidy. Still seeing that blue smoke, though, a little bit worrisome.
Yeah, looks like Burton might be, can't really tell. I think he's off the pace. Birdsall 144. That's the best lap he's done by, 2 seconds so far? So everybody in this Super Unlimited category has gone quicker. Burton's going to woe it down now on this final lap of Podium Sprint. And Cody Voss-Schultz in that Ford Custom Open is going to be on top by quite a margin. Here's Scott Birdsall in the Legends car. Voss-Schultz quicker again, 126.325.
Yeah, that's going to do it for him, but what an incredible weekend and an incredible display of racing power in a very, very unique vehicle. So now we take a look at Birdsall going around this track. It looks fun. I want to buy one so bad now.
It's like the Rush SR's older brother.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. It's like, all right, come here, whippersnapper. Let me show you how to get around this track.
Yeah, this was Grandpa's Rush SR.
Yeah, basically. Oh man. Yeah, Scott Birdsall always out there to turn heads, and maybe not always the fastest vehicle, though he's broke records in several different categories, and now coming out and just breaking necks as he gets that Legends car over the hill.
Over the curbing, Cole Powelson once again improves, that time into the 34s. Love hearing that thing accelerate down the hill.
Yeah, get it on the limiter, quick through the shifts. There's not a lot of room in that cockpit either. You can barely get your arm moved back to get it into the next gear.
It's real high-strung sounding, too.
Yeah.
High revs, tiny displacement. And Cody Voss-Schultz, well, look at him celebrating. That's a win in Super Unlimited. It doesn't count for much, but hey, I think it wins everyone's hearts, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure, and it brings a lot of attention to what he's been doing throughout his entire career, which is just doing crazy stuff, driving crazy vehicles, and for Voss-Schultz, another amazing weekend for him in an incredible vehicle.
Yeah, we don't only get to see cars like this out so many times a year, so really, really cool to have these drivers bring this out. And of course, we're about to wrap our show here this weekend, so do us a favor, if you're watching here on YouTube and you haven't yet subscribed, this is not it for the year. We're going to be at Pittsburgh International Race Complex in less than a month for our season finale for IBOC GLTC and Gridlife GT. And Jacob, we're going to hopefully chat with Cody Voss-Schultz here before the end of the show and then wrap things up after some thank yous, but this has been unbelievable.
This has been amazing, and what an incredible weekend. I'm kind of sad it's coming to an end now, but just means big things, and pit race is going to be absolutely incredible.
And here's a look at your results for the Super Unlimited category. The first time we've ever filled out completely in Podium Sprint. Let's head down and chat with Cody Voss-Schultz after running his nearly a PB, well actually a PB, 126.325. What you got, Jonathan?
Your Podium Sprint winner in the Super Unlimited class is Cody Voss-Schultz. A heck of a lap and a heck of a car. How did it feel out there?
It felt really good. I got to obviously thank everybody that came out on this long trip with me and helped me prepare this car and everything. But as far as the track goes, man, it's just been so awesome.
We saw you fighting through a little bit of an issue earlier this morning, but it looks like you've got the thing absolutely dialed in. You set the second overall fastest time across this whole afternoon session.
I didn't hear what you said. So
I said it looked like you were battling through a little bit of an issue earlier on, but that doesn't seem to matter now. You put the car on top in class.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a carburetor issue this morning, but my guys worked hard on it and got it fixed, and obviously it's running pretty good.
Well, some great representation from one of the many amazing Pikes Peak cars out here in the Super Unlimited class. It's the 118. Cody Voss-Schultz is on top, guys.
Thanks, Jonathan, and a huge thanks to everybody here this weekend for Gridlife Laguna. Thanks to the fans, thanks to the corner workers and the medical staff and all the people that put this on, the racetrack facility, to our team, Project Prime. That was a phenomenal show this weekend. Huge thanks to everybody that's joined us for Gridlife Laguna. Thank you to Jacob Gettins for being alongside me this weekend. Thank you to Jonathan Grace for the amazing pit reporting duties. Thanks to everyone. We'll see you at Pittsburgh International Race Complex in just a couple of weeks. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. We'll see you there for the season finale for Gridlife Track Battle, IBOC Gridlife Touring Cup, and Gridlife GT back on the East Coast in October.